Hello and welcome to BierTier, the German engineer. Yes, of course, it is Saturday again, and we are back with oxygen not included. It has been, of course, a long time coming, 7 days to be exact, but here we are once again. So, let's see, who do we have in chat today? We have Alfie Wolf, as usual, #1, already here, literally 60 seconds after I put it up. Isn't that crazy? We have Jazz in chat, we have Kionis in chat, we have Words in chat, we have Ipertatos in chat, we have Prima in chat, Jazz is here, and Jenkins is here as well. And Croc! Almost missed Croc. My goodness, can't forget about Croc. Well, thank you very guys for joining so early on, guys. You guys know it. I highly appreciate it. As always, I have risen. Yes, you have. You haven't joined a live in a long time. So, or watched a video for that matter. I know. You know I know. But yeah, let's see what we can tear up here today. Last time around, you guys remember, I'm sure, we tamed our aluminum volcano down here on the bottom left, and up here we have our copper volcano, also happily churning out copper. We're already up to 1,000 kilograms worth of copper and 5.6 tons worth of aluminum, without doing really a hell of a lot. So that is going to build the basis for basically anything that we are doing today. I know you know, I know. Yeah. Right. So, last time around though, one thing that we didn't do that I really wanted to do is mess around with those Mercury ceiling lights here a tiny little bit more. So that is what we're going to start with today, because we need a more robust power source. And that is of course gonna come, well, with the help of solar panels. Let's see, do we even have them available? Yes, we do. What we're lacking though is glass, and that's a slight problem. So in F2, we're gonna go ahead and snip this here off, just so we don't have any accidents here. Down on the bottom, temperature-wise, we're still okay. I think we can plop out easily another, we get 25 per, we need 12 of them at the bare minimum. Let's say 26 should be a good start. We will see if that works out in our favor or not. Goof is here. Good evening. Good evening, Goof. Thank you very much for joining. And Word says, that was strange, the stream didn't start for me. Well, you can thank YouTube for that. That is how that works, unfortunately, on YouTube every once in a while. Killjoy is here as well. You know it, always happy to see you. Gosh, you know you're an oxygen not included addict when you try to control the video with ASDF. That is funny, though. That is truly funny. But while we wait for our glass to be made down here on the bottom, number 9 priority set, we will go ahead and build the outline. And I'm thinking about this area right here. It's just sitting around and doing nothing. Over here, on the right side, we have a water geyser that we just not going to care about. And we haven't even done anything yet in Killjoy already with the 5 gifted memberships. Killjoy, thank you so much for that. Demetrius, Highborn Chase, AQSM, The Eldar, and Gene Hansen already got a free membership from Killjoy. Thank you so much for that. But how about I repay you with doing what we're actually planning on doing? Mercury ceiling lights are going to be our new best friends. So first of all, we need, well, who could have seen it coming, a ceiling for our ceiling lights. And then we need to place them something like this here. So we need here one more tile. And then right underneath here, we will need a bunch of space. So let's dig in 2 wide here so we can get started on that. And then we will see what else we can tear up. Another thing is though, and I noticed that last time, but I just never actually fixed it. We have a little bit of mercury right here. The reason is this automatic dispenser right here, it's just in the way. The problem is they're putting it in here, the mercury, and it melts inside the automatic dispenser and just flows down here. We want to avoid that. We're just going to plop in, not an airflow tile. What am I doing? Of course not an airflow tile, a mesh tile. And put our automatic dispenser just a little bit further to the left. That should fix that problem right away. Crocs have the same with ASD when I'm going to look at web pages after playing Oxygen Not Included for 6 hours, and Jazz also with another 5 gifted memberships. You guys are completely crazy. Prima, Jazz, Cora, Nosrat, and Shiro all also got a gifted membership from Jazz. Killjoy and Jazz, thank you so much for that. You guys are absolutely amazing. And I truly appreciate your guys' continued support. Not gonna lie about it in the least. Thank you. And Durf is also here. Good day, Beer. Good day, Durf. How are you doing? Glad you could join today. But down here on the bottom, Mercury lights. Of course, as I said, we're gonna plop those in first. We need some liquid valves, and we're gonna plop them just above here. Doesn't really matter where they are, but might as well put them right here. They're not really in the way. We could also put them... is there a better place for them? I'm just thinking out loud. Maybe we can place them up here. Yeah, why not? Let's put them right here. Just so they're not in the middle of the way. Something like that. And we can then come with this pipe through here all the way. Of course, for that we need some ladders. Get down here. Something like this here should get the job done in this particular case. Where it says YouTube says there are 21 people watching and there have been 10 gifted subs. Dang. That is an understatement. Dang, I mean, yes, it's absolutely crazy. And again, I truly appreciate you guys so much. Also, let's put in some power right away. They're not gonna draw any power until we give them Mercury, so it really doesn't matter too much. Okay, so far so good. Who the hell is starving and why? Words rather gets a little bit of heat in instead of getting some food. That is something else we need to work on. This entire area here is going to be a problem if we don't take care of it. Right at the moment, our fridges are all full, so we actually have a loss of food. We are full to the brim with 412,000 kilocalories. We gotta change that also rather quickly. But first power, and then we take care of the rest. Are we looking down here? Pretty decent, 175 kilograms right now. Definitely could be worse. Let's turn up the speed a little bit here, which is always helpful as well. But yeah, this is of course not the only plan that we have for today. I want to find a way to cool down basically this entire area of the base right here down to negative 40 degrees Celsius. You may be asking why? Well, because I want to see if it's A, possible, and B, I want to try to build some buildings, like for example this incubator right here, out of mercury without it melting. I just want to see if that is a thing that is possible to do. It may fail horribly, but if we don't try it, we will never know. So that's certainly on the agenda. Up here in space, we will have to get here some atmosuits in, so we can then go to space, because another thing that we need is for our research right here. We need to get us more data analysis research, and for that we of course need data banks. So we are definitely trying some rather odd stuff, but at the same time just stuff that brings us forward in the game. Because, you know, anybody can't just play the game normally. I want to try some stuff that is a little bit out of the ordinary and see if we can accomplish it. And I think with our friend Nectar right here, we may have a decent chance. Pretty sure you will succeed, although to do it practically you will likely require that you tap more of those trees. Yeah, that's another reason why we need atmosuits up here, of course. Does the smart pump mod still work for you? Because I had to remove it because it kept failing when loading. I don't think I have used the smart pump yet in the game, but I have it installed. I can place one. Hasn't failed so far for me. It hasn't made the game crash or anything of the like. What are we building this here out? Cinnabar ore. We don't have any more cinnabar ore, guys. Build it out of something else that we have. For example, iron ore. Anything, really, that works here is good enough. Could it be DLC related because I have none? It shouldn't be. Theoretically, it should be better without the DLC than with, because I don't think the Smart Pumps mod was actually updated for anything like the DLCs. At least not this DLC. So if it's not working for you, theoretically it should be better without the DLC. But who knows? Can we put in those wires here, please? And then, of course, we're still waiting for a total of 400 kilograms right here. which we should have in no time. I suppose we can already build the first one. All we have to do is put the first one right here, as literally as high as we can. That is the general idea. And then while we're at it, just some normal pipes. Let's feed this one right here. This one over here. This one into here. And then the last one right here. That is the piping or wiring that we need. Thank you, Beer. You got me addicted to oxygen not included. You're welcome, KC. There are most definitely worse addictions to have, though. Croc says, do we need 4 heaters? Is it counterproductive to heat the base when we are thinking about cooling it? Do we need them? Yes and no. We do not really need them to heat the base, but we do need them for the dupes to heat up because we don't have enough coats and we don't have, well, it's not warm enough in general. We don't have the trait, we don't have the coats, and it's not warm enough to exist without them. So we do kind of need them for right now. You see the dupe stopping by here over and over again, trying to heat up. Here's another one. Words is here, just getting his frost resistance up. Brandon is here. If we cool down the base, we will have to live with that. So, yeah, those are putting out quite a lot of heat. 20 kilo DTUs a pop, but at the same time, I don't think we can get away from it. But 4, maybe 1 or 2. Problem is also with the sleeping arrangements right here. The dupes can't sleep. I guess we can try around with that for a little while. And see. When the dupes lay down up here, that's what I'm waiting to see right now. We could also place them in different locations, potentially. But yeah, they're not going to sleep in those beds here. They're not going to be happy. You got 42 fibers. You could make warm coats now. That may be actually a good idea. That may be a very good idea, actually. Down here in the bottom. Wait, we are already pumping? Oh, God, we are already pumping. Didn't pay attention to that. I thought I had those turned off, but I, of course, forgot about it. Let's bring this here down immediately to 65 grams a second. Number 9 priority to do it right away. Because these here will now be running at full force for a hell of a lot longer than I wanted them to. But what can you do? Let's plop in the second one and the wiring as well. So at least we get something back for our wasteful behavior here. Because we only need to run these here at 50% output. And now we have 10 kilograms in each and every one of those tiles right here. For no particular reason. I suppose we could try to have this here pumped out. Yeah, let's give that a shot. With a number 9 priority. All of these here. Pump them all out. And let's see if we can make that maybe happen to reclaim our Mercury. Not that it is absolutely important, but still. If we can avoid waste, we most definitely should. Let's see. Yep, that was done properly. We just need to do that over and over again. For basically each and every one of those plops right here. And then I need to pick up the Mercury and put it back into our storage up here to avoid wasting it completely. Or we do it this way right here. I'm not complaining about that. That works. So for this one right here, I basically can cancel all of them, except the one that we are currently working on. One more. One more. Yep, that should be good. But this lamp right here should now be starting to run at 50%, which is what we want. And the same right here. Good, we're just going to continue on exactly like that. One more. There we have it. And we're going to do it again and again. A little bit of a mistake, but thankfully that is easily fixed. This one here will run for a little bit longer, but it's totally fine. Alright, so far so good. The only thing still missing is of course the wire, or we are doing it for absolutely nothing. Come on, somebody build me a wire, please. Turn on our solar panels and give us wonderful power. And as soon as these here are running at 50% capacity, they're consuming together 60 watts. And our solar panel right here produces 380. So we have a net gain of 320 watts per solar panel. Which is, of course, not too shabby to have that around at any given time. There we go. Both of them are running. Our first 2 Mercury ceiling lights right here have their output put down to 50%. And that is all we need. And we can also expand the system and build 2 more solar panels down here on the bottom when we need it. Coats, we will make coats in a second because that is a great idea, but we need to do something else. Now that we have these here running, most likely what's going to happen is our hydrogen generators will start running a hell of a lot less, which means we have an overproduction of hydrogen. Our gas reservoirs here are going to fill up more and more and more until we are actually stopping our spawn here from working properly, which means one thing that we do most definitely need is some kind of infinite storage for our hydrogen before it is too late. So I would say let's implement something like that really quickly. Probably right here. All we need is a building that looks kind of like this here maybe. Yeah, that should get the job done. One more right here. We need a total of 4 spaces. It needs to be 4 wide and 3 high. Very, very simple and straightforward. Only problem that I see is that we can't reach it. Let's make it a little bit longer. We need to do that anyway. And now we should be able to build all of this. In the meantime, in ventilation, we're going to grab us 2 pumps. Gas pumps, that is, of course. So we're going to make them out of iron. The actual material doesn't really matter. We're going to put in some insulated pipes that come together here, there, and go up so we can reach them. And then last but not least, of course, in power, we also need a conductive wire. And if we wanted to go a step further, which we could do, but it's not necessary thanks to our pliers right here, we could put in a little bit of automation so we can actually control those gas pumps. But again, we have pliers, so it should be just fine. And then on the bottom right here, we also need something. We can either use gas vents or high pressure gas vents. High pressure gas vents do cost us 50 plastic a pop, but makes putting in liquid a hell of a lot easier. So we are going to use them. Just as simple as that. What did we just build these here out? Steel. Yeah, that ain't it. That's most definitely not it. We're not going to build a lot of steel. There we go. Let's put him, build him out of something more reasonable. And also, get rid of everything that's laying around in here. That is the beginnings of our infinite storage. Should only take a few seconds to build, thankfully. And we are good. Just as oof, good save. I agree. That was a close call. Our sweaters, though. Where is that building? It's in stations, and it's called a... Where are we at? A textile loom. We need a space for it. Where we can power it. What is the power requirement of that bad boy? 240 watts. What's on this wire here? 1630. Maybe not. Maybe we won't need it for too long, though. I mean, temporarily. We could literally just put it on the heavy watt wire back here in the corner, maybe. Yeah, there's really not a hell of a lot stopping us from doing so, is there? Yeah, let's do that. Let's build a textile loom literally right here. We're just gonna rip it back out in a hot minute. Build it out of aluminum or whatever else. And build us warm coats all around. Okay, now all of them are running at the appropriate speed, which is again 50%, but the output is still 100%. That's the nice thing about this little trick right here. We can see it. It's barely fluctuating, and it's still enough that these here are running at a constant 380 watts. I mean, we are lacking basically nothing. That difference right here is absolutely negligible. FIFO says, what's up? What's up, FIFO? Glad you made it today. Always happy to have you here. You know it. How are we looking right here? We have 874 kilograms in here. And it's going up drastically, and I don't really see our hydrogen generators doing a hell of a lot. As a matter of fact, when I watch our smart battery right here, it looks like we are well taken care of with our solar panels. And of course, on top of that, our steam turbines right here and right there are also helping with the overall power output. Let's build this loom here a little bit faster. That would be a good idea. And while we are at it, let's take a look in here. A bonbon tree seed. A mouth breather. A cook. And a scientist who is allergic to the floral scent. That really wouldn't matter too much. Decorating and operating, super duper hard digging. I mean, the only dupe that is even somewhat decent here is Mima. Yeah, I think we are okay with 18 dupes for this very second. We're gonna hold off. We're gonna take us the extra seed, even if it's for nothing, and go on. Molten piece of mercury on the dog suit. Oh, you mean right here. Yeah, definitely want to mop that up. Thankfully, that should be the last one for now. Matter of fact, we should probably get a little bit more mercury in here. Let's take a quick peek. Oh, there's plenty around here. No issues on that front whatsoever. Let's go up first because it's easier. Let's go too high. Get those few tiles here out. And the dupes will immediately carry him down here to this automatic dispenser. And just plop him into this, well right here of liquid mercury, which will melt it almost instantly. So that should be no problem at all. Alright, this here is now built. Now the question is, what kind of fluid are we going to put in here? And we really don't have too many options for that. We can't really use polluted water, that's a problem. We can't really use water either, because when we put it in here, it will freeze immediately. We could use ethanol, for example. Ethanol, when we take a look at it, has a freeze point of negative 114 degrees and evaporation point of 78. So ethanol is actually very viable for this use case. Mercury, on the other hand, negative 38 to 356. Even mercury is a perfect material for an infinite storage without a problem. So we can literally pick and choose which one we would rather have. Which one that is, though, is probably the one that we are closer to. So ethanol freezing would be an interesting problem to have, I know, right? Let's go ahead and get rid of these two tiles right here. And then in plumbing, just replace it with a pitcher pump as soon as we can. I think that's what we're going to start with. You can see the mercury already coming in here. Unfortunately, the dupes can reach it. Kind of making it an infinite loop, but the moment they're doing something else, it will eventually melt. So it's thankfully not that big of a problem. He's picking it up, putting it in. And there, it's a liquid. Very nice. Mercury is not perfect because you haven't insulated the storage and you're planning to chill the base below 38.8 degrees. Yes, but not this low. At some point, and I don't know exactly where that point is yet, we will figure that out, I will make a cut to stop cooling it down. We will most likely start with this right side right here and then modular building it over and over to the rest of the base, but somewhere right here I expect there to be a cut. We will see how that goes. Obviously, that's nothing I have ever done on a big scale because, quite frankly, why would you before this DLC? Even in the DLC, does it even make any sense? I guess we will see. But yeah, I don't think that it will be a big issue to have mercury in here. I mean, to be very safe, we could go with ethanol, I suppose. Yeah. You know what? You're right, words. Let's go with ethanol, just to be safe. Just because I don't know where I make that cutoff point, but also, it's also true for this mercury right here. I can't really cool this here down to negative 40. I mean, negative 40 would still barely work, but I need to go actually a little bit lower than negative 40 to make sure that the mercury stays frozen. But okay, let's use ethanol, make our lives a little bit easier. All we need to do for that is in plumbing, grab us a bottle emptier and plop it right here. And then build us another wall right here. As a matter of fact, you know what? Let's give us a one tile extra space right here, just so we have it available. And get rid of this one piece of igneous rock right there. Okay, we have it here. Liquid, ethanol, 9, enable auto bottle. Let's go. We only need one bottle, and even that bottle doesn't need to be full. Mercury is a terrible material to add to the game. The game head just went out the window. I think it's an interesting problem to deal with. Let me put it that way. Let's get rid of it. Also cancel this here. We have more than enough in here. Thankfully, though, right here are high pressure gates. They overpressure at 20 kilograms. We currently have 11 kilograms in here. So as we are right now, we don't have to do anything else. So, Chaz says, does infinite gas storage still work? I was having trouble with it a few months ago where my liquid would disappear and stop allowing storage. Well, I guess we're about to find out, aren't we? It definitely works, though. We can just close it off as we are. 11 kilograms per tile is fine for the high pressure gas vent, so we don't have to do anything. No mopping, no nothing. We're at 12 kilograms. We can mop up what we have right now. And then, of course, last but not least, should have maybe built this gas pipe here into a better direction right away, because we have to vent it out somehow. Here, for example, for right this second, or you know what. Later on, we will have to go over to the left in any way, shape, or form anyway. Let's build this here gas bridge. Build it in this direction. Again, that will be the appropriate direction for later, so might as well do so. The problem is I can't build it here either. Dang it. How about here? Yeah, that should work. Gas vent. Pipe, done. And then, of course, we will need to hook it up to this power wire right here, just so we can generate a vacuum. Oh, wait a second, I forgot one more important thing. These here are connected to nothing. We'll have to open it back up again. Thankfully, that's not that big of a deal. Cancel the deconstruction. Deconstruct the top two. And then, before I make another mistake, let's do it the standard way like this. So we have all the inputs available to us. It wasn't less than 2 kilograms per vent. It is less than 2 kilograms per vent, but only for the normal gas vents. So the normal gas vent right here, overpressure at 2,000 grams, so 2 kilograms. And the high pressure gas vent, overpressure at 20 kilograms. So depending on which one you use, depends on how much liquid you can have inside of your storage. There we go. That's better. Now we have access from all directions to our infinite storage. Now we can close it off and then hook it up to this power wire right here to create a vacuum. That should take no time since it's only a couple of tiles. There we have it right away. And then we're going to go ahead in F7 and we're going to snip this here off and rip the rest out. Don't need any of the stuff here anymore, including the bridge itself. And at this point, we can just go ahead and do something very simple for right now. We're going to go ahead and we're going to connect this here. But at the same time, we are going to build us a, well, we will build us a gas bridge here in a second. We are going to take advantage of the priority settings. Right at the moment, we're just going to fill some stuff in here, which is, of course, going into the pumps right away. At the moment, the pumps are full because we have the insulated gas pipe to nowhere. We will see that everything's nicely full of hydrogen and everything in here works exactly as it should without a problem. We're just gonna get a little bit in here, maybe a kilogram or so per tile, and when we have that, we're gonna finish it up. What are you storing in infinite storage? That would be hydrogen, because these here are going to fill up now that we have alternate power sources. Like I said, about a kilogram, just so nothing bad can ever happen here. Kilogram is achieved. Now in F7, we're just going to go ahead and grab us a gas bridge. And the gas bridge lives right here. Something just like that. We are giving priority for our gas to come down here and into our 3 gas reservoirs, which each holds 1,000 kilograms. If that is full and this pipe here backs up all the way to right there, we're going to put the excess into the infinite storage. That should future-proof it for the, well, foreseeable future at the bare minimum. So that is done. Next on the list is we need some temp shift plates built out of ice to refill our tank right here. Let's do that before I forget about it once again. We can do 2 whole rows, something like this here. We're going to give it a slightly higher priority, so the dudes will get working on it. They will probably steal the ice out of the storage bins eventually, and that's totally fine, because they're going to automatically refill it very soon as well. So that is okay. Alright, so far we are looking pretty good. A lot of things already accomplished, and we have been barely here for half an hour. Isn't that nice? The only thing that I hate about this system right here is building melted every time we get an alert. Highly annoying. But yeah, other than that, this area here looks decent. Next on the list, though, we were talking about the nectar, and we need more of it. And on top of that, we also need to go to space. And And in space, we need to go and get us more data banks. So let's see if we can accomplish that. In utilities, not in utilities, in stations, we need the atmosuit checkpoint. And we're probably just gonna go all the way forward here. What does it matter? We're just gonna get started on, not like this, building this stuff. We already have a power wire going up here, which has a pretty high potential load, but I think we can get away with it because this polymer press is not running, this pump is not running, and alone these two together are running 4 of these here. So yeah, I don't see a problem. We're gonna utilize this wire and just bring it in for right now. Where our oxygen is coming from, we're gonna figure that out eventually. Not right this second though. Gonna open up the door. We should be good. The one other thing that I still want to do though is we have this Mercury right here, and if we let our oxygen out, eventually it will most likely become a problem. So we should probably see if we can negate that problem before it even becomes one. The easiest way to do that is just put some tiles up here. Should be good in the short term at the bare minimum. Alright, let's have that built. And then let's take a look at the same time at our textile loom. A warm coat costs 4 units of reed fiber. That's a lot more expensive than I wanted it to be. I honestly did not know what that number is. So let's build us first some atmosuits because we need those first. 6 of them to be precise. So let's make 6 of those bad boys. Each costs 2 units. That's already 12 gone. And then warm coats, we probably gonna go with, I don't know, maybe 5 or so for the start. Should be okay. Okay, so far we are good. And like I said, our gas reservoir is filling up. We can see it. This one here was at 874 not too long ago. By now, even this one here is filling up more and more and more. I don't know what that error message was. What is that error message? Hold on a second. What's going on here? Where are you guys going? Oh, you're trying to still build this liquid pipe over here. Oh god. We don't want to do that. At least not before we have atmosuits. Let's cancel that out. Get back in there. That is why I closed this door, I just remembered. Yeah, that's better. Get back in there. Build the atmosuit docks. And then we can talk about more piping, alright guys? Those coats are expensive. They are highly expensive. Thankfully we have our Bamas going up here pretty strong. So that's definitely helpful. Another thing that we will need here before long is going to be a critter killer. Look at all this food running around here. And I'm not talking about the seals. I'm talking specifically about the Bamas. About the seals we have to do something else because we can't drown them. Even though I find it hard to believe that spigots will not drown in Mercury. But that's a different topic. And yeah, Pooji's here. Hey Pooji, thank you very much for joining. How you doing? Almost missed your message. Sorry about that. Glass forge, we still have 350 kilograms left over, which is nice. Let's make us 2 more. Just so when we need it, we are ready to put in 2 more solar panels below it, if it comes to that. How many deaths are we betting on this stream? We can make a poll. My answer is 1. Well, I hope we keep it to 0. But you never know. Dupes are a special kind of stupid, as we all know. Is anybody working on this loom here? Doesn't look like it. Let's make this a high priority. Let's do this here first so we can at least get some dupes on coats. Just need to be sure that I give the coats to dupes that don't actually have the trait already, because that would be for nothing and a complete waste of time and resources. I also barely ever used the loom because, at least in my opinion, it was rather pointless up until this DLC. And I've never really paid attention to what the animation looks like, and that is actually pretty cool. Looks more like a 3D printer than a loom, though. I guess we're just 3D printing our codes, which I can't complain about, really. Are we building this stuff here now? And if not, why not? Not allowed. Why are you not allowed? Everybody's allowed. You can go wherever you want. Yeah, not entirely sure what else you guys are building, because there is really nothing else to build in the base right now. I didn't give you any other commands in any way, shape or form, guys. The first coat is here. And is there an easy way to see? Of course there is not. So we need to go probably into vitals. And have to find the dupes that actually have the trait. For example, Keonis right here is already the first one. I wish there was any kind of like way to sort the dupes by traits, but that's unfortunately not a thing. Double-clicking it is not the way to go either, so not Keonis. Let's see. Let's go just through it one by one here. Keonis is one of them. I think we only have 2 or 3, if I'm not completely mistaken. Interior decorator, none of this, none of that. Didn't we just bring one on not too long ago? Can't recall. I don't even see anybody else, honestly. I thought we had 2 or 3. Here's another one. Frostproof right there. So we have Jade, Falcon, and Keonis. Those are the only 2, actually, that have the trait. That makes it easy. Keonis is already wearing a snazzy suit. That makes it very, very easy, as a matter of fact. And we're going to give Gunnar right here the other suit. So Gunnar is going to take off his snazzy suit, I hope. Wait a second. Shouldn't you take off the snazzy suit? Isn't that how that's supposed to work? I expected it to fall on the floor. I guess not. I guess it just overrode it. That can't be right either, though. Or did he take it off wherever he happened to be in that moment? Which is also a good option, I suppose. That it's somewhere laying around on the floor right now. Let's see here. Nazi suit. Yes, it is laying around on the floor. And it's laying right there. Of course, how else would it be? Jade Falcon. You have the trait. So Jade and Keonis are going to have the snazzy suits, and now we know whoever has the snazzy suit doesn't need a coat. That's where I was trying to go with this. Glad we figured that one out. Can we check how much power we have from Mercury lamps? Power output is stable? Yeah, the power output is very stable. 375.85 watts, so basically the entire 380 watts 24/7 at all times. Of course, we need to make sure that we have enough mercury up here, but other than that, it's working exactly as it should be. And if we should ever need more, we're just going to pump in or put in a few more lamps. Because right at the moment we're using 230 grams per second for those 4 lamps right here, which is really not too much. That's less than a kilogram every 4 seconds. Goof says, what are the betting odds on getting gloves in the blueprints? Because that's some action I want in on. That's too funny. And I would argue that our odds are pretty damn good on that one. We have another one, and I'm just going to give them out randomly to whatever dupe doesn't have anything, like Brandon here. Again, doesn't matter. Eventually, each and every dupe will have one. It's just a matter of getting there. Okay, so far so good. Our Atmos suits here have been built. Now, the bigger question is, where do we get oxygen from? And I think, at least temporarily, we're gonna go with the same old trick that we did last time until we figure out a better way. Because right at the moment, in F7, we can see we have a bunch in here, but I really would feed this here into our base. So we're probably just gonna go with a filter pump. And I guess we're about to find out if that will crash the game or not. As somebody mentioned earlier. We're gonna build us a filter gas pump, and we're gonna put it somewhere somewhat close to the base. Something like this here. And from here, then in F7, once again, of course, we just need a pipe. That leads us all the way to the top. Maybe this here is not built the best. Let's rebuild this here. Also, let's put us in a bridge. A single one. Not like this. What are you doing? There we have it. And then continue on with our gas pipe out the other side. And bring it in something just like this. That should do. I use the filter pump over taking it directly from the spawn feed, because if I take it directly from the spawn feed, it will not put it into our base anymore. It will basically reduce the output by, in this particular case here, 33%. Every time you put in another gas vent or another output somewhere else, it will reduce the output of the others that are earlier in the chain. So we are trying to avoid that. So that's why I'm going to go with the filter gas pump. Right at the moment, it doesn't matter too much because we clearly have more than enough. But once we dig out more stuff and we get more dupes, it will become a bigger issue. Just want to spend more power. Well, I don't intend this year to run very much. We are coming to space, basically, to, well, build a few more pipes. And other than that, we are only building our rocket real quick. And it's just going to be a carbon dioxide rocket to make our life as easy as possible. So it shouldn't be taking that much power, to be fair. And also rip this out and rip that out. Okay, putting in the piping, we're good. Every gram of O2 that doesn't go into the base this way is 1 gram of O2 you're taking out of the base, so that shouldn't make a difference, just cost the power to pump it twice. I guess you do have a good point with that. It's just more regulated this way. You know what? Screw it. Let's extend this a line here. And do it your way. You do have a good point. We can still leave the pump here for now, I suppose, even though it's just going to be in the way. Let's get rid of it. We will see if we have any problems. The second issue with this here is that it will, of course, take a hell of a lot longer to fill it up. So that is another downside of doing it this way, because we can see how little is actually making it all the way to the top compared to having a pump. So that's really the main downside of what I'm seeing right here, especially if we do it like this here. The gas vent really has to go somewhere else, for example, in here. So not every single piece goes straight out the gas vent if it's not overpressured. So we basically have to change the priority a little bit here. And that is precisely what this setup here will do. Now at the bare minimum, every other package is going up, which should increase what's going up here. Either way though, number 9 priority across the board, please. And then deliver suits, each and every one. So that's going to be helpful. Alright, again, now that will take I guess a hot second is an understatement. A long time to fill this here up, if you like it or not. Should have probably at the bare minimum filled it up the first time with the pump, honestly. That would have been the smarter play. But it's fine. It's not like we need it right this very second. Either way, how are we looking on our codes? We have 3 more dupes that can get one. Again, I'm just going to be, give me a code, randomly clicking on random dupes that are not assigned yet. Words, for example, there we go. Those are our 3 warm codes. Should be assigned to each dupe now, I hope. Of course not, that would have been too easy. Click on it again. I have to do this one by one, really. The one thing that is going to be interesting if you chill to -40 is the never-ending little puddles of CO2. And that is exactly what the problem is going to be, because the condensation point is -48.1 degrees. So we need to keep it below -40, but we need to keep it above -48. So that is kind of the thing that we have going on here. We want the mercury to stay, well, not a liquid, but a solid. But at the same time, we want to not have our CO2 become a problem as well. And that's going to be a slight balance act. We're going to see how that works out for us, though. Looks like our suits are here. The oxygen is coming slowly, very slowly, but steadily. And we should be okay. The only other thing that we need before we can go to space and get us a little bit more research is, didn't we find us somewhere around here, wherever that was? I think it was over here. Was it you? Nope, polluted water. Carbon dioxide. We did have a carbon dioxide vent. And we need to somehow get to this bad boy. Just so we can get more than enough carbon dioxide, even though we could just pump it out from the bottom of the base. But right here, we do have all of our LVO varas. So, they don't want to be out of work either. Especially since we're going to relocate him later on, even further down here. Probably not here, but maybe into this area right here. We will have to see how we're going to do that, but I want to have him as far down as possible to have an basically infinite amount of oxalite. Also, not a storage bin, because I see we are getting full here. We're almost full to the brim as it is. So one more storage bin definitely can't hurt to have in this area right here. Maybe just having it in this tiny little bit of ethanol here so it doesn't outgas. That's the entire idea. Nilmer says, Servus BierTier, nice to catch an early stream. Hi chat, Nilmer, thank you very much for joining. Definitely good that you get to catch a stream today. That's the reason why I'm trying to stream Saturdays a little bit earlier than I would during the week. So you guys in Europe have a chance to also make it in here, if you choose to do so, of course. How many more reed fibers do we have? 28 units. We have one more warm coat laying around, so let's give it to the next dupe on our list and maybe make us another 4 more. I always want to have a few pieces of reed fiber left over. The moment I say that, though, we have only 4 left over, so that's going to be a slight issue. Because atmosuits, of course, break. And if atmosuits break, they have to be repaired. And if they have to be repaired down here, it does cost us 1 reed fiber unit. So we need to be careful with that. We can't run out completely, or we cannot replenish our atmosuits when they break. And that is something we definitely don't want to have happen. Also right here, I just noticed we should probably turn our pump back on. This is just the temporary, I don't know, little area for our petroleum generator right here. And of course, this pipe right here is hooked up straight to this infinite storage over here. And which I see is generating a bunch of polluted oxygen because I haven't looked at it in a long time. All we have to do with this little setup right here is close the top, open the bottom, and then close them all in turn. So we can have an infinite storage that is filled as normal with a liquid vent, but at the same time, we can use a bottle emptier as well. That is the idea behind this setup right here. And it works like a charm. Just has to be done manually every once in a while because I don't really know how to automate it other than using it constantly on a timer. And I just don't feel like doing that. We don't have enough polluted water sitting around that would be an issue enough to try to figure out a better solution for it. What I do want though is a deodorizer. That probably can't hurt. Need a little bit of power for this bad boy. Where are we going to feed that in? Also, this entire power thing here, we really need to redo this. Look at this. That's insanity. No, we can't live like that. Also, especially, more importantly even, we can't live like this. Look at that. Of course, here we have our bombs thanks to our wooden tiles. But still though, we have these wires here all over the place where the dupes are all the time. So we should potentially do something about that rather earlier than later. Let's do that real quick. And I'm thinking about utilizing this area here on the left for it, just because it is ripe for utilization. Jess says, Power Spines is my OCD, I'm judging quietly. Well, give me 10 minutes and then judge again. How about that? Let me see. What can we tear up here? First and foremost, this can not be touched for right now because I don't have another storage for our ethanol, so there's that. But for lower down, we can do something. First of all, let's make us a nice wall right here. 3 tiles out here, 3 tiles out here, 3 tiles out here, and even here. We are going to relocate our door. Going to put in 2 more pieces of wall and 3 out right here. Let's come down another 4. We'll have to wait a little bit because of our heavy wall wire right here. And then another one down here on the bottom, 3 out right there. Obviously, can't really build that right now. The dupes won't be able to make it through anymore. But yeah, this is what that should look like. Of course, ladders, highly important. Let's plop one in all the way to roughly right there. And dig it out too high. We could make it a little bit more efficient by making it closer together. Where it says, oh wait, 8.2 tons of aluminum, you can build a conductive power spine. That is the plan, actually. That is the plan. And yes, they are online. They are most definitely online. They are most certainly erupting, slowly but steadily. The copper just came online, though, so we don't have as much copper. But the aluminum has been running for a hot second. And it's also coming out at 8 degrees, because if you remember last time around, all that we had nearby was salt water. So we filled our loop just very quickly with the salt water that we had right here. And salt water is everything but optimal for cooling down metal volcanoes. It will work, but it will be a problem. So we will have to fix that eventually too, but it's really not a concern. The only question that I have is, should I make it really 4 high? Because I don't need it 4 high. I could put large power transformers in here at a much more efficient rate if I put it close together. But at the same time, it will look like ass. Because it's not the same space as everything else. So I think we're okay. We're gonna leave it as is. We won't need that many, and we can always go lower/higher whenever we have to expand. Of course, the other thing that we have to think of, somehow our wire has to get away from here and has to come over here somewhere/somehow. So I would say with our ladder, we're gonna go all the way down here and all the way up here. And let's make sure that we have a nice way through here into this area here as well. The only thing we need to be a little bit careful of, once this here is built, our dupes with our atmosuits are trying to escape, and vice versa. Dupes without atmosuits are going to try to come down here. So need to be a little bit careful with that, because right at the moment we have this door right here that prevents them from doing so. But once we have this ladder, that's not going to be a thing anymore. So we're just going to build this here to help from the bottom and the top a little bit. But other than that, we cannot leave this connection here actually intact. Also, in F2, or better to say in power, we are talking about heavy conductive wire. We have aluminum, and we are most likely going heavy conductive all the way through here. So let's do that right away. We're going to come up here, and we're going to come up here. That needs to be built so I can rip out the ladder as early as possible. Is there a quick and dirty guideline for when you want to prioritize thermal conductivity versus specific heat capacity? It really depends on what you're trying to accomplish. For example, right down here on the bottom, right? We can take a look at our salt water. Salt water is down here on the bottom. The problem with salt water is not its specific heat capacity or its thermal conductivity. The reason why it is bad for this application is actually it's not its evaporation point, its freezing point of negative 7.5 degrees, which means this pipe sensor here is 8 degrees, and I can't go lower than that or we will freeze it. In other cases though, in this case here, for example, the thermal conductivity is highly important, because what you are mainly trying to cool is not necessarily your steam turbines, because they're fine. As long as they don't reach 100 degrees, it doesn't matter. But down here, the metal tiles is what you try to get as low as possible, and you try to extract heat as much as you can. So thermal conductivity is what we are looking for right here. We are trying to extract as much temperature out of the aluminum into metal tiles, and then from the metal tiles into the liquid as we can. Specific heat capacity, on the other hand, is how long it holds the heat, right? So if I have a very high specific heat capacity, but a very low thermal conductivity, it will take a long time to heat up, but once it's hot, it will also stay hot for a lot longer, and vice versa. So that is probably how I would explain the difference between the two. It always depends on your application, what you're after. Are you trying to move heat fast, or are you trying to store heat? And also, the thermal aqua tuner right here, probably most importantly as a matter of fact, has a cooling factor of negative 14 degrees Celsius. So every time a drop goes through here and it comes out the other side, worth 10 kilograms at a time, it will cool it down by 14 degrees. The higher your specific heat capacity, the more heat you remove. Because it does negative 14 degrees, whether your specific heat capacity is 1 or 1000. It doesn't make a difference to the game in any way, shape, or form. So the higher your specific heat capacity, the more heat you are removing in one go through the thermal aqua tuner, therefore increasing its efficiency. That's another thing that I would keep in mind as well. Does the metal volcano timer put out an energy surplus? No, it does not. Absolutely not. Well, right at this moment here it is, because the thermal aqua tuner is not running, and we are producing about 500, 900 watts. But as soon as the thermal aqua tuner here turns on, it's a different game, because we are using 1200 watts with our thermal aqua tuner. So these two here running at full force, if they are running at full force, which they are doing right this second because it just erupted, will give us a brief power surplus, but in general, usually it's a very, very slight net negative. Very slight for the entire lifetime of it. And that is basically true for this entire build. Just very slight net negative. And right at the moment is exactly happening what I didn't want to happen. We have Paris up here going who knows the hell where. Come back down here to the ground. We have, who is here? William, going all over the place. Come back down here. And then let's go ahead and get rid of 2 pieces of ladder right here real quick. As fast as we can, preferably number 9. And only do buildings for right this second. Maybe right here in the middle. And tear me these 2 here out before that happens over and over again. Even Croc right here trying to escape. Get down here. There we go. I hope we didn't lose too many dupes so I didn't pay attention. You see all those dupes without a suit, those are running around down here? They all came through this ladder. Because down here, below these 2 pieces of ladder, we shouldn't have a single one. And we certainly do. There are probably more dupes in the base right now running around than have a suit on. Eventually I will find them though. Eventually the problem will also solve itself, because once they go down and come back up, they will put it eventually back into the atmosuit. It's just annoying if you have atmosuits all over the place and not where they're supposed to be. Looks like we have 2 missing. We have 1 dupe right here. Do we have another dupe down here anywhere that is currently wearing a suit? Because if not, that means that dupe would be in the base. And that is sure as hell what it looks like, because I don't see a second dupe running around. So 1 dupe is somewhere in this base with a suit on. Oh god. Warm coats, we have 4 of them. Let's give 1 to Barris. And we're just going to move along. And then we're going to start ripping out more wood heaters and see if we can get away with that. Dizzy Diana also gets a coat. Come on, grab your coat. Doc number 27, not a coat for you. And last but not least, Elfie is on the list also for a coat. Printing pod, what do we have here? We have correct-lit eggs. Fortunately, I can keep those alive, can I? What is their temperature? Not DRCO, that ain't it. Greco, please. Livable range, negative 30 degrees. Negative 30 degrees. Yeah, that's gonna be a slight issue. Because those suckers are gonna freeze to death. That truly sucks. Can't really put them anywhere. This area right here is currently hot, but it won't be for much longer. I could put him all the way down here, but I'm really not ready to do this right this very second. And I would really hate it to leave the Dracos alone. And the mealwood is of course another problem, which we can probably... Do we have a seed though? No, we don't. But we could probably find something down here for them if we search long enough. We might find a seed somewhere. Yeah, Dracos are not on the menu today. I may get their eggs anyway though. Even though they die, once we have them once, the chance at least is higher that we get them again and again. Build them a little insulated and heated box and keep them wild until you have a proper spot for them. That is something that I was just thinking of as well. Just to keep them around so they just do whatever the hell they want. Is probably a good way to do this, honestly. Thankfully we have a little bit of time to do this because we just got the eggs and they are at 0% incubation. So let's continue with what we started so we can get this out of the way and we have enough power for that heated box available. We're gonna build us those power transformers right here. And by the way though, I built the walls wrong. These need to be insulated over here. Because the moment we start cooling, obviously the large power transformers are also gonna be detrimental to that. We will also start cooling very soon right here. Just need to be careful that we don't do it too late or our plants here will die, because currently all we're doing is introducing heat over from our entire base, basically anything that generates heat into this area. The only thing that's really cooling it down is all this random stuff over here on the left side. So yeah, let's replace these here with insulated tiles, and then we need to get started with our cooling solution rather earlier than later. Pneumatic door right here can't stay open because we don't have a walkway through here. That's okay. And then right here, our heavy conductive wire needs to come all the way to the top. Also, of course, it needs to be connected somewhere. That somewhere is probably just going to go right here. Yeah, I don't see a reason why not. Conductive joint plate. There you are. And then conductive wire. Just build it into right there. Something like this will connect it all up. That's of course going to be good, because it also helps us with this heavy watt wire here. Most of it can be ripped out on the right side the moment we connect it up. Something like this. And then deconstruct everything coming over all the way to right there. Move the direct-lit eggs over to the spine, and maybe the power converters will keep them warm. I don't think they will generate that much heat though. I think we will need to come up with a different solution, because they're really not producing that much heat. We are negative 11 down here though. I guess we could bring them down here. These have been running for a long time together with this rock crusher right here. Surprised that our snow tiles haven't molten yet. I guess instead of being surprised about it, I should do something about it before it is too late. And replace it all with wood. So yeah, let's take the direct-lit eggs and just move them down here for right this second, so that's not going to become an issue later on. And then while we're at it, in power, let's grab us some conductive wire and start the rebuilding process. Iron right here is not a good idea. We're going to go with copper. The reason is that we have the volcano. We have copper and aluminum. All iron that we currently have was produced by this single metal refinery right here. So we don't want to go with iron if we can avoid it. Let's make sure we take copper. And which one are we going to replace? Probably the one that's right in front of us. That probably makes the most sense. Let's bring this one here up and replace all of this here. And come all the way straight through. At the moment we have it, we will just snip it off from this area right here. You have to give 3 move commands, 1 for each egg. Really? Good God. Can't ever be easy, can it? Let's do it like this. Those are all 3. Alright, so far everything looks like it's making sense. Slowly but steadily, our atmosuit docks here are getting enough oxygen in to start using the first couple of atmosuits right here. Can't really see the first one here very well, but I think it's full, completely full, which is a good thing. The very last one, though, will take probably another, 10 cycles or so. Not a hell of a lot we can do about that, but that's okay. Croc says, IRL transformers have oil inside. They can add options to freeze the oil inside the transformer and it will shut off. Then we need to add some heat to turn it on again? Really? I did not know that. Not gonna lie about it. How about, we have been here for almost exactly an hour. I think it's time to unlock the first blueprint, and let's take a look what we have. Ooh, we already had that one though. There's a little charcoal. It's futuristic, so it must be good. So yes, it looks nice, and I really like the pattern, but we already had it. So we have it at least twice now, if not even more than that. Also right here, 1, 2, 3, 4 tiles, 5th tile down. Let's close it off right here. So this is done properly, as that should have been a while ago, and add 1 more power transformer so we can do this. Also, these here are open, right? Nothing's stopping you from going through and actually building this stuff, so why are you not? That's my question right now. Oh, I know what's stopping you. No, I don't. I was about to say, you can't get to the copper because the copper is right here, but you most definitely can. Thomas is here, says, hey, good evening, everyone. Prost, BierTier. Cheers to you as well. And prost, of course, Thomas. Thank you very much for joining. Bier says, have you exchanged all your duplicate blueprints for spools? No, I haven't exchanged a single one, as a matter of fact. Not since we did it a few weeks/months ago on stream. Since then, I haven't really done anything. Come on, guys. Looks like the spine is coming along. The spine has been connected, at least from our power transformer, but the power transformer itself is still lacking a little bit. Few wires right here. Once we have those in, we can actually snip it off from this transformer down here on the bottom and even get rid of the entire transformer. Another heat source less inside of our base, which the more we can get rid of, the better it is. Temperature in here, -26, -28, -32, and -33. So far, so good. And we shouldn't have any problems. Just gotta keep an eye on our reed fibers right here. We only have 4 mammoths inside of our stable, which should be more than enough though. And our count should have just gone up. No, we just groomed it. We didn't shear it. Come on, somebody build me those last 2 pieces of wire right here. There we go. We have connection, which means we can now legally and officially go ahead and snip this off so it's gone right away. And then deconstruct all the stuff around here that we don't need anymore. And we should be getting back our valuable iron. Very nice. Get rid of the bridge. And more iron has just joined the game. Let's see the conductive wires. Eventually we can replace them all, of course. All these here that we just left earlier can be replaced as well. Can we also build it a little bit nicer? We have to. Actually, it looks not too shabby. The only thing that we could do is this here. Cancel all this nonsense right here. And instead rip it out. There we go. That should save us a little bit. Even though it's not a lot. But better a little bit than nothing at all. And then, of course, right here, we need to continue with it. Once again, built out of copper. Let's come down here. Let's bring it over. Let's hook all this here up. The only thing that we really don't need is the battery anymore. So let's get rid of this battery right here, as well as the manual generator. That's for nothing. So let's rip it out. And also this lamp right here is currently disabled anyway, so we don't need the power wires for it anymore either. Goof says maybe it's a good idea to remove the 2 doors closed to the stables to keep out some heat and place a new one at the bottom. Replace the 2 doors in the stables. You mean these here? Or you mean these here on the left side? Because at the moment, it's actually a good thing that we have those doors, because they're actually letting some cold in. It's colder currently on the left than it's on the right. So if you're talking about these here are actually a good thing for now. Later on, of course, not anymore, but right now they're actually good. But so far, so good. It looks like all this here is being put in, as that should be. Also, what I hate to see is this wire right here. It's time to get rid of all the normal wires. Yeah, that's not gonna fly. What else can be replaced? These 2 here, I want to also get rid of completely, if at all possible. We just need to feed a wire over here, which should be comparatively easy. Right at the moment, I just built this here somewhere so we can see it's accidentally 5, where it shouldn't be 5. It should really be 4 high, kind of like here. Earlier, I just didn't count right. Goof says, yes, the 1 liter transformers, but I see your point. Yeah, right at the moment, they're not doing anything. They're not producing any heat because no power wire is connected. So right at the moment, they're just sitting there, with the exception of this one here on the very top. We can let some ice temp shift plates if we need to cool the space. Darn, this old phone's autocorrect. I got you, Goof. Don't worry about it. In any way, shape, or form, also our water right here is getting low. I need to find a spot where we have some ice laying around. For example, right here. Just tell the dupes to clean this here up, because all the ice that's laying right here will go straight into our bins. There is even more ice, even better. Let's get rid of this stuff. Not with a high priority or anything, but at the moment I have nothing better to do. Fill up my storage bins here. So we are actually making some headway with getting rid of more and more ice and converting it to water. So our spawn here never ever stops. Back to our power problem though. This one here in the bottom will be the next one. It's just a real sucker, because later we have to rebuild it again. Latest when we get rid of this petroleum generator here, which will happen eventually. Right at the moment I want to leave it here just for a few more minutes to make sure that we don't have any power issues. But eventually it will become a problem that we need to take care of. So let's grab us more copper. And let's come one down and then over. And basically, yeah, it's gonna suck a little bit. It's just gonna suck a little bit. I can't help it. It is just what it is. Let's do this here. Let's just make sure we are not accidentally running out of our copper. And rebuild as much of this stuff right here with copper wires. All the way over here. And then what else is hooked up to here? Ah, yeah, that's right. Our pump that we barely ever use is hooked up to it. And then down here on the bottom, of course, also our lamp. Good. Even though this lamp right here... Yeah, we're not going to do that. As it's just a waste. I think we are going to do something slightly different here. I mean, we can get rid of the heavy watt wire, though. Basically all the way to the top of the base. And the heavy watt wire will not start up until the point we are down here on the bottom. So that's probably a better mousetrap. Actually, we are going to waste a little bit of copper. Now that I think about it again, it makes sense to waste this copper right here, quote-unquote wasted. Nothing's ever really wasted, right? But in this case here, it does make sense to do it this way. I have those plates in the Bama stable to cool the plume squashes. What plates? Oh, temp shift plates. I think the plume squashes are alright though. They're currently at a temperature of negative 32 degrees. Mainly though, because we have this big piece of just random stuff up here that is currently providing cooling downwards. This here is actually the reason why this table here on top, even though it has BAMAs in it, is much colder than the one down here in the bottom. So that is actually a very good thing for us right now, because we are exchanging the heat from the BAMAs just with the environment right here. So not digging this here out and putting in tiles was done by design. That is, or it was by planned, let me put it this way. But so far, we are looking very, very good. I really like what we have done so far. And we are just getting better by the minute. It's just a matter of getting more oxygen up here, really. Come on. I guess we could already use our first atmosuit docks, which will just prolong the entire process a little bit, but should be okay in the long run. Let's take a look here. When we come up here, we can go through this, we can go up here, we can go down there. We can go over here. If I rip this one tile out, we can go down, up, over. All this here works. Right here is where it becomes a problem. We will need one piece of ladder that lives right here. Right here we can go through, but then we can't go down. So let's rip this here out. And these two right here. Actually, these two and these four right here. So this bonbon tree here can grow fully. The right side is currently covered, so those branches haven't grown between right now and the last meteor shower. But that allows us then to come down here, all the way down, all the way back up, all the way through. Right here we can't come down, so these two have to go. So we can come down, come up right here, which we can't do because it's 3 high. All the way through, all the way up, all the way over. All this here works. This here does not. This here works. And then we can go ahead and plop in something that looks just like this here. Yeah, that should work. The only problem that I see is this one tree right here. But it has only grown 18%, so we're just going to rip that bad boy out. Let's come down with the pipe all the way through here. And then right here, let's put in more ladders, just so we can get up here. We can rip all of this stuff here out so it's not in our way. This here will fall down anyway, but let's give it a command just for good measure. Come all the way through. And then over here, once we make it this high, we need to rip these two tiles out so we can make it down. This one right here so we can make it all the way down. This one right here to make it back up. And we're just gonna keep on going. We don't care. We're just gonna put in pipes. Pipes for days. As many as we can muster. Or at the bare minimum, as far as we can see. And now that we have atmosuits, that is also 8 feet. That is at the bare minimum accomplishable. So let's see. Of course, the digger comes first, going on and digging. Actually, this one here we don't even need. It's only 1 wide. My mistake. Abby says, oh, are you tapping the tree by putting the pipe? Yes, those trees here are just growing on the very top. They are coming down, as a matter of fact, with meteor showers. So if we can tap them, we should. The meteor showers don't damage our pipes. Once the trees are fully grown, and the branches have fully grown, they actually shake off the snow and ice by themselves. So just putting in a liquid pipe, and the liquid pipe then comes, we can see it right here, just from all sorts of directions. It's a complete spaghetti mess, all the way down here, and into an infinite storage for nectar. That is the entire idea right here, and what I just noticed is, we can see this pipe here was built, and then it was actually covered by snow later. So that wasn't done by me. We can just extend this one up, and extend this one up as well. We can do all of that without a big issue. At night, they're not growing, but during the day, there are several more that are not hooked up. I was not aware of that. There we go. Let's hook this one here up. This one is full to the brim, so the moment they build it, it is actually ready. It says harvest ready to give us its wonderful, wonderful nectar. Are there any more that I missed? Doesn't look like it on first glance. Nilmer says, a world of pipes. It may look weird, but it's very effective. Did I miss anything else? There's a random single piece right here. There may have been a tree that got annihilated when I built this here. That may well be. But yeah, everything's nice. Here on the right side we have a few more, but we worry about those when we worry about them. Especially considering that our infinite storage here is almost an infinite storage. This one tile is only 500 kilograms in it. So once we reach 1,000 here, the infinite storage will actually do what it is supposed to do. And that is hold an infinite amount of stuff, of course. Someone know how much time I need to play Oxygen Not Included in a week to have new blueprints? I'm pretty sure is it 30 minutes per blueprint or an hour? So it's either an hour and a half or 3 hours total. Reminds me of the old screensaver. Oh, I know precisely what you're talking about, and that is hilarious. And it's very true, that old screensaver, what was that, Windows XP, where all the pipes just going around on the screen randomly? That is funny. And we have Kagan here live, says, hey Bier, catched you live, finally, been watching the VODs. Hey Kagan, that is awesome. I'm glad you made it today. So I can say hello to you personally. And of course, thank you very much for joining. It's awesome always to see people that I usually don't see that often in here, but I do read your comments, for example. So, yeah. How are we doing with our stuff right here? Of course, the bridges, I didn't replace them yet. Can I actually build over them? I'm not 100% sure about that one. No, I can't. That would have been too easy. So let's go ahead and rip them out manually, each and everywhere. We have one left over. Wire bridge, wire bridge, wire bridge. So many bloody wire bridges. That should be the last of them. And then replace them all with conductive ones. BierTier is responsible for the fact that I didn't play Oxygen Not Included for a week. Yeah, but I'm also responsible for the game you have been playing instead, am I not? Not out of iron, please. Alright, that should be all of it. Still looks like spaghetti. We haven't really fixed the spaghetti problem, but that problem we will solve in due time. At the moment, it's just a matter of let's replace all the other stuff and hook it up to our appropriate power spine and then go from there. Of course, this wire here is still a little bit high because it is connected to all of those gas pumps right here. Other than that, we're looking good. I think slowly but steadily we can think about how we're gonna go about cooling our base. Your 2 wrong-directed liquid bridges in the last stream made me watch your entirety of the last stream. Good tactics. I believe it was professionally executed, says Gumdoll. Well, good. Maybe I need to place a few more in the wrong direction, if that works. That is too funny, though. It's like, he fucked that up. He's probably gonna fuck it up again. I want to see that. Rock says, damn, I have 94 hours in Timberborn in 6 days. It's more than my work week. And that's what I like to call a professional right there. Okay, let's see. What else can we tear up here? And how can we make our power wire here a little bit more efficient? We can, for example, split it off a little bit. This area here on the top can stay on the top, but this one here that goes currently through the entirety of the base, we could try to make it more efficient by using a wire that comes all the way through. Maybe extend this one here down in this manner, and then get rid of most of the stuff that's down here on the bottom. And then maybe break the one up that's completely overloaded down here on the bottom into this one here, which we will feed out of here instead. In this case right here, though, we're gonna leave this here alone. Yeah, we're gonna leave this here alone. As soon as this here is built, we're just gonna get rid of this length of wire right here. Valentino is here, says, hi, just joined, sending love from the Philippines. And I'm going to send love back to the Philippines. It's always nice to see people from different countries here. Let me know if you are from or where you're from. I love to read this kind of stuff. I love to see where you guys are from. It's really amazing to see people from Brazil, people from the Philippines, really all over the world. It's just amazing to me. So Valentino, greetings to the Philippines, and thank you very much for joining. Cabral says, these games are more like work. They are indeed. They are indeed. You know, it's funny that, you know, for my own mental health and, you know, relaxation, what am I doing beside my job of being an engineer? Playing a game where engineering plays a big role. Cabral is from Mexico. That is awesome. Word says, are you going to try to thread the needle and avoid any liquid CO2, because doing that would require some sort of multi-stage thermal control, but a close approximation could be achieved with just a single sensor and aquatuner. That is the route I am trying to go for. A single sensor and 2 thermal aquatuners, as a matter of fact. That is what I had in mind. Oh, well, that's going to work. I guess we will find out together shortly. But that is what I had in mind. And yes, I am trying to thread the needle. Jazz is currently in Scotland. Very nice. Gabriel, of course, I know you're Brazilian. Gabriel. Nightcar is also in Scotland. I guess you can have a whiskey together with Jazz. And Goof is in Belgium. That's awesome. Keona says that's because engineering is fun, the work part is not. I know, right? Engineering is the fun part. Where it says might get an occasional drop of liquid CO2, but likely not a serious issue. I hope that is true. I mean, that it's not a serious issue. Preferably, I would never have a drop, but, you know, probably won't be able to have it all. That's how it usually is in life. So up here on the top, we have now 1140. It's not too bad. It's still connected right here as well, by the way. So let's get rid of this here, so we have another wire that we can split off right here. Probably what I'm going to do is I'm just going to come with this wire here all the way straight through. For that I will need a little bit more resources. What's my copper volcano doing? You sleeping, brother, or what? Oh, there's 77 kilograms all the way over here. That's what I'm wondering about, but I guess 77 kilograms is not going to make that big of a difference. But it's going to erupt again soon, so we can build more. Down here on the bottom, we currently have 480 watts on it, which is basically nothing. What can we split off of here? I mean, the easiest solution would probably be those massage tables right here. That would immediately get us below our threshold for the other wire that we currently have. That would make it very easy. But at the same time, the massage tables are not in use, so the truth is, we don't need power for those bad boys at all. So, yeah, I need to take a closer look here, because this wire right here just runs all the way down here right now, which is also something that we don't need anymore. I guess the Bamos here are growing now, because there are only 2 left in here, and there are 1, 2, 3, 4... Yeah, 4 plume squashes that I can see. So slowly but steadily their scales should be growing, because they are getting food at least every once in a while. But it's probably negligible. And still rather pointless. Because we tried in the beginning to keep those here wild. But the problem is the plume squashes right here, when we take a look at those. They have a growth cycle of... Not right here. Right here. Life cycle in wild, 36 cycles. So those Bambas here basically never get to eat. It's just enough to sustain them, but never enough to actually get them to grow their scales, or hair in this particular case, I suppose. So we should probably get rid of this here down, down here. That's just pointless, a waste of resources, time, everything, now that we have a proper stable. And let's get back our resources for all of this stuff. Where it says, what about using a coolant block or pool without any additional automation just to even out the coolant temperatures? Heat exchanger, basically. Also something that we can try with, but I think we should be able to go relatively minimalistic here. I think. Hush Baby Sylvanas is here. Waves. I'm waving back. You just can't see it. You have to trust me on that one. And Mohamed is here, says, wow, this is the first time I see this new pack. It looks like a whole new world. It really is. I mean, if you happen to join the stream right when I'm on this screen here, you're like, what in the hell are you actually playing, man? It looks really completely different if you haven't seen the pack before. But it's definitely worth it. So if you don't have it, and of course if you can afford it, so don't go out on a limb on it. But if you can, I highly recommend it. It's a hell of a lot of fun. And just completely new challenges to overcome, new stuff to try. That is, of course, stuff that I personally enjoy a lot, and I believe a lot of you do as well. The Oxyfern right here, unless you have a good dupe. Do we have a good dupe? Cooking. That ain't it. Operating. Priest husbandry, cannot do researching. Immune to food poisoning. I mean, that would be another engineer right here, if nothing else. And we have Travaldo in suit wearing, increase the core but snores loudly, gains morning attribute bonuses. Don't know. I think I'm just gonna go with the Oxyfern for right now. Chris is here, says, thank you for your Oni streams, really enjoy them and learning a lot. Thank you, Chris, for watching them either live or as a VOD. I truly appreciate that. That is some really great support. Thank you for that. Are you queuing up research? Should probably. We can research basically everything right now that has applied sciences in it. Just trying to not do something that we don't need, because at the moment, you know, might as well save a little bit on power while we don't have to. And the truth is, right at this moment, everything that we need, we have. We could maybe go into here so we have it available when we need it. Red ball containment, don't really need that for anything. Lead suits, pointless. Decontamination, forget about it. Molecular forge, too early. Oxalide refinery, unnecessary. Transit tubes, don't need them right this second. Portrait, pointless. I guess we could also get us the memory tar or right now. Really, stuff that we will need next will be in data analysis. That is what we will need eventually. For example, right here for a meteor blaster that could be helpful in the future. Of course, the research reactor further up, all the way down here. Cryofuel, hydrogen engines. and on top of here, the big petroleum rocket. Those are all stuff that we need. Even the small petroleum engine would be a good step up from right now. But those are probably the main things that we need right this very second. Okay, so far so good. Somebody said in chat, I read it, but I don't think I read it out loud, that something is still connected somewhere. And you are correct right there. Thank you for the tip, whoever that was. I can't find it right now. Who said that? Lesnicius? I don't know how to pronounce that. I apologize. I believe your grid is still connected to an old transformer with a normal wire. You're 100% correct, and I appreciate that. Would have definitely not noticed that. Will you then also play Stardew's? I don't know what Stardew's is. What's the best combination of interest for digging? For digging, it's literally digging. Let me take a look in our skills right here. We have, for example, Doc number 27. He is digger and he is builder. And in my opinion, if you want a good digger, to make him also a builder at the same time is always a good thing. But also, for example, a builder together with a mechatronics engineer is a very great combination. Farming, of course, crop tending together with ranching is a great combination. Researching is a great combination, really with anything. So, yeah, there are a lot of good combinations out there. We can get rid of this one right here. It just sits here, consumes energy, and doesn't do a damn thing anymore. So we're going to get rid of it. What else did I miss in chat real quick? Research takes water, dirt, electricity, and one dupe. And I think if it's not necessary, don't do it. Very true. If you don't need it, don't do it. I do eventually like to get through the entire research tree, though. It also needs power, for example, for our repo generators right here, for our material study terminal. And it also needs data banks, for which we will have to go to space for our virtual planetarium. There are quite a few variables going on here. What is your plan for the stream? Well, we are about to start. Right at this moment, we are just trying to figure out our insane power situation down here. At the moment we are done with that, I want to get started with building a very small carbon dioxide rocket to go to space. And we also want to try to cool down our entire base, because we can see, maybe I can visualize that a little bit better with the relative temperature right here. Let's see. Yeah, that looks like a pretty good view right here. So green is going to be negative 27 degrees. That is still too warm. Where we really want to be is at roughly negative 40 degrees. Let me see if I can find a spot for it. So right at the moment, negative 42 degrees would be green. And we can see right here the igneous rock is a negative 42 degrees and it's nice and green. Everything that's more on the orange or red side is too hot. Which means basically our entire base is too hot. And I would like to get all of this here in the view that we are currently in to get it to green. Is that doable? I don't know, because I have never done anything like it on such a large scale. There's also really no need to ever do that, but in this case here, I want to build, let's just take a random building. An incubator right here, which I can't do, or I can actually, out of Mercury. And I want to have it here, I want to have it operating, and I don't want it to melt on me. That is what I'm trying to figure out. Stardew is a sort of RimWorld-like game controlling a spaceship, sort of like a more finely grained, less aesthetically polished space haven. Stardew is a broken ship space that you're rebuilding. A survival builder that is top down. Meh to me. Rushing steam then? Oh, we already have steam. Steam turbines are available. What's going on with this wire right here? Why are you blinking horrendously? What? What am I missing? Did I forget a single piece of wire somewhere? Maybe. Yes, I did. Right there. Because we can't reach it. That is why this entire bloody wire here is blinking like it's about to explode. That is exactly the reason. Thankfully, that's an easy fix. We're going to turn off the pump. We're going to rip out this mesh tile right here. And then we're going to replace it as that it should have been all along. Come on, fix it. Fix it and fix it fast. Thomas says, I'm looking forward to what you'll do with the geovents at the bottom. It's easy to just let it run with 10 to 15 steam turbines, but letting it run with water. But it seems you have nice other uses too. I mean, apparently you can make any material with it, from what I've briefly read about it. I haven't really looked too deep into it, to be quite honest. The reason for it is, it's more interesting to me personally to just try it. You know? I want to try it out myself. Going and reading a tutorial of some guy that has spent the last 4 hours messing around in Sandbox, that's the easy part, right? But figuring it out in a live game, that's a nice challenge that I personally would enjoy. So once we get down there, we're definitely going to mess around with that. Like for example, I want to try to put anything in there. Molten glass. Let's see what happens. I have no idea, but we will find it out together. It's that simple. Okay. What I said a long time ago, what it feels like to me at least, is right here. We have this carbon dioxide vent, and we are going to snag this carbon dioxide vent. It's just a matter of how the hell do we get over here the easiest. We already have a pass that comes all the way to right here without a big problem. So we could, theoretically... Yeah, there's really nothing stopping us from just making our way straight through here, three wide, and all the way to right there. Then come with a ladder, maybe right around here, straight up, to right around there. Then go 4 high, all the way to right there. That was 1 too many, and only 2 high. How did that happen? That is 1 too high. God grief. Come on, mouse. There we go. Of course, that's not going to fly all by itself, especially since this tree here has to go. And especially also because we need at the bare minimum 1 ladder right here in the middle. Thomas says there's not much information available at all. I'm trying and failing around with it right now too. There's not. I would have assumed that someone out there would have gone full nuts into sandbox mode the day it was released and tried to put in any potential material that's possible and see what happens and wrote some kind of wiki entry about it. Is that not what happened? And he says if you want a temperature of 40 degrees, ethanol is a resource that you can use for use, but it's highly inefficient. Yes, we can use, where is it? Ethanol right here. And the problem with the ethanol is right here. The specific heat capacity is at 2.4, but it does have a freeze point of a negative 114 degrees, which makes it perfect for this application. But what is a better thing, or a better mousetrap, is Nectar. Because Nectar has almost twice the specific heat capacity, which means it's twice as efficient. The thermal conductivity is at 0.6, where this one here is at 0.1. So yes, ethanol is in each and every metric worse except the freeze point. But even here, Nectar is at negative 82 degrees, which is much lower than we will ever need. So Nectar is actually the perfect medium for this endeavor. So that is the plan. We're going to use Nectar. Also, mop this stuff here up. Maybe not the carbon dioxide, but at least the ethanol we're going to grab. We're going to put it back here into our storage area. By the way, how are you guys doing down here? Eventually, we have 4 spigot seals in here. Eventually, we will have to come up with a way to store this ethanol right here. Probably a simple infinite storage, just so it's out of our way and we don't ever have to think about it again. But for right now, it looks like we still have a little bit of space to go. Valentino says, oh, haven't encountered Nectar yet? Yeah, Nectar is an insane material, actually, that they added to the game here. The polymer press can use it. We have used it before. You can see here we have our pump that we can connect up at will to either the pipe down or the pipe over that goes to wherever we need it. But at the same time, it's also a perfect coolant. It is an amazing coolant, as a matter of fact. What are those flashy lights? The flashy lights down here on the bottom are the new Mercury ceiling lights. The Mercury ceiling light is putting out an insane amount of light. All the way on the bottom at 20,000, right here 3 tiles right above it at 30,000, and all the way on the top at 60,000 lux. We need that for our bonbon trees. So our spigot seals have something to eat, and they will give us, of course, ethanol for it. And then down here on the bottom, we can also use them to power solar panels. usually those lights don't flash. Those lights here, and I need to pause the game for that, have a requirement of 130 grams per second of mercury. But if you choke it off to 65 grams per second, once they are at, you see here, powering up at a 100%, they will still give out its full capacity of light, but at the same time, you use only 50% of its requirements, and that is both mercury, so only 65 grams per second of mercury, and only 30 watts effectively of power. So you're basically just using half of the stuff and still get full output. That may be fixed one of those days. I'm actually surprised it hasn't been fixed yet, but as long as it works, oh, we are most definitely going to use it. And we are not going to regret it for a second either. Are we on copper? 300 kilograms, still not really optimal, I suppose. This here is now blinking, and that is okay. And we can kind of see right here, it's still using 60, but it's using 60 on and off. This is actually a beautiful example. You can see it on screen right now. Conductive wire goes back and forth between 0 and 60. So on average, the consumption is not 60 watts anymore. On average, the consumption is 30 watts. And that's the way that you have to calculate it. So it's very, very good. Distinctive foxes, I stopped using those bonbon trees as the snow requirement was insane and it's hard to make. And that is exactly the reason why I only have 2 bonbon trees in here that we are actually feeding with snow, which only support 2 bonbon trees are good enough for 4 spigot seals. The requirements that he's talking about is 100 kilograms per cycle. So we need 200 kilograms per cycle, and we currently have snow 79 tons. So we should be good for a hot minute here, without any issues, with the system that we have going. And with everything else that we have going for us right now. For example, right here we have 3,000 kilograms worth of hydrogen, plus a hell of a lot also in our infinite storage already. Power-wise, we should be okay for a hot minute. Okay. Enough talking, more building. Right here we have one more that we can utilize and another one right here. Let's bring this one over first and foremost, and then deconstruct all of this stuff right here and get us back our iron, which will also help out with this wire here to stabilize it a little bit more. It's currently being fed from this large power transformer. The ultimate goal is to get rid of both of those power transformers and this entire piece of heavy watt wire right here. Yeah, that is where I want to get to before we move on here. I just want to get rid of this stuff here because it just produces heat for no reason. And also the dupes have to come here every single cycle to grab food out of the fridge. So the more wire here that we can get rid of, the better it is in the long run as well. How's our digging efforts going? Digging efforts are going very well. We can almost see this thing right here, which is good. Valentino says, do you have a battery bank? I do not have a battery bank as of this moment. It's also not really required right now because most of our most of our power is really coming from the solar panels and our steam turbines here and there. Our hydrogen generators basically don't turn on anymore. You can see it. This cycle, 0% so far. Well, the cycle just started, so technically speaking, it hasn't done anything, but only 17% in the last cycle. Last 5 cycles on average, 11%. So it's really not that much that these are actually doing anything right this moment. And we have more than enough mercury on this map. If I want them to stop running completely, I just build this entire setup one more time right here below it and be done with it. But at the moment, it's totally fine. Might as well use the hydrogen that we have. All this here is built very nicely. This power transformer here can now go. Make sure you have enough hydrogen storage. Oh, it's infinite. I think that's enough. Infinite is usually a good number to work with. By switching the iron wires to copper, that will also be at some point down the road, yeah. But at the moment, we really don't have enough copper. Who is suffocating? What? Oh, because you guys are running all the way over here. Yeah, of course. The slower dupes are not too happy about that, especially since you have to go through the ethanol. Maybe we should fix that real quick here. How about we build us right here, right here, right here, and right here a ladder. Gonna go ahead and mop all this stuff here up so your little footsies don't get wet all the time. That should be helpful. And then, of course, dig this up. Get some atmosuits? We don't need them for over here. Unless we find something insane while digging right here, we are only going to tame this thing here real quick and then move on like nothing has ever happened. How are we doing up top here? We found more trees. We could have seen that coming. Dupes. Let's make our life very easy. Get rid of all of this here. Which should then immediately allow you to put in a few more of these here. Might as well. The only problem is we can't get down here. So, may have to hold off on that. The one that hasn't grown will get ripped out. And then, let's see here. Cancel this one and that one. And then instead, grab us the liquid pipe and bring it down here instead. And straight through. Screw it. Let's grab us those last 3 trees here in the back as well. Also, do this here a little bit faster, guys, will you? So you don't have to go anymore through the ethanol, which should be helpful. Okay, to tame this thing here, we are going to make our life extremely easy. We will see here in a second once I can click on it. It emits carbon dioxide at 500 degrees Celsius, which normally is a problem, right? In our case here, though, it will not be, because we are on an extremely cold planet. So what we're going to do is we are going to put in a steel pump, just to be safe. We are not going to use insulated tiles around here. All we're going to use is bog standard tiles made out of whatever has the highest thermal conductivity. This seems to be granite. And we are just basically allowing the environment to tame it for us, because we don't need a lot in any way, shape or form, at least not for right now. If we need more in the future, we can always fix it. But right now, all we need is enough for a rocket that is somewhere up here. So, we're gonna make us our life as easy as humanly possible. So, let's do precisely what I just said. We're literally gonna come along here. Gonna come along, well, eventually down here. But for right now, this here will do. Let's replace these 2 tiles. Then go to ventilation, grab us a pump, a gas pump made out of steel. And put it right here. This will have to go. Okay, then in F2, we will need, in power, of course, a power wire made out of anything. And gonna come somewhere down here so we can use it. And the same is, of course, gonna go for where we are in ventilation. We're gonna use a normal gas pipe just to come out and down. And then eventually we're probably gonna insulate it or something. Nah, we are negative 60 degrees. That will actually be a good thing to use a normal pipe here instead of an insulated one. So this here will be all that we need. At the moment we can hook it up to power and whatnot, we're just gonna close it off and be done with it. But give me 1 second, guys. I need to grab me a drink. I'll be right back. Alright, that's much better. Valentino says, get some automation too? Yeah, should be okay. Jazz says, suddenly I feel a lot more safe with my conductive spa, my dear. Negative 60 means there's a risk of the CO2 transitioning in the pipes given its very low SHC. That's a meaningful risk. That is actually a meaningful risk, especially since we let this pipe here fill up. You are very correct about that. I did forget about that part. That is actually a bigger risk than you can imagine. It's not just a risk, it's definitely going to happen. Latest, when our rocket is full, And we are not pumping anything out of here anymore. And that will happen one way or another eventually. So yeah, we cannot go here with normal pipes. We have to go insulated if we like it or not. At least for the beginning. Let's bring this stuff here all the way through as well. Might as well put that in. All the way to over here. Over here where it becomes a little bit more humane. We can then switch over to a little bit more of a normal pipe and save us a bunch of material, because that's going to be a long pipe for no particular reason. Jazz says, see y'all later, chat. Gotta go. Jazz, thank you very much for joining, and I hope you have a great rest of your day. No dupe stuck out here. Wow, I am honestly surprised that no dupe came over here and tried to kill himself. That is highly unusual. Okay, let's build this stuff here. The only thing that is also going to hurt is the wire. And when I say hurt, I mean obviously from a perspective of pure resources. It's going to hurt a lot to bring a wire that far over, but you know, sometimes you have to do what you got to do. And we're just going to build it as soon as we have enough copper available. Build it with copper as far as we can. One more tile. And then go from there. How do cooling inside containers work? Does it depend on the building material, or is it a fixed amount? For example, the CO2 in the gas container. CO2 in the gas container? Do you mean like this gas reservoir right here? It interacts with its environment. For example, this storage bin right here, that's all we are doing right here. We are heating up the water, and the water interacts with the ice in here, exchanging heat. But the truth is, I actually don't know if it makes a difference what my storage bin is built out of. I have never tested that. I honestly don't know. Can you move the shine bugs to your solar panels? There's really no point in doing so, because they're running at full capacity at all times. And these two right here are actually my light source for my lab. We can later on grab a shine bug, maybe, a handful of them, and put them in a room with our solar panel and see how that goes. But putting him to where we are right now is really pointless. Also, where are those 25 kilograms of steel, guys? Guess I shouldn't worry too much about it. Can we build this here? Yes, we can. Everything should be reachable all the way through. Not sure why nobody's working on it, but that's fine. Either way around though, what we're going to do in the meantime, we're going to build us a ladder up here. And in rocketry, we're going to grab us a rocket platform, and we're just going to put it somewhere relatively high up. That's really all we need. Somewhere right there. What is it built out of? I didn't pay attention. Iron, 800 kilograms, that's fine. Let's build it right here. And we are not going to use it too much. It's also a CO2 rocket. So it's not really creating that much heat that we have to worry about our snow or anything down here too much. So that should be no problem whatsoever. Also, this bonbon tree is slowly but steadily growing. While I'm here, might as well take a quick look. I like to do that every once in a while to make sure that all the branches are fully grown, and if they're not, that there is no snow covering the branches. Kind of like right here. This branch right here cannot grow because there is a piece of snow in the way. Other than that, I really don't see anything on the first glance, so everything looks perfectly fine. Jade Falcon is here. Jade, welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for joining today. Truly appreciate that. We're currently building just a tiny little bit of an area to try to tame this carbon dioxide vent right here. So we have a little bit of carbon dioxide available for our carbon dioxide rocket that we're just going to send to space for research reasons. And then we're going to try to cool down the entire base. Jade Falcon is frost proof. That is very true. Jade and what was it? Kionis, I believe. Right here. 2 more pieces, and when I see here we have 30 units, that means we can easily build us another 4 units of warm coats without getting too low on our stock. our Bamas are thankfully keeping on producing more and more. Highborn Chase is here. Welcome, Highborn Chase. That's awesome. And Chase says I'm Canadian, so that's fitting. That is, in fact, very fitting. I really wish this copper volcano here had a higher output. That would be really nice to see, but I guess we can't have it all. What are we doing down here with our aluminum, by the way? What's our temperature of our cooling loop right now? Still 8 degrees. Yeah, that's just the max we can get out of this bad boy. That's all there is. Sucks, but it's what it is. The other thing that I wanted to do a while ago, actually, was insulated gas pipes over here. Not built out of obsidian, though. That's insane. Let's build it out of what do we have most? Igneous. And just bring it through here. After we save the game. There we go. And just connect it right here. So this here will actually start running. We can see it not here, but here. Actually, right here too, I suppose. This is a warm area. Not that hot, though. You guys got to keep in mind if I have the relative temperature or the absolute temperature turned on. It's still only 4 degrees here, but it's very rare right now due to this setup. And our anti-entropy thermonullifier will help us rectify that problem. Also, we're lacking refined carbon, I just realized, so we need to go wood to refined carbon. The ratio is not that good as with coal. Coal goes from 125 kilograms to 100 kilograms, where wood goes from 100 kilograms to 50. But coal, we only have 3,000 kilograms, where wood, we have 72 tons. So I don't really care too much, honestly. If you make 50 of them, we are fine. And let's grab us more steel. We are down to 650 kilograms, so we might as well. Is the anti-entropy thermonullifier very inefficient if running in CO2? It's certainly not the most efficient, but also its consume is 10 grams per second. I mean, it's basically negligible. We're using 6 kilograms of this stuff per cycle. It's really nothing, honestly. Nothing to be worried about at the bare minimum. Not with the output that we have, and especially since we're barely using our hydrogen generators in the first place. Okay, have we built this here now? Yes, we have. Very good. So our ladder right here, I built it 1 too far to the left for some reason. I'm not entirely sure how I messed that up, but here we are. Bring it all the way to the top right here. Grab us a little bit more mercury on the top while we are at it. And then, dupes, go ahead and clean this area here out. And it's running right now. We can see it on this screen here actually better than on the absolute temperature, because the absolute temperature is just blue. So relative temperature, we can see it. It is working. It is doing what it's supposed to do. Is it as efficient as if it were, let's say, hydrogen? Of course, the answer is no. But at the moment, it's also going to help cool down this area while we are making more steel. So that is also a relatively important part of the equation of why I turned this here on, because otherwise you're just going to heat this area back up more and more and more once again. I'm trying to avoid that at least a little bit of countermeasure here. Certainly won't hurt. Kagan says, since we have the power, you can close the gap to the alveolars and pump the CO2 at the right side to the left. You mean the other way around, from the left to the right? Yes, we could theoretically dig in here. Theoretically, we could just make it a straight line across here, but I mean, it doesn't matter too much. It doesn't matter too much right this moment. I do want to go a little bit lower, though, if I can. The only problem is we are getting a little bit hot right here. But we could just do it anyway, because who cares, right? We do have salt water right here, though. That is a tiny little bit annoying. What do we have right here? Cold abyssalite. 32 degree abyssalite. So we are still not in the oil biome, if there is one, that is. You know what? Screw it. Let's go lower. And let's see what is down here on the bottom. I should maybe make it a little bit smarter, not go all the way down yet. Let's meet right here where the sand is, and maybe I can get rid of the salt water and divert it somewhere over here, just so it's out of our way. Why is it so important to keep everything cold? Because everything in the DLC wants to be cold. For example, our pike apple bushes right here, which is our main source of food right now. Body temperature, low temperature of -55, a high temperature of -14. So if our base goes above -14, all of our pike apple bushes will die. And even the critters right here, they won't die. But when we look in here, they really like it cold. But a comfortable range is -30 to 100, and if at all possible, we should try to stay there. The livable range is okay, of course, but comfort is always better than just livable, right? How are we doing? Not down here, up here. Okay, the last few pieces are being built. We don't have anywhere to put our nectar though, so for right this moment, all we can do is something like this here, get it out of our way. It's not stuck in there. And then probably, we might as well research this thing here. So I think temporarily what I'm going to do is, I'm just going to put a mechanized airlock in here so it opens and closes faster. So we have access to it, and if we let a little bit of carbon dioxide out, the truth is nobody cares. It's fine. And as soon as we have it researched and we get the data bank out, we are golden in that regard as well. Staffcore says, "Hi BierTier, first time seeing you live, but I watch your videos all the time and use your builds all the time." Staffcore, that is really awesome, and I truly appreciate the support, and I'm really happy that my videos and my streams are helping you out. That is exactly why I do it. So yeah, that is great to hear. Let's box this here in. One more piece of ladder. I did not realize the AETN could function while submerged. Submerged? Oh, you're talking to Gumdoll. I see. I was like, wait a second, I don't have any fluid down here. And by the way, guys, I keep forgetting to mention it all the time. The people that have been here in streams before know it. But if you have not liked the stream yet, I would highly appreciate it if you could do so, because it helps me out greatly and it doesn't cost a dime. And of course, if you're enjoying the stream and you want to be notified next time there is a new stream, happens every Saturday and at the moment also every Thursday with different games across the board, feel free to hit that subscribe button as well. Again, that is of course free as well. Looking good in here. Just need to get this door here powered so it opens and closes faster. And at that point, get the ice out of here. The last few pieces, then we can dig it up and we can get all of the carbon dioxide out of here, even the oxygen. We can just pump that stuff right at the moment anywhere. And then right here with our insulated gas pipe. Nothing here is really pretty, to be very honest with you. But what choice do we have? Let's bring it through the base. All the way through. And up this ladder right here. And I may have to find me a better solution for this gas vent. How about right here? Why don't we just put you straight down? Just out of the way for right now. Wouldn't that be a good idea, maybe? Get rid of this stuff. And then, thankfully, we also don't need this gas bridge here anymore. So that's another thing we can get rid of. There we go. Let's hook that up. Let's bring this one here all the way through. Gotta go through the top. Only problem with that is all of the snow here will come down. So we need to do that slightly smarter than that. Shouldn't be that big of a deal though. But once we are through, let's bring it all the way up this ladder. Because eventually we will need it right there. We can also start building our rocket now. Carbon dioxide is of course our mode of propulsion of choice. We will need a battery module. On top of that, a solar panel. And on top of that, click on something. A solo spacefarer nose cone. That is the entire setup. What are we building this stuff out? Glass, iron ore, granite, and iron. Okay, just making sure we didn't use steel for any of this stuff here. Just to be safe. The only problem that we are having now is I need to get rid of this abyssalite here. And then corner build into this here. For that though, we can't reach that. As we can see, unreachable build. We need one piece of ladder. Because I don't want all the snow here falling all the way down. Especially not this snow right here. So we're gonna build us a piece of ladder so we can corner build right here. Get rid of the abyssalite, corner build again, get rid of the abyssalite, and go straight through. That is the general idea. That really is a pocket rocket? Well, it only has to go to right there. That is all we need from it for right now. And of course, the guys who have been here at my last series that we streamed live right before the release of our new DLC right here know what's about to come. We are talking about the shit rocket. Planning on getting a telescope? Yeah, we will eventually put one up here as well. Not only a telescope, but an enclosed telescope. Because we have the oxygen already through here. USS Flex Tape. It sure as hell looks like USS Flex Tape, though. We still don't have our power wire here built. Still waiting for that to be done. And then I think, at least temporarily, we should probably have something. Yeah, right around here maybe. Let's grab us a gas reservoir. Anywhere. Again, not here to win a prize for it being pretty. Just has to work. And rip this here out. Just so we have some storage for right now, so we can get started on actually researching this thing here, and we can only do that once we have power, and once we have the storage where we can actually put all this carbon dioxide. Does the rocket prevent the light from hitting the trees? I believe so. I believe this one here may be slightly affected, but, you know, can't win them all. And yep, you guys were right. It still messed with that one tree. I guess my efforts were for nothing. But what can you do? At least, it's only up here and not somewhere down in the middle of the base, so it's still better than nothing. And I do want to go G and not deconstruct. So one tree less, rip tree, what can you do? I don't know much about oxygen not included, but why do you need to send a rocket to space? In research, all the way back here, we can see we have 4 different researchers that we need. Novice, Advanced, Applied Sciences, and Data Analysis Research. Novice is done with dirt, literally dirt. Advanced is done with water. Applied Sciences is done with radiation, and Data Analysis is done with data banks. There are 2 methods to get data banks. Well, 3 actually. You can go to your Volcano or any kind of output and you can analyze it. Once you analyze it, you get a handful of data banks. We're about to get a handful from this carbon dioxide vent right here. That's method 1. Method 2 is you can come in here where the teleporter is and you can click on inspect. Here it says already inspected. And you get 1 data bank out of it, which is of course not a hell of a lot. You can do that with a bunch of buildings that you just find about the map. And then there's method 3, which is of course the best and most efficient method. You go to stations and you grab yourself, what is that thing called? The Orbital Data Collection Lab. And it creates databanks that can be consumed at a virtual planetarium to unlock new technologies. And all it needs is plastic and power, but it can only build inside of a rocket. So you can't build it inside of the rocket, and you need to actually ship it to space, to orbit, to use it. So that is the reason why we need to go to space. We're not just doing it because we are having fun doing so, but actually because it is a requirement to unlock all the technologies in the game. And an advert, sorry, did you answer about the rocket preventing the light? I wanted to look at it, but I haven't. I guess the answer is no. It doesn't make a difference at all. I thought it would, at least right here. Those two branches, but apparently it doesn't make a difference whatsoever. Sub says, okay, thanks for explaining. Of course. Of course. That's what we are here for. Always happy to answer any kind of questions that you guys may have. As long as I know myself, I'm happy to answer. Get this here a little bit of a higher priority, so this stuff here actually gets built once. Or at some point, better to say. I love how the CO2 rockets are basically cola bottles taped together. They are literally. And the dupe in there is not going to have a very fun time, because right here we have a bottle that has 1,044 kilograms in it. And here we have a bottle that has 1,091 kilograms in it. We are going to use that bottle to put oxygen in there. So popped eardrums are going to happen. One way or another. Copper, we are up to 1,000 kilograms again. So maybe we can mess a little bit more with this stuff right here. Here we have 2,400 watts. Here we have 1,400 watts. Right here we have only 480. That means we can already get rid of the first one right here without doing anything else. All we have to do is connect this here together and then rip out this large power transformer. That will already be no problem whatsoever to do precisely. Of course, we're going to rip it first out and then we're going to build it, because that's smart. How about you build this here first, please, guys? That would have been highly appreciated. But that would have been too easy. There we go. Power is back up. And now this wire here has 1,920 watts on it, and it's at maximum capacity. Still, probably going to build this here a little bit nicer in a little bit, but right at the moment, we got rid of our first of two large power transformers, which is already 50% off the rent. How much power do the solar panels give with the new lights on them? Still the exact same as before, 380 watts. The solar panels have not been changed, at least not their output. So yes, still 380. But they're doing that 24/7 no matter what. When you get time, can you show how much morale points you have or normally have problems getting them over 15? Sure, we can go into skills and we can just see Coral 16, 12, 24, 23, 11. I'm just clicking randomly on dupes. 20, 23. If you're in FPP, you have a big benefit that you can use, and that is decor. Everything here is green. You can see that I basically have no decor items. Well, here I have, of course, lit up stone things, whatever they're called, on top of a pedestal, and some trees in here, Idylla flowers. But over here, there's nothing. So where's the decor coming from? Wood tiles. Wood tiles are absolutely insane. They're somewhat expensive. They cost 200 wood per tile. But if you have enough wood, plus 15 decor in a 3 tile radius, and even plus 25% running speed. And just by doing that, we have maximum decor in our bedrooms without doing anything else. So if you can build wood tiles, I highly, highly recommend it, because it makes a hell of a difference across the board. Okay, looks like our CO2, that's not CO2, is it? No, that's oxygen. You sucker. Okay, let's make our life easy. Let's put a gas vent right here. Because right at the moment, we are literally just pumping out what's already in there. And we will have to do that here for a hot second. The vacuum is reached. It doesn't help us though, because the moment we send a dupe in here, that vacuum will go back to whatever we have here, which is oxygen. That should change though as soon as the carbon dioxide vent here is freed. So let's do that right away. And when I say right away, then I mean with a number 9 priority. And also the carbon dioxide vent, analyze it with a number 9 priority. And again, this thing here erupts at 500 degrees Celsius, which is scary, but it really isn't, considering we have tiles around here at negative 49 degrees. So it's not going to harm us. Maybe the dupe though, that I actually haven't tested, I suppose. Even this year I haven't tested, but I know that will work. I guess we will see if William's gonna be happy being here as soon as this thing erupts or not. Only one way to find out, as usual. Let's see what happens in our F4 overlay or F3 overlay. Of course, it's getting a little warm in here, but not very. And not for a very long time, so William is probably not gonna be happy, or Croc. No, he is not happy about it. That is actually a problem that I didn't consider. In this particular case, we will have to do it slightly different. And at least temporary. I wonder if we can remove the heat fast enough by using just a compo. Yes, I'm not. Croc this. Nope, I'm not happy. Let's see. Temp shift plates should be able to help us here, at least in this particular circumstance. We need something with a high thermal conductivity. For example, right here, we won't need that the entire time. We're going to rip that back out. But if I just build 3 of them across here, that is absolute overkill, or it will be overkill. That should be good. This is copper. This is ice. Yeah, not ice, so not ice. We're not going to do ice. How about Cinnabar ore? Well, that ain't it either. What else do we have here? Again, temporary. It doesn't matter what we use. Of course, iron. Let me build this stuff here first. Number 9 priority. And let's get this here down to a number 1. And occupy our researchers with something else in the meantime. How about some researching? There we go. I will write a letter to the dupes union. Oh, the dupes are now unionizing. Really? Didn't you know that this here is the Amazon of dupes? William, get out of there. You're just gonna die a horrible death. And you know it. We first need at least 1 temp shift plate. Words is coming. Putting in the copper. Ferris is here. Putting in the iron. 25 kilograms. Where did you pick that even up? 25 kilograms? That's all you have to muster? Really? But at the bare minimum, what we try to accomplish, we already have. And that is to get carbon dioxide out with a gas pump. Right at the moment, though, I will probably go ahead and snip off this line right here somewhere. For example, right here. So we don't pump out more stuff while we are still working on it with dupes. That's just a waste of power. And it's obviously never a good thing. But let's see if we can accomplish this here. Preferably before it erupts again. That would be good. We thankfully have enough oxygen right here to breathe. It's not the most amount of oxygen we have ever seen, in all fairness, but it is sufficient. We can actually help out with that a little bit just by opening up this space right here. The first one is here, the second one is here, and the third one over here on the left side is actually the most important one because it will transfer the heat into the wall. And that's what we want. Very, very good. Admiral Akbar, get it done. Don't go for a breath now. And let's watch this here at 1 times speed. It should be erupting anytime soon. There it is. And I would say that makes all the difference in the world. You can put this here back to 9 now. I'm somewhat confident in that. Not at a 10 times speed though. Let's chill out a little bit. But yeah, carbon dioxide, when we take a look at this stuff, has a very, very low specific heat capacity. So yes, it is at 500 degrees when it comes out, but it loses that really, really quickly and puts it into the wall. The pipe is fine. Every time we open it, we are still introducing, once again, oxygen in here. That's what I'm trying to avoid right now, because I don't want oxygen in our rocket. Even though, does it matter? I don't think the rocket gets damaged if there's oxygen in there, is there? Or does it, better to say? I don't think so, if I remember correctly. I think it just vents it out into space. And William right here is now complaining that he's cold. A second ago, he was complaining that he's too hot, now he's too cold. Can't really ever make it right for William or Croc here, can we? In real life, it would explode. Okay, let's get this here researched and then go from there. Our rocket... Please build me the top of the rocket, guys. so we can start on our interior. He is British. Okay, the interior is built, and now we are going to build what I love to call the shit rocket, because that's literally what it is. It's also the most simple build that you will ever see in your life. We build a ladder right here. 2 airflow tiles, I said, above it. On the right side over here, we're going to go into stations, and we're going to grab us the before-mentioned orbital lab and plop it right here into the corner. And then last but not least, in base... Wait, what was that? That is not what I want. In base, we're going to grab us a storage bin that lives right here. And that's the entire build. Well, almost. Outhouse. Yes, we're going to space in an outhouse. That is correct. That is precisely why it's called the shit rocket. Such a beautifully simple build. I love it. Jonas says, don't forget the shitter. I would never. You know it. Beautiful. And now what we're going to do is the storage bin right here. We're going to set 2. Where are we at? Plastic is the word I'm looking for. With the highest possible priority. And we're going to put all the plastic in here that we have, which is currently not a hell of a lot. Let's take a look. Well, can't really see it because the dupes have it in their hand. Should be right around 1,000 kilograms if I'm not mistaken. At that point, we are going to restrict this here. And we're going to fill up the rest with a little bit of oxalite. And that's it. That is literally it. If you add mod for rockets, then you can add extra CO2 tank for extended range. But we're only trying to go to orbit for right now. Still need to look at that mod though that you mentioned, Croc. I have it installed, but it's not activated. I still need to look at it. Jade says second story outhouse, I'd rather not be the pilot underneath. Yeah, one thing that I forgot though is of course a little bit of power. We do need that. So let's plop that in real quick. Made out of anything that we have sitting around. Maybe aluminum. Doesn't matter though. This entire rocket here is completely temporary, so it doesn't matter at all. This here is a number 9 priority. Right here, how much do we have in here now? 550 kilograms. We should have more than that though. Or did I use it for anything? Not that I can remember. I only used it for those 4 high-pressure gas vents here, and those cost 50 each, so that's 200 kilograms. We should still have like 800 kilograms. I could have sworn that I saw about 1,000 in here. Because 500 kilograms is a little bit low for my liking. Cly should be doing something about the interior of the rocket room. No food? Yeah, food will be delivered manually. And what we're going to use for that is, what is that stuff called in the DLC? I don't even remember. Not pike apples, not sleet wheat grains. I had it in here somewhere. Where is that stuff? Shareberries. Shareberries specifically because they never spoil. And the dupes are also set since basically the beginning of the game to not be allowed to eat it. So we should have plenty. And right at the moment, a tiny little second to celebrate because we are currently 100 viewers live. That is insane. 3 numbers right beside each other, which is a first on my channel. Thank you so much, guys. Every one of you for joining. 100 viewers. You can't even imagine what an insane feeling that is right now. I didn't think I would ever see that, to be very, very honest with you. And right at the moment, we have 101 concurrent viewers. Holy fucking shit. There, I said it. Oof. God. Feels nuts right now, honestly. Elfie says 101 binary is 5. Thanks. Thanks for killing the mood, Elfie. Appreciate that. No, I truly appreciate it, guys. Thank you all for joining in. No matter if you just joined, if you have been here since the beginning, if you're just here for a minute, I don't care. It's just amazing to see that, and I truly appreciate it. And Jazz celebrating with 10 gifted memberships. Holy shit. Jazz, you already gifted 5 earlier. You're completely nuts, man. Thank you very, very much God, you don't even know how much I appreciate that. We have a gifted membership for Brandon, for Alfred, Varick, Nexus02 got one, Thunderfun has one, from Zorik, It's Silence, I can't read that, Kit Dotan, I suppose, Claudia, and Bimera all got a free membership from Jazz. Again, Jazz, thank you so much. But right now, our carbon dioxide, though, is now done, and it's overpressured, so it has basically this automatic overpressuring built in. The only thing that I forgot was retrieve. I was so happy that I forgot to retrieve our bloody resources in here. That is, of course, important. Our temp shift plates, that's a lot of copper that we are leaving behind for no particular reason, so let's rip that out while we still can. And then we're gonna go ahead and actually pump it to the rocket where it belongs. In F7, we still have this output right here. We will see if we still need it again or not, but we will see that very shortly. Just need to retrieve our wonderful resources because we are a little bit low. We do have 6.2 tons of aluminum, but copper and iron have looked better before and will look better again very shortly. You will see, yes, a tiny little piece made it in there. Let's grab the stuff out of here right away. And then let's go. And the next project will be as soon as we send our dupe to spaces to start cooling down our base. And we will see if that works out how I have that in my mind. Again, nothing that I've ever tried before. Because, can I say it again, why would you try to cool down your base that much? There's really no point in it. But this time around, though, that's different. All right, let's lock her up. Let's call it a day. In F7, we are going to... Well, let's take a look in F4. Yeah, that looks good. In F7, we snipped it off right here. Let's bring it back up. And all I want is that oxygen out of here. Get rid of it. Come on, oxygen. There we go. It's out. In F7, we can see it in here. So as soon as that is through, we can bring it straight to our rocket. Why negative 40? Any specific reason whatsoever? Yes. Let me show you. Right here we have carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide condensates at negative 48.1 degrees. Here we have mercury. Mercury has a melting point of negative 38.8 degrees. We need to be not exactly at negative 40, of course, but we need to be between those two numbers. I do not want to have liquid carbon dioxide all over the base. And I also do not want to have liquid mercury all over the base. What I'm trying to accomplish is, with mercury right here, to go and build anything in early in the stream, which is set an incubator, for example, out of mercury and put it right here. And I want to be able to use that thing. And I want to see if that is actually a thing that can be done. Because usually you build it and more or less immediately it will become a liquid. I just wanted to see if that is doable or not. Let's build us this here. As soon as that little bit of oxygen here is gone, it's right at the moment just going straight through. We are going to connect it up, or better to say cut it off, so we don't pump too much carbon dioxide into our base for no particular reason. There we go, the oxygen's gone, and let's snip this here off. Connect it back up, but get rid of the gas vent, and then in F7 once again, snip it off right here. There we go, the gas vent is leaving. And now we can connect it. And we're just going to fill this entire gas reservoir here with carbon dioxide, so we have it available whenever we need it. Alright, let's check out the interior of our rocket. How much do we have now? That's the real big question here. 650 kgs? Should be okay for our needs right this very moment. So let me put this here to a max of 1000 maybe. And then also add oxalite to the equation. Currently, it's set to a number 9 priority, the highest priority, but no oxalite will be delivered because I believe, where are we at? Right here. These storage bins are also set to 9. We gotta change it to 8. That changes the priority setting, so now the dupes can come grab it out of the storage bin and bring it to the one on top. That is what we are going to use to oxygenate or put oxygen into our rocket. At that point, we're just going to go ahead down here on the bottom, not that far, right here, and we're going to say shareberries are not allowed anymore. Copy the settings to everything, and that will just fall out. Looks like right here we have 2,400 kilocalories, and right here we have 19,000 of that stuff. More than enough for our use case. And all we're going to do is, we're going to tell the dupes, carry it right here into the corner. Number 9 priority, where they will never do it as usual, and bring it right into the corner. Okay, that should do. Alright. They need to have more use for Mercury. I mean, right at the moment they have at least a Mercury ceiling light, so they implemented at least one building that can do something with it. And that might also be the reason why this nonsense here is still working and they haven't patched it, because they're like, you know what, we don't really have another use for Mercury, let's have the guys have fun with it. So that's at least what I'm thinking, because to patch this here would probably take them about 0.5 seconds if they really wanted to in the Kali headquarters. Don't you need one more brick to stop the snow? Stop the snow? Oh, you mean right here? No, there's phosphor right in here. That's fine. Word says, therefore, the temperature sensor should be set to negative 36.8, which is scary as fuck if you're going to be using Mercury as a building material. I know, right? Surely it will melt with the heat generated from the incubation process, and that's precisely what we are going to try. Almost free energy, yeah. For the guys that have not been here before and have maybe not seen this setup here from me or anyone else for that matter, who knows about it. The Mercury ceiling light requires 130 grams per second of mercury and 60 watts of power, but once it's powered up to 100%, you can choke down the mercury to half, 65 grams per second. So 2 Mercury ceiling lights will not need 230 and 120 watts. They only need, well, what one needs, 130 and 60 watts. And we are getting back in return 380 watts of wattage. So we are using 60 watts and we are getting back 380, which is a pretty damn good deal in my book for a material that has no other use in the game. So Atmosphere dock is snow covered. Oh yeah. We have to take care of that. Good call, Kionis. Didn't see that. Always appreciate it. And I completely missed it earlier. Goof has become a supporter. I'm so sorry about that, Goof. And thank you so much for the support. I truly apologize. I don't know how I missed it. I just saw it. I must have been working on who knows what. But thank you very much for that. I truly appreciate that. Okay, my question is right now, where are the other suits? Shouldn't we have 6 suits up here? Where are the other suits? Am I crazy? Not in here. Are they all broken? They can't be broken already. There's no way in hell. What happened to my suits? Deliver me suits, damn it. Crazy. In the base. How would they get in the base, though? Do we have a dude that's wearing an atmosuit? We have only one atmosuit laying right there. So one of them is broken. I don't see a dupe on first glance running around with one. How about down here? Down here we have one worn atmosuit. That's about it, though. Very odd. Not entirely sure what happened, not gonna lie. But, on the bright side, our carbon dioxide engine is full. We have a total of 22,000 calories in here. We have in our storage bin 650 kilograms worth of plastic and 346.4 kilograms worth of oxalate. There should be more coming though, because right at the moment it was just used up a little bit to pressurize it at 1,920 grams. This is, by the way, a very good trick. Just mentioning that, because it just helps you keep it at the perfect pressure without the burst eardrums. Earlier I considered briefly to put in one of those bottles right here, which would have been overkill, of course, but at the same time, preventing those 20% stress, very helpful. The only question is right now, who are we going to send to space? Whoever needs the least morale and can use, what is it called? What do we need for that? Material Study Terminal. Is that it? No. Do we actually need a skill for that? The Orbital Data Collection Lab. Doesn't that require a skill somewhere? Am I crazy? I guess not. Well, either way though, one of our researchers, so it goes faster. And we do need rocket piloting. So let's see, who do we have here? We have Croc and William. William, if we give you astronomy and data analysis researcher, you have 11. That is still less than Croc, which is good. Croc has the fancy helmet in gold, so you're going to get the fancy helmet in red, of course. But at the same time, we're going to send William up there. I'm going to give you rocket piloting 1. And we are going to make you officially. Where is William? William Lai, where are you at? Did I miss you? You should be on the very top. Yes, you were. I'm just blind as bat. There we go. Should be good. At this point here, we don't need anything else. We have 10 visits remaining, which should be sufficient. We're not going to be that long in space anyway. Let's set the destination. Here. And begin the launch sequence. Let's go. Lu Zhang says you only really need piloting to make databanks. Maybe use a higher machinery operator skill, but science is not required. Is that true? I didn't even know that. Wow. William goes to space as the poo pilot, LOL. Yes, that is exactly what's happening here. Once we're up here, William, you are going to take off your suit. Of course, we don't need it. And we're going to set this here to forever. And now you can start working on it. And you should have enough food for several cycles. You have more than enough uses in the outhouse for 9 more cycles. You don't need a bed. You'll be fine. Not entirely sure where you got soggy feet from, though. Not entirely sure what you walked through, because it's nothing that's in here. The only problem that we may eventually face is too much carbon dioxide. That is a real risk that we have to live with, but other than that, we should be golden. So, William, you just do your thing up there, and let's go. Colony achievements, we also got 2 of those. Completely missed that. Launch your first rocket, and have 8 duplicants wear non-default clothing simultaneously. Well, isn't that nice? Speaking of that, didn't we make a few earlier that I never put onto somebody? Yeah, of course, that's what we did. Let's give it out one by one. Everyone who doesn't have one gets a warm coat. Martin is next on the list. Let him eat the berries, though. Live it, hound. Good call. Eventually, I would have gotten the pop-up that he's very hungry, and I would have realized it. But that is a mistake I make every time, basically. I appreciate you calling me out for it, because, of course, we need to turn on the share berries for William. Highly important, of course. Warm coat. Schloppohr doesn't have one yet. And one more, maybe? Schloppohr, where are you at? There? Nope. That's Jazz. Healthy. Words is up here cooking happily away. Where's Schloppohr? Where are you hiding in the base? I mean, you chilling? Can you melt a dupe? I think we had that discussion once before, and it is theoretically possible. And what do you get out of that? I think it's called genetic ooze or something like that. That you get out of that, but you can't use it for anything. The nice thing is we need only 1 more warm coat. So let's make that one right away, and then every dupe has it. That dupe is currently in space, so it doesn't really matter too much, but yeah. Okay, so far so good. We have our rocket. We have our improperly but workingly tamed carbon dioxide vent right here. How much do we have in this gas reservoir? Already 109 kilograms. Probably no point right at this moment to waste more energy. Therefore, all we're going to do is snip this here off. With lower pressure in no time. Temperature is no problem for our gas pump built out of steel. Again, we have those towels around here that are acting like a natural coolant. And the carbon dioxide with its very low SHC has no problem whatsoever. Or better to say, it doesn't make us any problem whatsoever. And at 5,000 grams of lower pressure, and it will just shut itself off, and we are okay. Okay, so good. Or so far, so good. Let me put it that way around. Next on the list. Cooling the base. How? And more specifically, where? Where would be a good place to put our cooling unit? I'm considering this big patch right here, or maybe up here somewhere. Kind of like this area right here, honestly. Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do. Because the first thing that I want to cool down anyway is all of this here. And by the way, I'm also going to try to disable all those wood heaters here. I'm not gonna rip them out for right now. Matter of fact, I'm gonna build one more so it just looks all equal. But other than that, I want to see if the dupes can sleep now in their warm coat. Theoretically, they shouldn't have a problem anymore. Did we just achieve another achievement? What did we do this time? No, that was an older message. I was like, we didn't even do anything. So, right here. Let's see if we can make that happen. Eventually, we will have more dupes. So, before we do anything else, let's go a tiny little bit higher with our bedrooms right here. Something like this. And let's do one more. Something like that. That should be fine. That's 5 high. That's also 5 high. Apparently, I forgot how to count stuff. There we go. That's more like it. That's again 5 high. Good grief. So 2 more bedrooms allows for a total of 8 more dupes, more than we will ever need. So, better have it and not need it, than need it and not have it. If you have been here before, you guys know it. That's my usual saying for basically any situation in oxygen not included. Let's just copy and paste from the bottom up. Something like this here. Heater in the middle. Doors all along. What asteroid is that? That is the new asteroid. The new asteroid that is extremely cold. It would be cool if you could clone a dupe using a genetic ooze. Ha, that would be cool. I guess maybe in the future. I mean, Cly said they're bringing out more DLCs in the future, so maybe eventually we will see actually something like that. And yes, I agree, that would be cool as hell, actually. While we are doing all this here, we can get started on our cooling solution. I'm just gonna go 4 high from right here, and we need something that is 10 wide. 10 wide stops right there, so let's get rid of the last one and build it 3 high. Something like this. And then over here, we are also, and obviously I can't build all that yet, it is also 10 tiles wide and also 3 high. Something that looks very simple and just like this here is what I have in mind. Obviously, dupes can't reach it. So let's rip all of the stuff here out. You would really dupe a dupe? I guess that's one way to look at it. Let's hook all this stuff here up, even though it's complete overkill for right now. But better have it. And not need it, then need it and not have it. Alright, all that looks decent. This one here we can now also disable. Here we have Martin in his coat, sleeping like a baby, but also the wood heater was still on. Will that still be the case once all the heaters are off? We will see. Theoretically, it should work. By the way, also, something that we haven't done in a while is look at our second blueprint for today. So I would say, let's have a look at blueprint number 2 of the day. Let's roll the dice. And we have slouchy Satsuma socks, a sweet knitted socks for spontaneous dance segments with a decent quality. I don't think I have seen those things before. But okay. We will do with it. We will make do. Let me put it that way. Always, what I like to do is open the bottom, lock the top, so the dupes don't have any stupid ideas here, which they usually do. All of the wood tiles here, of course, the decor bomb is growing and growing, which is always a nice thing to see. Gloves, I was close. Yeah, like I said, the chances of gloves are always extremely high. We all know it. And right here at the bottom, we're going to open it back up. This here is being built as we speak. We can check out what's going on in space. William, how you doing, sir? Low morale. 20% stress. Of course, there's no amenities up here whatsoever. But all we're after are those little doodads right here. And he already made 27, which is a good start, if nothing else. The nice thing is, we are just in orbit. So we can go back to Sub-Zero, which is the name of our planetoid, at any heartbeat, or in a heartbeat, without a problem. And who is stuck? Do not comply. Get out of there. What are you doing? Oh, you're choosing to now get yourself stuck over here, aren't you? I already see it coming. Oh, have you ripped this here? Oh, you didn't even. I could have sworn what's going to happen is that you're going to get stuck over here. I would have bet good money on that. Did you manage to warm up this asteroid? No. Thankfully not. I'm trying to keep it cold. Disable this building right here. And our last warm coat has been made by now as well. Ready for William whenever he returns from his little space adventure. Very good. Not the only one trapped. Who else is trapped? Don't see any invalid construction, but I don't see anybody else who's trapped. No, everybody else is fine, I think. Loop stuck behind last bathroom. Really? Oh, there's Keonis. I didn't even see you back here. Oh, Keonis, what you doing? How do we get you out of here quickly? Fastest method is to get rid of this wood tile right here. There you go. How about that? He's under the Bamus? Yeah, that's why I didn't see him. Damn you, Bamus. And then you just decide to pee right there? Really? Instead of actually going to the bathroom? That is literally right below you. Brandon got it figured out. Keonis. This is making nice progress though. The only thing that we of course still need, as always, is to get rid of all the materials right here. Don't want any of them. How is the bathroom pipes not breaking? Why would they? Ah, you're referring to the cold. Wood tiles right here are very good at insulating. They have a thermal conductivity of only 0.22. On top of that, we are using granite pipes, which also only have a thermal conductivity of 0.106. So, until this water here cools down, even if it just sits there, it'll take a hot minute. And since we are constantly using our bathrooms, the water is in movement. It's not a problem. Not with wood tiles. At all. Croc says you were having it on the screen when you were talking that you don't see him. You know, every once in a while, I don't see the forest for all the trees. Also, some people in here keep saying there's a leak on top near the Atmosuit dock. A leak on top. A leak? What do we have here? What happened to my pipe? What happened to my insulated gas pipe? Oh, insulated gas pipe. Our carbon dioxide is getting too cold. That is something I should have considered maybe. Yeah, I see how that's an issue. I do see how that is an issue. Oh, on top of the door. You're talking about the oxygen escaping. I see. But still though, this here's the main problem. What can we do about that in the short term? Not really a hell of a lot, to be quite honest. We could just go ahead and do this here a little bit more manual. Put in just a gas vent right here. And then whenever we want to turn it on / off, we can just empty out the pipe. So that doesn't happen over and over and over again, which is exactly what's happening right now. But yes, that is a good catch with the oxygen that I did not see. Thank you, guys. Our nectar here. We have now so much of this stuff. It's beautiful. What keeps breaking here? Yeah, still. You can make another storage in space. Yeah, I could. But it's just carbon dioxide, you know. It's not really valuable in any way, shape, or form. So, truth is, I really don't care too much. It's just a quick solution. And every time we need it, we just hook this here back up and we're done with it. Also, how are we looking along here? We can't get over here anymore, mainly due to this nonsense right there. Now let's help the dupes a little bit by digging all this here out. And as a matter of fact, dig this here out too high. Every time when you want to get through here, you need to watch out for holes that are too low. Kind of like right here. Right here, our dupes cannot go 3 down. So we will need a piece of ladder. Right here. Get through here. 2 down, 2 down, 2 up, 3 down. Can't do that. Let's get rid of that. Here we're going 4 up. Can't do that. Let's get rid of those 2 and we can do it once again. Over here is all good up until right there. 2 down all the way through. These here we're going to rip out because it's detrimental to our tree. So we're going to get rid of it. We're going to come 2 down. Back up. All the way through here. We are good. All the way up until down here on the bottom. Probably need to do it a little bit differently. We're going to go 2 here. 3 here. 3 here. And 3 there. Sorry, not 3. 2 right there. Actually 2 everywhere. There we go. That's what that should look like. And on the other side to get back up, we just need to get rid of this. And then right here, we need to get rid of these 2, which allows us then to come all the way through. Alright, now we have it. Check rocket, there should be an automation circuit for the fuel. We can take a look at that as soon as it's back. How are we doing in space? You're negative, not negative, you're at 43% stress. And we have currently 52 orbital data banks. So, William, you still have a little bit to go there. Once we get up to 70-80%, we can talk about it. But at the moment, you're still fine. And then right here, let's get rid of this here so we can get through. And then 1 more tile so we can go back up here to our mammoth. Or we kill it, one or the other. Speaking of that though, what we can do in the meantime before we finish this here, we're gonna do 1 more build real quick. And that is gonna be my famous critter killer. We have too many Bamas and Bamini and nonsense running around here. The spigot seals, we're just gonna let them starve. Basically where they are, it doesn't matter. As long as we don't feed them in here, it doesn't make a difference whatsoever. But everything that's a phlox, that is not in one of our 2 storages, not storages, one of our 2 farms right here, we are going to let them as well as the Bamas drown. Why are there 9 in here? How in hell did that happen? How about you move that sucker up here then? Because here we have 7, here we have 9. That is not how that should work, guys. Oh, good grief. Critter killer though, where are we gonna put it? Right here may be a good space. There's really nothing else going on, and right above our farms we can just extend this ladder up to make the paths a little bit easier straight from out here. I think that sounds like a good idea. So I would say, let's build one of my favorite builds, the critter killer. How does that work? Very easy. We're gonna go in here, we're gonna grab us some insulated tiles, normal tiles, doesn't matter. Matter of fact, what's the temperature right here? -38, -39. We're gonna use normal tiles, that is. And with normal tiles, we are gonna go ahead and build us something that looks, let's give us some space here so the dupes can walk still through here, like this here. We are needing to go 4 high with our normal tiles. And then on top of that, we are going to build 3 airflow tiles. Something just like that. We need, down on the bottom, mechanized airlocks. 3 of them, built out of anything. Preferably not out of uranium, though. That is a mistake. Anything but uranium. Let me rephrase that. What do we have? Iron ore, wolframite. We can just use cobalt. It doesn't matter. Build 3 of those. And then once that is done, we're going to come into right there, and we're going to build us... Well, we probably already need one of them, actually. Mesh tiles, 2 of them. 2 pieces of ladder right here, so we can reach all the stuff in here. And of course, somehow we will have to get on top of there, if we like it or not. So let's extend our ladder all the way to right there. And then right here above it, let's dig 3 high all the way over. Something just like that. And let's do the same with the fire pole while we are at it. Rip out these tiles right here, and let's get started with this build right here. The critter killer doesn't take very long at all to build, so it should be done here literally in minutes. Which is always a nice thing. And it works for every critter there is, especially, or at least if they can drown. And the spigot seals, as I just mentioned, are an exception to those. They cannot drown. Is there a stair missing? Stair missing? No. Nope, there's not a stair missing. This here is by design. We will get there in a second. Let me first build the outline, and then we will build the interior with automation. Because this is a fully automatic critter killer that we don't have to touch anymore afterwards, and the dupes not either. All the dupes have to do is bring the critters in here. They can't go to their build, they will be able to. I just need to dig their way through it, and they will be able to reach all of this. Let them do that. In the meantime, how much steel do we have? I didn't pay attention. 4,000 kilograms. Okay, what's the heat down here? Looks like the anti-entropy thermal nullifier is doing work. Can the seals get killed by heat? Yeah. Yes, they can. Seals, we can look at them, have a livable temperature of up to 100 degrees Celsius. So if you go above 100, they will die. Or you can just leave them in this room right here, and they will eventually starve to death. I mean, we're not really after anything right now that they have to offer. When a seal dies, they give us 50 kilograms of tallow, and we don't use it for anything right now. Currently, we have already 300 kilograms laying around just from them dying in here eventually. Alright, Doc is digging us through here very nicely. But yeah, as I said, in the meantime, what we can already do is build this here a little bit more. We can go ahead. Jenkins says this is still the critter killer I use. That's awesome. And it still works to this day, including in FPP. I believe so, at least I haven't tried it in FPP yet, but I don't see a reason why it wouldn't work. And Stoffacore says, see why I watch your videos, I'm going to learn something new. That is awesome. And again, that's why I'm doing it in the first place. It's not like I'm making cash here or anything. I'm just doing it because I have fun doing it. That is the real reason. Let's plop this here back in and make us a little bit more plastic, because all of our plastic is currently in space, of course. William, how are you doing? 56%. Alrighty. Very nice. Other than that, though, he has made 70. Still 17,000 kilocalories. You can go longer. I just made that executive decision. You can go longer, and you will. Your dog is hungry? No, my dog is probably barking at the Amazon man. How's our water storage? Oh god, I forgot about our water storage. Ugh, scary. That is the one thing that we need to find a better solution for eventually too, but temporarily we have 429 tons of ice, and that is, well, just a tip of the iceberg, quite literally. That should help out for a minute. But in here, we do have enough steel. So what I'm thinking about doing is in plumbing, no, sorry, in utilities, we are going to grab us a thermoactive tuner built out of steel. And I'm going to put 2 of those bad boys in here, one there and one there. Then in plumbing, we're going to grab us insulated liquid pipes coming out of here, out of there, out of here, and out of there. And then we need a liquid bridge here and there. And then we're going to build insulated pipe up and in, just that the 2 are connected together. And of course, we also need to come into the left one, well, somewhere. Now, going from here though, it's going to get interesting, because we will need a hell of a lot of aluminum. Thankfully, we have 8.2 tons, so that is definitely to our benefit. Can't deny that. Just a question of how we are going to do this, because we also need to cool up here our steam turbines a little bit. Should we do that first? Maybe. Or should we do it last? Just trying to figure out what would be the smarter way to come through our bedrooms. No, the bedrooms really don't need it that much. If we come through here, up there, down, all the way down, and then start cooling from the bottom up. And then come back and just connect it up to right here. Would that work? Yes. That would work. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Okay, I just had to think for a second to myself what makes the most sense in my head. And what makes the most sense in my head is probably gonna come through here. Like this. And then with insulated pipes come down here and have a liquid bridge right there. That makes sense in my head. Then we're just gonna run down. Probably not quite that far. We will have to cross over here eventually. And come all the way down here maybe. Or should we go further down? That's the question I'm wondering about. There's really nothing here right now. We can always extend it later. That's the easy part. So yeah, I think we're gonna go through here. And then start cooling the middle section. And then once the middle section is nice and cold, we will go out. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, next on the list though, what I always forget on the first try, even though I build it every single time and I still keep forgetting it somehow, is this bad boy right here, which we will go in through here and back out here and snip it off. In this case here, since we are already actively planning on extending it over time, it's going to be more important than usual, as a matter of fact. And then to get there, it's going to build a ladder through here and be done with it. All right, that can already be built as is. But at the same time right here, why is nobody Cinbar ore? Please don't build them out of Cinbar ore. Build them out of something slightly more accessible like iron ore. We only need 6 tiles. It really doesn't matter too much. So please, for the love of God, build me this tile. And then the ladder. And the mesh tile, so we can get down there. That's more like it. We have literally iron ore laying right there, and you're trying to search the entire base somewhere where we have Cinbar laying around. Which we have run out a long, long time ago. So there's really no point in trying to go after that stuff. And of course, we haven't even done anything yet. And Doc somehow managed to get all the way down here. How did that even happen? That shouldn't even be possible. Okay. Let's get you out of there. Doc is hiding? Yes, he is. Again, and I don't know how in the world he got down there. Can somebody build those 2 ladders? What do we have laying here? Granite? That is granite. Why can't you not build it? No, that is not granite. That's igneous. Okay. My mistake. Let's build it out of igneous so you can build your bloody ladders yourself. How about that? Are you happy now? Dupe magic? Yeah, that's what happens every time, isn't it? No matter what you do, no matter how careful you are, the dupes will find a way to kill themselves. It is going to happen, inevitably. But they do have quite a lot to build right this very moment. Back to space, how are you doing? 63% building melted. Yeah, of course, we want it to melt. 79. Can we get to 100 before you go nuts? What is your trait, William? You are a binge eater. Well, that's slightly detrimental to what we are trying to accomplish here, so we're trying to not get to 100%. But we are trying to get to 100 databanks. Let's see if we can do one without doing the other. Of course, building melted is all of those temp shift plates right here. That will melt, slowly but steadily. The top ones actually will survive a tiny little bit, but not for very long. The moment the water touches it, or better to say the water goes into this tile right here, those temp shift plates here will melt as well. So that is a self-solving problem, which are my favorite problems. And how about we give this here slightly higher priority, so we can actually get those walls here in, and all the other stuff that we need very shortly thereafter. How's your solar panel work down there? Solar panel is working like a charm, running at 100% output all the time, as long as we are feeding it mercury and a tiny bit of power. We are feeding it 50% of the mercury that it requires. It requires 130. We're only feeding it 65, and it still gives us an output of 100% at all times. There we go. Everything is, of course, still wonderfully reachable, as that should be, which is a nice thing. Let's give it 10 times speed. Build me that last tile over here, will you? That would be very nice of you. Make it a higher priority. Who's starving? Nobody should be starving. Here comes Jazz, and he's getting the job done. Beautiful. Alright, now that we have this set up right here, let's finish it up. We need another mesh tile right here. And then from the mesh tile, above that, we will need a critter drop-off. Above it, we will need a pneumatic door. Right here. And then the most important part, which is the automation that goes into basically the walls all around. So how do we build it and what do we need? First of all, we need a critter. Let me see here. I never find that thing. Critter sensor that lives right here. The critter sensor then goes with an automation wire all the way up to right there. Right here, we are going to build us a few buffer gates. One buffer gate is required up here on the very top. One is required right here on the right side, and another one is required down here on the bottom. We will also need a NOT gate that lives right there. And don't you worry, I will explain all of that once we get to it without a problem. We need automation wires. The automation wires, of course, going to go into right there. This one comes all the way down, and it connects to the bottom one without any sort of extra automation. This one right here connects to the middle, and then this one right here connects to the top, just like this here. That is the entire layout of the automation that we require. So we got to build all this stuff, and then we just got to fill it with some kind of liquid. And that's usually the most interesting part. So that is a very simple setup. It's relatively compact, the most compact at least that I could find. And how it is going to work is all the doors are going to be open at all times up until this critter sensor here sends a signal that it is full with a certain amount of critters. At that point, the doors are closing in sequence, slowly but steadily pushing the fluid up, keeping it there until the critters are dead, and then releasing it to the bottom, leaving the meat right there. That is what we want. Okay. Very nice. In here, how are we doing? Still building, that's where our dupes are right now, building all those temp shift plates. That's why they're not working on anything else. I don't want to postpone that mesh tile until the wires are done. Yeah, very true. Very true. Should have waited with this one here a second longer. You're 100% correct. The dupes still have to get down here. How often have I made that mistake? I don't even know anymore. I do it over and over. So just make a starvation pit for spigot seals. I mean, they're starving in here just by themselves. We don't really have to do anything about it. I mean, they're just here. And it does take a long, long time because calories are going down by 20 per cycle, and they have 854. So it's not something that we are going to watch live. Let me put it that way. One more thing that I need though. Right at the moment, in here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and there's another one hiding behind here. 6 mammoths. That is an insane, a truly insane amount of food. Let me take a look at the mammoth. Each and every one of them gives us 22,400 kilocalories. And we have nowhere at all to store it. All of our fridges are full to the brim, which means we need to expand our fridges, and I would like to do that right here. But we can't do that because right at the moment we still have a bloody large power transformer in our way. So that thing needs to go. And we need to power whatever this thing here is currently powering through through some kind of different means. So let's see if we can accomplish that. I could use this one right here, but yeah, that would just make the spaghetti even worse, honestly. I'm probably gonna make my life easy. And just put in another layer. Like this. Just as simple as that. And then come straight through. Easy. Croc says, I need to go now. Thanks for the stream and have fun. Thank you for joining, Croc. You know it. I always appreciate having you around. So, thank you. And I hope you have a good rest of your day. And of course, the frosty printing pod is done. Let's take another look here. Can we bring on another dupe? Because at the moment we certainly have all the means to bring on basically as many dupes as we want without any issues whatsoever. Frankie right here. Doctoring. We don't really need a doctor though. Yeah, Frankie's not it. What about Camille? Doctoring and suit wearing. Good grief. Bubbles is a builder who cannot be doctoring and requires light to sleep and increase the core. You all three truly suck, honestly. Because at this point in the game, I would prefer a dupe that has at least 2, preferably 3 interests. Because we already have everything we need. At this point, it's just, getting more of that, and preferably as much of that as we can. So I'm just gonna go for right now with the Merce leaf seeds. But I am gonna keep my eyes open from now on for the frosty printing pod, and every time it comes online, we will take a peek at it, and we will see if we can bring on another dupe. Where it says, well, you could just assign the spigot seals to be attacked. Those horns might be dangerous. Maybe better to build a pit so the dupes can zap them from a safe height. And maybe we can always just plop a pit right beside here, for example, without an issue. I mean, that's certainly possible. Also, with a little mod, suppress current, so we don't have to look at the error message all the time that they're not powered, because those doors here are most definitely not gonna get a single watt of power from me. Space, how are we doing? 82%, and we are at 107 data banks. I think, William, you now deserve to go back home. The only thing is, though, we need to find William. Where are you at? William? Willie? Willie, put on your atmosuit. And then go back home. For that, of course, I should probably change the destination before anything happens. But we can watch your glorious arrival, bringing us access to another 107 wonderful, wonderful databanks. Now you just gotta get out of there. Not entirely sure what you're up to. William? Oh, he's sleeping. Oh, of course he's sleeping. Why wouldn't he be? In consumables, though, for William, let's turn the share berries back off. Very good. William deserves to come home and get his warm sweater. I agree. We can assign him now his warm sweater. If I can click on it, that would be helpful. And now every dupe that we have, except the 2 that already have the trait, have warm coats. And we have 1, do not comply, is running around with a confetti suit. I guess we should also give him really a warm suit, I assume. Yeah, let's make 1 more coat, just so every dupe has something warm to wear. Come on, dupes, build me my stuff, would you? I would highly appreciate that. The door is closed, delete 1 tile. Yeah, if we can get in here. It's literally this 1 wire right here. So we do have to delete this tile. You are 100% correct about this, so we can reach that one wire right here. But that's alright. Now the wire is reachable, and it only takes a second to do. Also guys, what's going on right here? Why are we not building? Probably because the aluminum is all the way on the ground right here. You should really start thinking about extending this thing here. The problem is we don't really have that much ore available that I really want to waste it on too long of a conveyor rail though. But do we have a real choice? The answer is probably not. Let's see. How much will it cost us? Iron ore, we are at 31 tons right now. Let's bring it all the way over here. All the way down to here is no problem. And then just follow the zigzag along for right now. 24 tons. To right here is 22 tons that we still have left. I think it's alright. So let's build all this here as well, so we can get it straight up here into our infinite storage. To make it a little bit easier reachable for our dupes, since most of the stuff that we built is in this general area on the screen right now. If you want to destroy William's sweater, hold this thread as he makes re-entry. I know, right? How is our rocket actually looking though on the inside in the F4 overlay? Now, at the moment, I'm truly curious about what happened with the carbon dioxide, though. Because I wasn't aware that oxalite can actually destroy carbon dioxide, but it sure as hell looks like that's what happened. And again, I guess our databanks, we're just going to move them out of the rocket so we have them inside of our base. Anywhere. Here, for example. And the middle tower right here, number 9. And I hope they grab all of them at once and I don't have to do it 107 times, because if that's the case, I'm done. Elfie says it can, just like a vent on the bottom of the spaceship. Huh. Did not know that, not gonna lie. Also, could we build this stuff here though? I would really like to get at least something done. Preferably before we do the conveyor rails. Even though the conveyor rails can only be built by our engineers, and for that I also have a mod, by the way, in priorities. It's called engineer building. So our engineers do have that turned on, both of them, Brandon as well as Amory, to help out. Because that doesn't exist in the game, and it really should. And Brandon right here, why don't we make you a mechatronics engineer? How is your morale at only 6 though? Like, don't you sleep, or what's the deal here? Still though, you're gonna get the appropriate hat though, so we can tell you apart from the other dupes a little bit easier. Okay, there we go, the next door is open. And now everything down here is built. The only thing that's missing is this one buffer gate right here. Then we can also put in our mesh tile once again to build in our critter drop-off. In F6 though, very nicely, we already have a pipe, not the left one, but the right one that goes all the way down here. So we might just fill this here up with... I would really prefer to not use Nectar for it, if at all possible though. What if we just throw some Mercury in here? That's what I'm thinking about right now. We should consider that. Before we do anything though, let's close our doors real quick so we can grab the stuff out of here. Or, you know what, the easier solution is to leave them open, get rid of this one tile, and then tell the dupes. Just grab everything that's laying around in this general vicinity, get it out, get rid of it, and let's go. There we have it. And now let's set up our automation while we are at it. In the automation overlay, we can see those 3 buffer gates right here. And the 3 buffer gates have to be set up in a specific way. Up here on the left, the very first one needs to be set to 20 seconds. 20 seconds is how long we are buffering the entire thing here to stay closed, basically. So that is what allows our critters here to drown. 20 seconds after our critter sensor here gives the other signal. That's highly, highly important. Down here on the bottom, we're only going to go to 3 seconds. And on the right side, we're going to go to 6 seconds. And that's the entire setup. That's it. That's all we need. 3 on the bottom, 6 on the right, 20 on the top left. And then our critter sensor right here, we can really set that up to whatever we want. Send a green signal if above. How many mammoths did we say do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Are those 5 in here? 6 in here. I count 6 of them. So let's say 6 right now. Later on we can set it to less so they don't sit around in there forever. We're going to set this here to 6. As soon as we bring our 6 mammoths in here, it'll close and it'll kill them all. This is going into the way of animal cruelty. That may be. There's a chance of that. But what can I do? The dupes have to live somehow, right? Right around here would be where our next floor would be. So what I am probably going to do is I'm just going to plop in some ladders. Something like this here, because we will have to dig through here to get our cable through. We'll need one more right there. And let's just dig all of this here out, really. That's totally fine. And it's not a problem at all. Let's grab all of this stuff while we're at it. And then, once we have it, we can run us a new wire made from copper straight through this floor right here. Let's do it like all the others. It isn't the floor yet. Eventually it might become one, so we might as well get ready for it. The only question is, how do we get it over here? That is where we really need it. And I'm considering just running it across the outside here, maybe. There's just too much crap in the way, honestly. Way too much crap in the way, honestly. What can we do? I'm not entirely sure. We may have to bite the sour apple and build it a little bit unconventional here. Yeah. That's going to suck, though. I really hate that. Will the metal you added to the conveyor heat up the base? Not really. Right at the moment, though, it is a little bit hot down here, and it's still here. Didn't I get rid of this thing? I could have sworn I said deconstructed. Because the metal coming out is at around 8 degrees, we said, it is going to run for right now through this hot area right here. But as soon as it gets down here on the bottom, it'll cool down in absolutely no time. Especially since the chunks are very small. We currently have it set to 1. So it's only up to 1,000 grams per. We should be able to follow that. Right here we're at 0 degrees. And by the time we get... Where is it visible? Right here. We're already down to... Yeah, here. -6 degrees. Let's go higher. -11 degrees on average. Let's go higher. -16 degrees on average. So it will lose most of its heat down here on the bottom. Shouldn't be that big a problem, I hope. We will see in the long run, though. Especially once this area here is properly cooled down, it shouldn't be a problem anymore at all. Right at the moment, as long as we're making steel, which we just ran out of lime apparently, so we should be good on that. We should be okay. Okay, let's try this here. Obviously we don't have a fluid in here though, which sucks a tiny little bit, too, not gonna lie to you. We could use ethanol though. That's nearby. Yeah, ethanol is very nearby. I mean, it would cost us a total of 6 tons, actually 8 tons worth of ethanol. Do I want to sacrifice 8 tons worth of ethanol? Probably not. The only question is though, what can we use? Because it's just barely too warm to melt mercury. Where's some mercury? Right here. Melting point at -38.8, so we would have to be at -34.8, and we are colder than that. Nectar is cheaper. Nectar is in fact cheaper. But even though then, we would basically empty out our entire infinite storage, and I don't want to do that either. Because we need the nectar for our cooling loop. That's the reason why. All the options that I have available suck, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Nectar will marinate the meat. Oil, don't really have access to that right now. By the way, didn't we dig through here? Yeah, we did. We should also dig over here and do what I said we would do. which is, of course, to consolidate all the salt water here, somewhere over here, most likely, just out of my way, preferably. So let's try to make that happen. Let's open this up. Let's open this here up. Let's open all this here up. Let's open all this here up. And then once all this is open, you'll probably just have, you know what, screw it. Once this is open, we're just going to have it flow over to here, have the dupe come through here, and then dig into this area. Yeah. But that's just on the side. Fluid. What's saltwater freeze at? If saltwater freezes very early, saltwater freezes like -8. Yeah, -7.5, so that would be no good for our use. I may have to bite the sour apple and use ethanol, even though I really hate to do so. Because we can't really afford to lose the nectar right now if we are about to start this system here up. And we're going to fill that with 5 tons. I mean, the entire loop. Everything that we have on nectar really is going into this liquid reservoir. That is going to happen if we like it or not. Yeah, we're going to go with ethanol. Let's make it happen, Captain. Bottle emptier. Or should we just use a pump? Pump is probably easier. Let's just build us a temporary pipe that just goes through here, up here, and into right there. There we go. I guess to conserve more of our ethanol, the appropriate way to do that would be to expand our Mercury setup right here. So let's do precisely that. Might as well. Once we have 2 more solar panels up and running, our petroleum generator will not run anymore at all. Well, the liquid meter, that's a good call. That is a good call. I should put one in. Probably right up here. No, as early as possible, actually. So we lose as little as possible. Let's say liquid meter valve right here. We could plop it literally. Can't do it right in that one space where I wanted to put it. We're gonna redo this here slightly and build it like this. That should do. Yep, that should be better. And then down here, of course, we need more glass, because currently, glass-wise, where is my glass at? Right here is at 200 kilograms. I am at 200 kilograms, but I can't build it because I don't have 200 kilograms. So we probably have, in all reality, not 200 kilograms, but 199 point something. That's usually what happens. So let's make us another 9 of those. That should be sufficient to build us 2 more solar panels. And by the way, guys, my obligatory reminder, if you have not liked the stream yet, I would highly appreciate it if you could do so, because obviously it does help me out drastically, and it is completely free to do so. So yeah, if you haven't liked yet, please do. I would appreciate it. Thank you very much. Let's come with our standard pipe right here, just down here, and into here. All we need for that to happen is, of course, 1 tile right there. And then to hook these here up, this time though I'm not going to make the same mistake as earlier and fill that entire thing up right away. So let's snip that off before something bad happens. Well, wouldn't be too bad, but still avoidable. Let's build 1 through here, 1 through there, 1 through here, and 1 through there. Very easy and straightforward. Let's get rid of a piece right here and a piece right there. So it's not in our way anymore when we plop in the actual solar panel. And then we just wait until we have the glass that we require, as usual. Did you disconnect the gas pipe as well? Thunder, which gas pipe? Not sure which gas pipe you mean. I don't think we have worked with a gas. Oh, you mean... Oh, this gas pipe. Yes, I have disconnected it, but we are not using it right at the moment. But I would have probably been wondering, once we use it again, oh, why the hell no carbon dioxide is coming? Speaking of that, we can refill now our rocket. How much does it even fit in this thing? It's only 100 kilograms. That's nothing. We have 125 in here. We don't have to do a damn thing here. Each and every one of those tiles right here is 1 kilogram. This here is already 21 long. We're going to give it a few more seconds and we're going to cut it back off, and it should be enough to fill it back up to the brim. Something like this here should probably do. Yeah. That needs to be cut off as well, though. Let's see. Let's go full speed here. 10 times speed. Yeah, that was way more than we needed. Hook this back up to make sure we get rid of this stuff. How about power? Do we have power running through here? No, we didn't have power running through here. We only have this power wire that has to go up here temporarily. That is right. Carbon one for rockets is gas. So, yep, I did realize it. And thank you very much for pointing it out, Thunder. Truly appreciate that. Those mistakes are very easily made while alive. There's no question about it. I don't know why this here takes so long. I honestly don't. I really don't know what the dupes are working on. There's really not that much going on. There hasn't been for a while, other than this pipe right here. But they seem to prefer literally anything else. So yeah. Come on, build me my wire so we can get started here. One more piece. Wonderful. And then our liquid valve meter. We should need roughly 8 tons, but I can only set it to 500 kilograms at a time, so we'll have to do it a little bit more manual, which is okay. We're going to send 500 kgs through there. And as soon as we reach 500 kgs, we're just going to reset it over and over until it's full. Let's turn the speed up for that process. Reset. Where it says 500 kilograms plus 15 times 500 kilograms, reset will fill the evolution chamber if I'm mathing correctly, which I occasionally do. The only problem is, though, we may need a temporary airflow tile if we get some trouble in here. Other than that, though, how is our glass looking? We're at 425 kilograms. Let me reset it one more time to put that in. Right here, solar panel as high as we can build it. 2 of them. And then, of course, connect everything up once again with our wires to make sure we actually capture that power. Let's do it like this here. YouTube is telling me my chat isn't working, but B is reading my chat, so I think YouTube is full of bunk. That does sound like a thing YouTube would do. Maybe a little extra time to stop the overflow at the critical so the ethanol doesn't drip down. That is a good idea. We should build a single tile right here, because no matter what you do, the first time you use it, it will always overflow. You can never, ever fill it up 100% correctly. It just doesn't work. So the first time, no matter what you put in there, it will slightly overflow, and you just need to put a tile below it somewhere. So it doesn't go all over the base. That is very, very true. The game doesn't want to keep my spaced out Ceres asteroid cold for long. It's giving me 3 hot 95-degree saltwater geysers and a hot polluted oxygen vent. But I do have a negative 10-degree brine geyser. Everything that you just mentioned is way too warm. Yeah, you just need to tame it properly. Which means not doing it like I did this year. I should really build a second layer around here, which I will do eventually. And that is obviously not tamed. We just used a little bit of oil out of it, and then decided to leave it alone for now. Eventually we will get back to this bad boy, but right at the moment, it's just pumping out 314 grams per second, and it has been doing that for a long, long time so far. Also, we were talking about this power right here, which I still don't really have a solution for, honestly. I mean, thinking about it, we could. Let's see real quick here. Should be pretty simple. If we build a bridge right here and the bridge right there, we can make it over. All we need to do to make that happen is connect this here up straight and rip out the wire on the right side instead. It should be pretty straightforward. At that point, we can then grab our conductive wire and come with our conductive wire literally straight across to here. And that'll fix it. Yeah, that'll fix it. A little bit more fluid. I'm just going to reset it every few times when we come past here. That's probably the easiest thing to do here. Let's put that in. Maybe just build the walls one cell higher so that it can overflow into the pneumatic door without spilling. I mean, theoretically, we could do that as well, yeah. You know what? I've never built it that way. Let's do it. Shouldn't hurt anything. Reset the amount. And keep on going. And F2, is this here now connected properly? Yes, it is. Therefore, we can go ahead and first snip it off. So it's not in our way anymore. And then deconstruct this here all the way through over to there. And the entire power transformer here can go as well. And I see our Dracos are here. We wanted to store those somewhere, didn't we? Did not get around to do that either. How are you doing, Draco? What is the temperature in this area? Right now at negative 17 degrees, you're actually fine. But still though, we need to find you a better location to live in. Just don't know where that is right now. What was the livable range for a Draco? Negative 100 degrees, so we can't just put that thing anywhere for right now. Let's build it a little chamber. What about we just put it together with the Bamas right here? Yeah, why not? I don't see a problem with that. Let's put that pneumatic door back in that we used to have, and then let's grab a Dracolet 1, move it to in here. Let's grab Dracolet 2 to move it in there. Where's the second Draco? I just looked at the Bamas page. Did I? Oh my god. Still, negative 30 though. Damn it, so that doesn't work. Got to go. Great stream, Beer. Thank you very much, Gabriel. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. And of course, thank you very, very much for joining. I truly, truly appreciate you having you around. What are we doing here? I still don't know where to put those bloody Dracos. We don't really have a good area for them. We just need to keep them somewhere. Wild. Or are they even going to survive it? That's the bigger question. Or are they just going to die from starvation eventually? They do live to 150, and we do not have any kind of food for them. Wild or not wild, doesn't matter. We got nothing. Down here on the bottom, though, I see a mealwood. And it's nice and warm in here. Maybe that is our solution. I need to dig deeper and see if we can find an area where we have maybe a handful of mealwoods growing. Now, they do have a 12 cycle growth, but a Draco only needs 25% growth per cycle, so we need a handful of them in there. And for that, we need to consolidate our salt water first. Alright. Apparently, that just became a somewhat of a priority. Let me dig literally over here. Now that everything's nice and together, make everything nice and straight. And then once this here is dug out, we're just gonna come further over to the right. And then just dig with a ladder, probably all the way down here. And keep our salt water down here on the bottom. That should get the job done. Let's go with a high priority into here to dig this here up as well. I think that should do. And also, because it's only one single tile that we have dug into here, really not a lot of heat is leaking out or cold is coming in. However you want to look at it, I suppose. So that's nice. In the meantime, let's keep working on this. Bird says wild Dracos won't starve. Really? They won't? Ever? No matter what? I have to admit that I have never tried that. Usually the moment I have a Draco in a non-cold area, even on Rime though, immediately, let's make sure the Dracos are happy. Because I love Dracos. They're probably one of my favorite critters. Also, while we are waiting for this year to fill, guys, we do have, or I do, I suppose, have a wonderful Discord server with currently 438 members. Most of them avid fans of Oxygen Not Included. We have everyone from total beginners to absolute experts with thousands of hours in the game. So if you're one, the other, or anything in between, feel free to join the Discord, it's free. If you have any questions, myself and a lot of other people are always happy to help. And of course, we're also talking about other topics, other games, maybe games that I really don't play myself, like Factorio. We had a Factorio channel on there for the longest time, and I have never actually played it up until last Thursday. So, I'm open for basically anything. As long as you guys are happy, I'm happy. Just as a side note. Wild animals never starve. That's true. I keep forgetting about it because actually the food doesn't even show up until the point though. The only problem is that the scales also don't grow. That is what I was thinking of. So we can't just keep him. No, we can still not keep him with the Bamas because it's too cold. But we're just gonna plop him down here somewhere, anywhere. Just so they're free and happy. So yeah. How much more do we need? A couple more pumps here and we should be through. Just need to fill up the mesh tile all the way to the town. Stuff of course says, got to go. Thank you for the great video. See you next Saturday. Stuff of course, thank you very much for joining. And obviously, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Let's build this here one higher, this here one higher. And then just for good measure, so it looks like something. Pick this stuff here up so we can get rid of it. And have our standard ladders coming through. Let's reset it again. Try playing Don't Starve together. It's fun. Maybe you will like it. I'm open to do that. In case you guys don't know, I did start a second stream during the week, usually right at the moment, and that schedule can change, of course. Once again, the Discord channel is the first to know when I'm live. Currently, I'm streaming on Saturdays, Oxygen Not Included, and on Thursdays, whatever I feel like, or whatever you guys want me to play. So, Don't Starve is a game that I've never played before. I am never unhappy to play something on stream that I've never played before and try to figure it out together with you guys, because it's really fun. Like I said, this Thursday we played Factorio. I've really never played the game before and it was a hell of a lot of fun trying to figure out the mechanics together with the chat. Is this the last that we need? Or do we have to top it off a little bit? We are about to find out. 500 kilograms. 600 kilograms. Let's do a quick test run when it's full and we will see it right away what's going to happen. Thankfully, we just gotta go below. We can see the working mechanics of it. We can see up here on the top, it will normalize in a second. We are about 300 kgs short. That's what we wanted to see. So let's set it to 300 and reset the amount. Let's put in another 300 kilograms. You like puzzle games? Not entirely sure what the definition of a puzzle game is. What you have in mind, words? Don't Starve requires more things to be learned than Oxygen Not Included, like 2 times more. Really? There's a lot of things going on in Oxygen. Let's see, another 300 kgs. Was of course my mistake, it's 300 kgs per tile. We would have needed 600. I don't know, Kagan. I just don't know, because again, I have never played it, so... I don't own it, I haven't played it. I just have to trust your word on that. 997. That is still not quite good enough. We're gonna put another 20 kgs. Climate and both, and you can expect as much. 999. Let's give it another 10 kilograms. Make sure it's all the way full. All the way. There we go. That's what I wanted to see. Now we're good to go. And now we can turn this one here once again to above 6. And we can see in our automation overlay. Well, we couldn't because we are on 3 times speed and it did it basically immediately. How that is going to look like. The critter drop-off right here, we're going to set to maximum critters. It doesn't matter to us. We are going to say where we at. Bamini and Bamus. Both of them. For a starter. And then in food, we need one more thing that I haven't built yet. And that's a critter pickup. That we're going to put right there. It's technically on the wrong side. It would be better to have it on the other side. But what can I do? There's an incubator in the way, so that's what it is. Where it says Patrick's Paradox or Baba is You. That sort of puzzle comes to mind. Not that I've played either. I've never even heard of them. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Never even heard of them. Bamini and Bamus, maximum critters, 0. Priority, let's make it a 7. So now, without doing anything else, Elfie right here is gonna come by and going to wrangle those suckers. When another dupe is gonna come by and brings them up to here. And then right here we can see our critter sensor right here. There's now a current count of 1 because there's 1 Bamus in there. And now we're going to do that up until we have 6. Sorry, I need to set it 5 because it's above 5. So 6 in here needs to send a green signal. Because 6 is the amount that we have. We're up to 3. 4. 5. And 6 actually. We also have a Bamini in here that I apparently missed. You're gonna put that in there too, though. Don't stand around in there, Martin. And now the critter killer is active. And it's doing nothing. It's just sitting there. We can see it. The signal is being sent over and over again. And because this buffer up here is actually good for different types of critters. Currently, we only have Bamus in there. They will all die at the exact same time, so it shouldn't, or it doesn't make a difference. But different critters die at different times. So having this buffer right here allows us to account for that. And just like that, by doing only this one thing right here, we just went up to 983,000 kilocalories. Just like that. And we haven't even slapped it into our electric grill and made barbecue out of it, which will give us even more. Of course, the only thing that I forgot about is we have nowhere to store that stuff right at this moment. So, gotta fix that ASAP. I'm gonna rip out all these walls right here and replace them ASAP with fridges. That'll have to happen all the way through here. And then ladders all along here as well. Words is stuck in here. Of course you are, because why wouldn't you be? How are we gonna get you out of here in the quickest fashion possible? Cancel this build, dig this out, and you should be able to reach it. Can you not dig, or what are you doing, Words? 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 Really? CO2 will go out, beer. Yeah, of course, but more will come from the top eventually. It'll be fine. How are we gonna get Words out of here quickly? Do I literally have to dig up this one tile right here? Why is he also not doing anything? Because he's a sleepy boy. Somebody, dig up this tile. Good God. Every time something else, at least now we can save us that. Gunnar is here. Good morning, Gunnar. I dropped a picture of Baba is You in General Gaming. Sure, let's take a quick peek at that. General Gaming is right here. Let's take a peek. What in the actual hell am I looking at? I don't even know what I'm seeing here with my eyeballs. I'll have to check that out on Steam, I suppose. Because that tells me absolutely nothing what I'm seeing here. Massage tables don't have power. Yeah, why? Oh. Nothing has power over here. Good grief, I left these here all empty. Did that miss? With my composition? No, it didn't. One piece of wire was missing right here. One single piece of wire. That is all I ever got, right there. That stopped providing power to all of these here. These here we don't use, but these here we do. Thankfully, we have so much oxygen in here that it thankfully doesn't even make a dent into it. Even though it has been a hot minute that happened, but... Now we can change this here, though. From the critter drop-off, we are not only going to put Bamus in here, we are also going to put Phloxes in here. And we are also going to change the amount on our critter sensor, and we're going to set it to like 3. That should work. Bjorn is here, says hi. Hi, Bjorn. How are you doing today? Thank you very much for joining the stream. Truly appreciate it that you had time to stop by. Come on, build me fridges. There's so much food and no fridges. Copy the settings. How are we doing? How is this here, by the way? Oh, it has been built. Isn't that something? Very nice. The only thing that I just realized is that now I have the liquid reservoir on the right instead of on the left. That sucks a tiny little bit. What can I do about it? Because I need to vacuum this here out. That's what I'm thinking about right now, guys, just in case you're wondering. I mean, we can always vacuum it out through the top, I suppose. Yeah. That's what will have to happen. I didn't consider when I slapped this together while working on 2 other things at the same time. That we do have to vacuum this here out. So let's come up with Plan B. Plan B, of course, involves getting in here. We have 2 options to do this properly. Either we are using the airlock door, which we most definitely can do, which is a mod, by the way, that is not in the game, but it does prevent any gases from transferring. Or we can go ahead and build us a liquid lock right here, which would work just as fine. Either or works just as expected. I think for the ease of using it, we're just using the airlock door for right now. Because we're only gonna need it for a few minutes, and that's it. Bjorn says, first time playing this Frosty Planet, and also love your vids, keep up the good work. Thank you very much for that. First time playing this Frosty Planet? No. Actually, this is episode number 3, and we already played it in the beta for 2 more streams, so technically speaking, it's the 5th time that I'm playing it. So that is, yeah, 5 times that we have played it now. So with that airlock door, though, there are a couple things that we need to consider. Point 1 is we need power, and we need the power before we are actually plopping in the airlock door itself. So let's just come with the power through here. The airlock door will eventually live right here. So our power wire needs to go right there. And to accomplish that, we are going to just build us a couple of ladder pieces over here. Here one, there one. Yeah, so the dupes can make it all the way down. Once we have this here vacuumed out, we are just finishing it up. And then we can also work on our piping. Because piping is going to be important. By now we have 10 tons, and we will see how much 10 tons gives us. Probably by far less than we would expect or want. So let's get started with this. Like I said, the entire idea is to cool the entire base. So that will cost us an insane amount of aluminum. And I want to start in the middle right here. We're just going to come through here. This is the top, this is the top. I built this one here on the bottom. Let's try to keep it somewhat in unison. And come through right here. Each and every way on the top. Like I said, an insane amount of aluminum is going to be used for this build. And it's going to get more over time because we are going to extend this entire build later on. But for right now, it should be okay. Kagan says, I need to go. Bier, have a nice stream and a good day. Thank you, Kagan. Truly appreciate you stopping by. As usual, thank you very much. and have a great rest of your day. Should we already put in another one right here? Probably wouldn't hurt. By the way, what I also kind of forgot is we only have a total of 10 seats in here and another 10 seats in here. Very, very soon we will need another area for dupes to eat, so we will have to do something about it. So let's do that while we can as well. Right here, let's first of all make all of this stuff here wood. Because we can, we have more than enough wood, 69 tons. Then right here, let's put us another room in. And just for later on, let's put us in one more to go. There we have it. That will also work out in our favor. We can come all the way through. Dig all this up. Dig all of this up. These here too, but those will already be dug up. We have everything here. And here, we're just going to go too high all the way across here. How much more do we have? Not a hell of a lot, do we? Not enough to make it all the way past here. We're not going to go to copper. We're going to go to insulated. Because we don't really need it in that area. So it's really not that important. Also, this one right here is really for nothing. So we're going to leave it alone. And right here, we're just going to come back up and in. That is a hell of a lot of piping that we need to build. And we will see how that goes. So, oops. Time to get to work, I would say. Only on the bottom, we're going to rip that out. And on the top, we're just going to disconnect it in case we need this pipe here again in the future. Also, power is a concern. Didn't we have a wire that has almost nothing on it? Well, we need 2 wires anyway, basically straight out of the gate. Just to take care of these 2 thermal aqua tuners, that's the bigger problem. Maybe I've missed it, but what is that airlock door item in build menu 1? You mean this one right here, the airlock door? That is basically a mechanized electronic version of a liquid lock. It just saves us from building a liquid lock. It just saves time, really. It's a quality of life improvement. You can either build a liquid lock and build it for free, basically, or you build this door here temporarily and just throw some power at it. In this case here, I just chose to throw some power at it because it's faster. And yes, it is a mod, and it's literally called Airlock Door. That's the name of the mod. By the way, guys, if you're interested in all the mods that I'm using, there is a pinned thread, or better to say, a pinned message in my Discord server, in the Oxygen Not Included channel, that is always up to date with every single mod that I use. So every time I install one, it gets added. Every time I delete one, it gets added as well. So if you're interested in that, you can take a look at that on the Discord, which is of course 100% free for everyone. Look at this insanity. We just expanded our fridges here drastically, and still we are out of space. We need to really build us an infinite storage here very, very soon. There's just so many other things that I want to do that are, I don't know, more interesting than an infinite storage for food right now. But regardless, the dupes have certainly plenty to do. Too much food, yes. Who would have seen that coming? Considering that we struggled just a tiny little bit at the beginning, but it wasn't really too bad. But yeah, by now it's literally too much food. Let's see. We have our infinite storage down here, that's done. We have our critter killer, that's working. We have our power spine, beautifully, over here all the way on the left. Other than that, though, I mean, at the moment, we're looking pretty damn decent, not gonna lie. Goof says it's almost 1:30, so I guess I'll go to bed. Have a good one. Thank you very much, Goof, for joining. You know it, I truly appreciate having you here. And once again, thank you very much for becoming a member in the supported tier. I truly appreciate it. More data banks? We could go back to space, yeah, and didn't we? Yeah, we dug up another Sherberry. Let's move that to our rocket right here while we can. Can we please? How about I sweep it? Is that gonna work? What else do I have to do here to make this happen? And what other foods do we have? Anything else that doesn't spoil? Let's take a look here. Pike apples, skewer. We still have 134,000 kilocalories in meat that we haven't even converted to barbecue yet. Raw egg. Yeah, we don't have anything else. Nothing that wouldn't spoil, at least, that I can just leave sit in there forever. Gunnar says, I had and I always have to look what it's called, anti-entropy thermal nullifier fridge with 10 million calories worth of food on my last playthrough. I know. A lot of people are building these with an insane amount of food. I have never been that guy. Because I just don't see a use for it. You know, what am I going to do? I have 1 million right now. And even 1 million is way too much. Like, what am I doing with that? There's just no reason to go overboard. You could make pemmican. Meat plus tallow. We do have a little bit of tallow, and we haven't done anything with tallow yet. What is that thing called? Was it a fryer or something like that? Not a refrigerator. Should be in food, right? What is that bad boy called? A deep fryer. There's no bonus for it to be in the kitchen, I know that, but just for shits and giggles, let's move our doors over and put it into the kitchen with the rest. Oh, it uses the musher? Not the fryer? Wait, you can't use tallow in the musher? I did not know that. Okay, we're still gonna build a deep fryer right here. And the musher, was that 2 or 3 wide? 2 wide. Let's move our door 2 more. Which gives us a total space of 4 to put in exactly what we need here. The musher, as well as the fryer. Pemmican is Native American travel food. Never heard of it. But hey, the more you know. And like I always say to anyone, really, there is no such thing as bad knowledge, right? Doesn't matter what it's about. If you know it, you know it. And that is a principle that I have lived by basically my entire life. And I recommend for everyone else to do the same. No such thing as bad knowledge. Alright, doors are done. Now we just need the fryer, as well as the micro musher. Now it's a native dupe space food. Exactly. Native dupe. What the hell? Do we have it in here now? Can we get rid of all the data banks? Is it really an absolute impossibility to do this, or what? I truly don't understand. Also, grab the polluted dirt and bring it somewhere. The outhouse is full to the brim. We have plenty of oxygen. We have 807 kilograms worth of plastic. I don't even know. How much plastic does one databank require? 5 kilograms. So with 5 kilograms, at 800 kilograms in here. I think what I'm going to do is, how much plastic do we have on Sub-Zerola? Another 570 kilograms. That works out. I can just set the total right here to, let's say 1500 maybe. And disallow, at least for the time being, oxalide. The oxalide is just going to lay there. They're going to carry it away. It's fine. Doesn't matter. But they're going to fill up the rest here with plastic. And then we're going to turn the oxalide back on, which should be okay. Rhino storage bin for databanks near planetarium for auto move. That is a good idea. That is a good idea. That is a very good idea, as a matter of fact. Not entirely sure how I didn't think of that myself. Where did I put the planetarium? Down here on the bottom. I guess. Down here is a good... Back here. How about back here? It's about as good a place as any. Let's plop that in right away, please. You need those thick boy wires for the aquatuner? No, that's not what we're gonna do. Most definitely not. Right here, databanks. Highest priority. Every databank you have, bring it back here right away. Dr. Kionis. Someday. Student of electrical engineering. Always. I like that. That's very nice. I can't wait to address you with Dr. Kionis here in chat. Honestly. I love how luxurious that lab is. It kind of has that highway restroom feel about it. Yeah, just plopped somewhere in the corner here. But our microbe musher, though. What is on this wire? On this wire are all of our electrolyzers, where we're currently still only using 2. And I don't foresee us using more than 2 really anytime soon, truth be told. So I'm probably just going to connect these here up. Unless we have a better wire nearby. What are you connected to? You are going down here. You're going over here. And you're only going to the liquid tepidizer. So you would be, per definition, a better wire to use. This one right here. Question is... can we make that happen easily? I think so. If we bring this wire right here, straight over, and down, and in, and then this wire up, and then disconnect these two here, as soon as it's built, we should be okay. Just gotta do it quickly before everything fries to death. Okay, right here we can disconnect, sorry, right here. This one here and this one here. So this one here is now empty. This wire right here will have to go through here in a second. So this one here has now a load of 1900 still, because it's still connected to up here on the top though. Which we will have to change. You should only be connected to down here on the bottom. Time for another cyanotype diagram, aka blueprint. Yes, we can do that in a second. Let me just fix this here up for a minute. So this wire right here on the bottom was connected to the bottom. To right here, which went into down here, which we want to change. We want to have it connected up there. So that should be a relatively small issue. Let's just get this here built. Hungry for them gloves. I know, right? What are we building this stuff out here? Out of iron? Yeah, out of iron. Another thing though. Not in F7, in conveyor overlay. You should really eventually also start bringing this conveyor rail over, so we have easier access to our copper as well, because right at the moment it's a real pain to get over here. Let's also put that order in while we are at it. What's the easiest way to do so? Through here. There we have it. Once this is built, we can continue. But right at the moment, though, this here is all messed up. This wire here is currently connected to absolutely nothing. Come on, put it all in. Right at the moment, this one here is going to overload drastically. So we just got to sort this here out. Let's see real quick. This one right here on the right side is the one with 1860 watts. And this one here on the bottom is the one with 1320. So to make this happen, this wire right here is going to run down. It is currently connected to right here, so that's right. All we have to do now is disconnect this here, disconnect this here, and come with this wire here, with a bridge through, and across. And then rip out all the stuff that we don't need anymore, which now has this wire here free. Hook it up to all this stuff here. Well, not the fridge. Very easily, without a problem. There we go. The blueprint. Let's see what we have behind door number 3. Yep, there we have them. Socks. Not gloves, but more socks. We had 2 socks today and 1 wall print. A wall print that we already had, though. Frilly magma socks. Thick, toasty red socks with extra flounce. Can't have enough flounce, I suppose, but that's good. Also, printing pod. 500 kilograms of plastic. I can't really not say no to that. I really can't say no to 500 kilograms of free plastic. Unless one of those tubes here blows me out of the water. Rocketry, operating and cooking. This is a really good dupe. Decrease decor. Nobody cares about your negative 15 decor though, honestly. Alright guys, what do you guys think? Should we go with an ease bet and bring on a 19th dupe? Or should we go with plastic 500 kilograms? What do you guys think? Because both are actually pretty decent options here, not gonna lie. Your life isn't worth 500 kilograms of polymer. It's true. It is actually true though. Alright, I feel like the dupe has already won before we even started. We will grab the dupe. Just let me check in vitals right here. Then let me check in chat. Who is a member and doesn't have a dupe yet? Well, I do know one person that did become a member today. He unfortunately already left, but he will get a dupe anyway, so he can be happy the next time he is here. And that is Goof. With 2 G's and 2 O's, I believe. Let me double check that in chat real quick. Where do we are? Where is his last message? Goof, 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 goof. Where are you at? Did we just have a message from you? Yes, that is correct. That is his name. Goof. Even though you can't hear me, welcome to the game. Iron Chase, I saw you. You will also get a dupe. We will probably bring out a 20th today. I don't see a reason why not. But yeah, I just remember that Doof became a supporter today. So that is going to happen first. Can we please build those wires here so we hook all the stuff here back up because our electrolyzers are not working? Starvation. Made a mess. What is happening? How? Diana, how? And why? Oh, because of the pump. But even though we have water in here, you can't just go to the lavatory. There's nothing stopping you from doing so. What in the actual hell? And William, you just literally have to walk out of here. You're fine. What is happening? I guess I will have to increase it to 2000 just so we have more space for oxalite. Let's do that. Then we can send William back up to space. It is Brandon right at the moment who has a relatively high stress at 27%, and I truly don't understand why. To be very honest with you, why would that be? You dupes have a beautiful life here, honestly. But other than that, though, in skills, of course, if we bring Goof on, we also need to give Goof a job. And Goof is basically predestined to become another mechatronics engineer. And then potentially also go to space eventually, since rocket piloting is in there as well. So let's do that right away. Improve tinkering. And before I forget it later, in priorities, we have the engineer building mod. So we gotta find us Mr. Goof and immediately bring this here up. Very nice. Plastic is one big vent, but I learned that ethanol can be refined to plastic as well. Yes, nectar, not plastic. I was like, ethanol? Ethanol can be burned to hell and back with our petroleum generator, but that is about it though. Also, our solar panels have been built that I completely forgot existed. Let's bring these liquid valves here down to 130 grams per second at the highest priority. All of them. And as soon as that has happened, we're just going to plug them up and start those extra 2 solar panels up. I just noticed, because this here is extremely empty, which means, of course, we pumped a lot up here, but at the same time, our petroleum generator is probably still doing work, huh? It was still running 4% last cycle. I would like to get that as close to 0 as possible. At least for right now. It will run again with our thermo aquatuners right here, but for right now I want to bring that down. Now that we have the wire though, we can build our airlock door. And that should be it. At that point, we can close off this side here for good. Actually, before we do that, let me put in here what we need. Cancel not the power wires, but everything in here. We do need a little bit of automation. That will have to happen. The only question is, how am I going to do it? Yeah. What I'm thinking about right now is, am I going to put one sensor right here that controls the output and runs both? Or do I put one right here and one right there? Because both options are very possible in this particular case. We just have to do a little bit of math, which we will have to do either way, though. I think I'm going to build two. Because at the end of the day, the result should be roughly the same. Also, of course, later on, we will need to hook this thing up to power somehow. And for that, we will need two separate power wires. So let's bring that out so it's reachable. Which it still is not, because we have a 4-high room underneath it, but that's a different topic. All we need for that is a ladder here, a ladder there. Now we can reach it again. And that should be everything that we need in here. At least everything that we need right this very second. We can already go ahead, I suppose, and put a liquid vent smack dab in the middle. Might as well bring it up right here. Bring in a liquid bridge right here that goes which way around? This way around. Snip it off. And then bring our insulated pipe straight through. That'll have to happen no matter what we do. We might as well put it in while we have easy access without having a vacuum or any other nonsense going on. Most of our piping is built by now, which is nice to see, as always. We do have a nice amount of ethanol right here, though. Can't forget about that either. So right at the moment, we have basically 2 tiles high all the way through. But that's another 12 tons on top of what we have. So that's not too shabby, quite honestly. Up here, though, we are running low. But you just built the wall for tube access? Yeah, up here on the top. As soon as this airlock door here is built, we're going to rip those two out and we can come in again from this side. So it's not that big a problem on the top right here. Just the bottom will be not reachable if we were to close it off right now. Also, what I never did apparently, is set this direction here properly. You know what I was just thinking of? Don't we have this, what was that thing called? The confetti suit or something? No? What was that coat called? Not the snazzy suit. Ammo checkpoint in the bottom is full. Ammo checkpoint in the bottom is full. Unreachable toilet. How did this happen? Right at the moment we have 1 missing. We have 2 dupes down here. We do have 3 dupes down here. How in the hell did that happen? I guess to negate that, we're just going to make our lives very easy. Put another piece of pipe in here, call it a day. What in the hell? How did that happen? How did the dupes get down here with more atmosuits than we have available? I am slightly confused about how that is a thing, but okay then. Also down here, most of our water, of course, that is salt water, has nicely accumulated. Just a little bit is stuck up here. But all that is here, we should be able to mop up without an issue. Down here we have 300 kilograms. That is not going to fly. So let's dig our way up to right there. And dig this here out. Other than that, though, we should be able to see a little bit more. And it's getting cold again. How low is this map? You gotta imagine, we started right here. We are right there. And there's still nothing in sight. Down here is a petrified fossil. But other than that, though, how bloody low is this map? How big is this thing? Am I crazy? Comply is wearing it? Didn't we give him a suit? Oh, that's right. We wanted to give him a suit, right? Do not comply. Confetti suit. There we go. Now you get the warm coat. I wanted to do it a long time ago. And it was called a Con-Eddie suit. He just needs to get rid of it. Let's try this again. Where did you throw it? Suit? Why doesn't the suit show up? You should have already gotten rid of it. Because you can't reach it. How about that? Now you can. Gunnar says, yeah, it feels a lot bigger than usual. It does feel a lot bigger. It's not just me thinking that, right? I feel like it's huge, honestly. Like, insanely big. Did you get now rid of your suit, sir? Looks like you're not wearing it. Looks like you're cold, though, so that's a good thing. Can I now try this one more time? No. Apparently I can't. Where is the bloody suit? Is that another bug that is still in the game? That I can't see it? Because it could not be laying anywhere, and without being able to search for it, there's a 0% chance that I will ever find it. Unless he threw it off on the ladder, maybe. If he happened to be on the ladder, there's at least a slight chance, but I don't see it. Neither here. No there. Yeah, it could be anywhere in the map. Forget about it. William is here. Our fearless spacefarer. How are you doing, William? You ready to go back to space? Since you just happened to show up? In your beautiful personal rocket right here. We have 16,000 kilocalories. We are full with 1,300 kilograms of plastic and 620 kilograms of oxalate. That's perfect. 14 visits remaining on our outhouse. Can't really complain about that. Yeah, we're gonna send you back to space. Let's change it. Bring it up. And then, of course, begin the launch sequence. And just to make sure we still have William in there. Yes, William Lai is still in there and ready to go to space to provide us with more data banks. Always good to see. And we're back in space. William, before you do anything else, get rid of your suit. And then have fun. We will see how long you will make it this time. And we have a trap dupe. Again, or still? What if I send Kionis up here? I can't do it. What if I say deliver suit here and there? Now what? I am completely flabbergasted why that is not working. Why are you stuck down there? What am I missing? Current status empty. You should have a suit available, a suit spot, because you're attached here now. And you should be able to walk up here without an issue, but you're not. How is that? Let me change the clearance and see what happens now. Now it's in there, okay. Kionis now takes it off. Jazz has one in his hand. And now I can say deliver suit over here, theoretically. I still don't understand where a dupe potentially could have gotten down there extra with a suit on. That shouldn't be possible unless... No, through here is also no path down here. There is no path to make it down there. Anywhere. Very odd. I am absolutely flabbergasted. And we're out of iron. To build those wires right here. Of course, how else would it be? So let's not make it out of iron then. How do you feel about that? Let's make it out of something that we have, like copper. Wouldn't that work for you? And let's see. Put this here in. And clean up your mess after you, will you? Thank you. I see past left side. Left side. You can't come through here. I can lock it on top of everything else, but the permissions are done. You can't get through here. You can't get through here. I can't get through here. Guess we can tear one more out, but even then, though, it shouldn't be possible. I don't know. I don't see it. I don't know what happened. Probably some kind of glitch, because I can't explain it any other way. We have not changed this system here since the last stream, not all day in any way, shape, or form. Therefore, it should work, because it worked last time without a problem. At least that would be the general assumption. But here we are, proven wrong once again, somehow. Okay, now we should be able also to tear these walls here up, because we do have the airlock door. So that's how the airlock door works. You can kind of see the animation right here. I can let it run a little bit slower when Keonis comes back out. What happens is, it closes and it basically sucks the air out. I'm really glad that you're so happy, Keonis, but I've heard better, not gonna lie. But yeah, that's how the airlock door works. It opens up one side, Duke goes in the middle, it sucks out the whatever is in there, gets just rid of it, it just deletes it basically, and then opens up the door to the other side, back and forth. That's how that goes. And with that in mind, having this here built on the bottom, we can just put in ventilation. For example, where are we at? Vacuum pump. We don't have any plastic. Of course, it's all in space with William. Make us a tiny little bit of plastic so we can plop us 2 or 3, maybe 2 vacuum pumps in here. Also down here on the bottom, there's nothing left to do. Let me double check everything. We do have power down here, so that's fine. In F6, we do have plumbing, which can be built on the top. The bottom is done. In F7, we have nothing right now. And then automation, we have our 2 liquid pipe thermosensors. That will, of course, help us with this endeavor. All that we need eventually is, though, and that's going to suck because I just don't know what to do with it. Probably nothing for the moment, but I'm going to implement it anyway right now. In power, I'm going to build a heavy conductive joint plate that will live just 1 high. Something like this here. Every time I see an airlock door, I scream cheating. I mean, could I have built just as easily right here a liquid lock? Of course, but this is just more efficient. It's faster. Could have used that 500 kilograms plastic from the pod. I knew it. I knew it. Damn it. I knew it was a mistake. That's funny, though. You know, we could increase our output here slightly. That's why he's doing nothing anyway. Let's do that. What are we building this thing out of here? Copper. Okay, that's fine. Copper, speaking of it, I'm sure you guys have built by now the conveyor rail. Yes, you have. So let's get rid of this bad boy. So we can start putting it into right there. This thing is dormant, by the way. How long are you dormant for? Next activity 6.4 cycles, and you have the next dormancy in 32.8. That's totally fine. Eventually, though, what I really want to do is I want to bring some nectar down here and replace this here with nectar, because currently, with our conveyor rail only being at 1,000 grams, we are clogging up the entire system. And the only way to increase that output right here is by putting a different fluid in here. Salt water is just not going to do it. It was good while it lasted, but it's not going to last much longer, so we need to replace that. There is just no choice. It has to happen. And then while we were at it, we were talking about the microbe musher, pemmican. 1,600 kilocalories worth of meat, 1,000 grams of tallow, an entire kilogram, okay? Makes us 2,600 kilograms of pemmican. And pemmican never spoils, so that's nice. I would say, let's make us, 10 of those alone would be 26,000 calories, so let's make us 10 of them. Basically right away. Plastic press problem. Oh yeah, I should have built it differently, shouldn't I? Yeah. Keep forgetting about that. Not like this. Need to build it around here. To do something like this here. And then snip this side off. There we go. That should fix it. Using nectar as coolant, how sweet of you. Also, let's carve out those lumen quartzes while we are at it, before I forget it later again. All this has been built, we're good. Todd Hurst is here. You were talking about never keeping those airlocks permanently, and I was thinking on how to make one using in-game logic and pumps. Then I fell asleep. Yeah, I never use one of those permanently. Do they actually have an automation hookup? They do. Green signal unlocked door, red signal locked door. Okay. But they even have an automation. See, I have not even used them long enough to even try using this airlock door long enough to figure out that. Then he says, shouldn't you activate a third electrolyzer now that you have 19 dupes? I mean, technically, yes, but we will be fine for a very, very long time without wasting the extra water right now. I mean, for a very, very long time, to be very honest here. So, we're gonna wait as long as we can, and once this here doesn't look like this anymore, then we will do it. I mean, using the in-game logic instead of the mod. You were thinking about that? Would you like to come up with it yourself, or would you like me to show you? Because there is a way to do that, and it's very simply done with a weight plate. I'm just gonna give you a tip, how about that? In automation, you work with the weight plate. That's what makes the system work. I used it in one of my former videos, before I actually had the airlock door mod, I believe. And I used it to get into my fridge area. Need to make sure you have enough oxygen for a bad tide. Yeah, you're funny, Jez. Do we have a little bit of plastic now? Yes, we do. So we can actually go ahead in plumbing and grab us in ventilation, a vacuum pump. And we're just going to put 2 of those bad boys in here. One here, one there. Gonna bring in temporary power from anywhere. Doesn't matter. Drop it in, open up one of those tiles right here, and close this bad boy off. As a matter of fact, let's open it up first, so we can get the crap out, and then we're gonna go ahead and close it off. Then some pipes, literally anywhere. You can just build them straight up, for example, 2 of them, because it makes no difference if you have 1 or 2 of them. Oh, we are once again out of resources. That is slightly frustrating. I thought our 2 volcanoes here will help us. Apparently not as much as I thought they will. I guess we will have to get down back here to the bottom and make us a little bit more iron ore. Not iron ore. Refined iron. Out of iron ore. Let's say 50. Should get the job done for right this second. Another 5 tons of that stuff. Might as well. The stuff down here in the bottom, we're going to grab it. At the moment it's gone, we're going to close it off. We are wasting as little power as possible. We're making this vacuum in here. And at the same time, we can also plop us in a bottle in here, probably. I don't see a reason why not. How much more nectar do we have? About 2,000 kilograms per tile. That's okay. How are we doing in space? William? William, super happy today. I haven't even done anything to him. He's only at 5% stress. And at the same time, he already made us a whooping 39 databanks. William's going for it today. Hell yeah. Make us as many as you can, Will. Alright. So far so good. The only problem that I foresee is freezing water. And for that we need to first get a little bit of nectar in here to prevent that from happening. Our thermal aqua tuna here cannot be at negative 34 degrees. So what is the temperature of our nectar? It's actually pretty damn cold, so that could work in our favor. In F6, we have this pipe right here that we can literally just connect up to anywhere in our system. And connect it right here as well. Don't want to do that. And let's get some nectar running through here. For that we do need a little bit of power though. which I should have done before, actually. First the power, then the nectar, in that particular order. And that's going to be the bigger issue, most likely. Let's check this here out one more time. Here we have 1800 watts. Here we have 1150, which we basically don't use. We still have those 10 up here that we are not using. We have our incubators right here, of course. But theoretically, using this wire right here, hook it up to an aqua tuna, shouldn't do much harm. I don't see how it would. The only thing that's probably running is the liquid pump, or maybe two of those here at the same time. But even that is relatively unlikely. Not out of steel, though. Let's bring us a second wire up here. And the second wire is going to go straight into our first thermo aqua tuna. Just like that. We're going to wait a little bit longer, though, with our vacuum. For the same reason, so we can heat up the environment in here a tiny little bit to prevent our water from freezing. That's going to be highly important. And then we need a second wire. Yeah. And I think we're just going to utilize this bad boy right here and connect the actual power that goes through here. Because here we have the entirety of the top here hooked up. Gonna move that one down. In theory, though, it doesn't make a difference, but we do need a hell of a lot more material for it, so... It may be that one thermo aqua tuna has to do the job for right this very moment, which would still be enough. We just need to cool it down a little bit more from where we are, and that should get the job done. Just so that it turns on and it gets up to somewhere close to 0 degrees, which should happen in absolutely no time. I guess while we wait for that to happen, we were talking earlier about a kill pit for spigots. Might as well implement that while we're at it to get us more tallow, now that we start slowly but steadily using it. And I'm thinking we're just going to plop it right here. Is too wide enough? I believe so. Let's build it too wide in food. Or better to say, let's just grab us the critter drop off. And let's get down here. Something like that. So we have an official kill pit right beside our standard critter killer, where there's a Bamini already waiting. I guess. How much food does a Bamini give? Does it say anywhere? Does a Bamini give as much food as a fully grown one? Does anybody happen to know that? Because I am not sure about it. I forgot it, just like before. Like I said, usually when the starvation comes up and doesn't go away for a little while, I will realize it. But I forgot to let William eat the sherberries. Highborn Chase says, yes, it does, 22k, so it does give the exact same amount as a full one. Okay. That is very good to know. And then we're going to say, down here on the bottom, the critter drop-off with a number 9 priority, we always want to have, of course, this here full. By the way, we got to pump our ethanol somewhere here very shortly. Good grief. But that's beside the point. This critter drop-off here is going to be set also to spigots and spigot seals. And of course, we're going to set it to as many as we can potentially fit in here, which is for the number 8 priority, one lower than the other one, and then spigot seals and spigot pups. Down here at the bottom, we're also going to say spigot pup and spigot seal nothing. And we should be okay with that. Right here, we're going to say clean this stuff up if you have nothing else to do. The main reason is our storage bins are all empty. So anywhere where we have some ice laying around, we're going to clean up. At the moment we select right here that we want to get rid of it, they will put it in here. I should really change this here from sweep only, to be quite honest, so we are always full, completely full with it. I guess that is a good idea. Still though, they're going to use the stuff first that we just used for sweeping, I mean, that's the word. If you click the Bamini, there is a title calories. Isn't that what you're searching for? Is there? Click the Bamini. Ah, that's a fox flawn. Bamini. Well, yes. Oh, you mean right here. Drops meat 22,000 kilocalories. I just wasn't sure if it is only for, because it does say here in the title Bamas, but it also has the Bamini on here as well, so I wasn't sure for that reason. Are we getting our seals in? Wait. Missing a piece of ladder. And I was called out twice in chat and I just didn't see it. One by William. Actually, twice by William. Thanks, William. Appreciate it. Missed that one. There was no reason that I missed that. No, that was just negligence. Let's also clean up in here while we are at it. All of our bedrooms should be nice and clean for our dupes. Okay, we do now have power to our thermal aqua tuner. And in F6 we can see our nectar is at negative 49 degrees. So I'm just going to set this here to if above negative 50. And then in F6, probably going to go ahead and turn this here off so we have a nice steady stream coming through. And put it into our loop. And I'm going to just leave this at negative 60 for a hot second. Because our thermal aqua tuner right here just needs to generate enough heat to hold water. Which I'm going to turn on right away. Water, number 9, enable auto bottle. Let's put it in there. Should be good. So far, so good. The only thing that we already or still have a problem with is our water supply down here. And that is another reason why I'm waiting with our electrolyzer as long as I can. Eventually, we will fix this here. But as long as we can do temp shift plates built out of ice at basically a moment's notice without a problem, because we still have 440,000 kilograms, not kilocalories. We can do this here whenever we want without an issue. We can build it literally this wide without a problem. Temp shift plates from ice. And that will give us a hell of a lot of water. And we are running 40 degrees, 50 degrees, 70 degrees. Let's get that sucker up there. Make it nice and hot in here. Preferably also heating up the thermal aqua tuner right beside it. We don't want to damage it though. So let's turn it back down. Let's see. Let it cool back down. And that's why I didn't remove the atmosphere yet either. So there is method to the madness. A little bit more heat. And hopefully somebody's going to bring by a little bit of water as well. That would be nice. So we can get started on actually putting some water down here to the bottom. And as soon as it stays verifiably fluid, that's all we need for right this second. Thermal aqua tuner is taking on heat pretty well. That's nice. Putting in water. Of course, we're going to generate a little bit of steam, which is immediately going to go back to water right away. And if we add another bottle, we should be good now, which means in F2 we can start hooking up our power and actually creating the vacuum that we are after. We should be good now, I believe. Just got to add some more mass. Let's see right here. What is the problem right here right now? We're coming in, coming out, coming through here, in there. It's not connected. That's why we're not rotating it around. And actually, that may be a good thing for right now. You know what? Screw it. It's fine. We're going to hook it up. And we're going to let it start rotating around. It's nice and cold, so it doesn't do us any damage in any way, shape, or form. Thomas said, Zeit für Sonnenmännchen. Good night, BierTier. Good night, everyone. Thank you, Thomas, for joining. You know it. I appreciate it. And I hope you have a good night. William says, negligence. Dupes management does it to all of us, especially when they made a mess. I know, right? Down here on the bottom, we have a total area of 30 tiles. 30 tiles. Of course, on the bottom right here, we are 10 wide. So if we put about 100 kilograms in here, that's 1 ton. We would need about 3 tons, though. So we would need roughly 300 kilograms per tile to get to where I would like it to be. That would be nice. And also, we're gonna have a vacuum in here in absolutely no time, which is nice. Our water is going up and up and up. More ice is being melted, exactly as that should be without an issue. And once we have this system here properly up and running, we're going to go ahead and we're most likely going to send a dupe over to the other planetoid just to take a peek. Because so far, we are in cycle 234 and we had so much fun on our main planetoid. We haven't even checked out Blagolin yet. I really need to rename that thing. Don't know to what though. Maybe you guys have some idea in chat. What should I... Because Subcirilla, that's actually a pretty cool name. But this is clearly a swamp planetoid. Blagolin, I will never be able to say that. How about you guys come up with some ideas here? What could we call that bad boy? Also, not a blueprint. Let's see. Dirt. Alveovera seeds. I think we are good on Alveoveras. Swampoline. Yeah, I like that. We have auto right here. Supplying and building. Not a builder dupe, never hurts. But bottom of the stomach. Plant murderer. Plant murderer. I always love to see that. Because that is exactly how I feel. Bert. Building, researching, and decoration. But at the same time, has +2 construction. But also -3 construction. Which means a total of -1 construction. Great job, Bert. Researching and decorating. We do have a decorator, we do have a researcher. I mean, we have everything. Neither one of the two are 100% optimal. I mean, Otto would have hard digging going for him. I think we're gonna go with Otto. Let's make it a nice 20. 20 is always a good number. And, as I promised earlier, Highborn Chase. You're not in the game yet. But we are going to change that right now. Highborn Chase, welcome to the game. Where are you at? Jace. There you are, our auto. We're going to make you. Should we do improved carrying or should we do improved construction first? It doesn't really make a difference, to be very honest with you. Probably construction to help us out with building. How does that sound? I think that sounds fair. And earlier, who did we bring on earlier? Goof. Goof still lacking UXP to get up there a little bit higher. We also have another colony achievement. What did we do this time? Have at least 20 living duplicants living in the colony at one time. Well, I would say that is a mission accomplished right there. Our nectar right here is filling up. How is our infinite storage looking? Not too hot. But I'm trying to get as much into this reservoir right here as we potentially can. Should look at F6 though, not at F7. Because we know already that we are going to expand this piping system here eventually, quite drastically. So we should do something about that. So we have Swampoline. We have what, Jazz? Swamchesterton, Wilshire. Lichtwold. Alright. So for my favorite is Swampoline. Be a nice mechatronics engineer in the far future. I mean, building and engineering, that is a very good... You're making a very good case for yourself here. Let me put it that way. At some point, we missed those extra trees over here. Let's go through this here real quick. See what we can't reach, why we can't reach it. All this is good. You're not good. You're good, you're good, you're good, you're good. You're not good. You will be good now, though. Coming up, coming over, and down on the other side. Can't do this here either. Might as well run the game in the meantime so stuff gets done. Up here we can go everywhere. Where we cannot go is here and here. Can go through here all the way through without an issue. Here we're gonna dig that out. We wanted to do that way earlier. That never happened apparently. Thanks, dupes. Appreciate that. Then right here, let's dig this stuff out so we can make it all the way through, all the way over. Then eventually, even to those last trees right here. How's our storage looking? 4,100 kilograms. I think that is more than sufficient. Let's cut it off right at the stem. Put the rest in, and we will go from there. Very, very good. How much should we have in here by now? 240 kilograms, just a little bit more. 300 is what I'm aiming for, and we should be good with this as well. Also, how are we looking right here? A few milligrams are left before we go down to micrograms, and then we should be golden. It's so little that it pumps out that it just disappears. It doesn't even become a tile. Oh god. That's the downside of only leaving one open, but it's sufficient for our use case right here. Before we have the water in there, it doesn't matter anyway. It's not like we are in a hurry in any way, shape, or form. You're definitely picking up some heat from somewhere, though. That is for sure. We're going out at negative 39 and we're coming back at negative 22, so that is nothing to scoff at. And we are at the 300 that we wanted. We can now deconstruct this one, and we just gotta get rid of the rest of the carbon dioxide to start this here up and see if we can cool this here down to something reasonable. Without going completely overboard, that is. Only on the bottom though, how are we looking? Looking pretty damn good, I would say. I guess we can start and mop all the stuff here up, so it's not in our way later on. And just get rid of it. Not on floor. Well, it will be on the floor eventually, so that should be just fine. Right here, one piece of ladder. And then we can dig deeper. I really want to see where this bloody biome is on the bottom that we are looking for so hard. And that is, of course, if existing, an oil biome. We still haven't found it, and I don't understand how that is possible. Aluminum 3 tons, copper 1.2 tons. Yeah, we do need to come up with a way, though. Make our aluminum volcano more efficient, so we need to bring nectar down there somehow. I mean, we do have a pipe available. If we can hook some more trees up, which is obviously what we are desperately trying to do, then we could just very temporarily hook this pipe here up to this pipe and let it flow into the other direction, bring it over there. I think that is the best case scenario for right this moment, and should be the fastest way to accomplish the goal. So that is, of course, precisely what we are going to go for. How's our Mercury storage looking? Oh yeah, we're barely making a dent into that bad boy, so that's totally fine. Of course, right here, I left it on purpose only one wide, so we are not leaking heat out. I should really considering at this depth, though, to actually extend our fire pole, so I may have to go for it. Let's do that now that everything's mopped up. Bring it all the way down to the bottom. And then, of course, we will need in plumbing a bottle emptier that we're just going to screw it right here. Not right there, one lower. That is going to be our salt water. That should help out with our dupe movement at least a tiny little bit. William says you can always dig zigzag downward to speed up your exploration and the pole. You mean basically like this here? Yeah, that is always a way. Or what is also possible is the other way to do it. I think it's this way here, where the dupes basically just jump across here. The very top one is not going to work. Need to come up a little bit higher. Something like this here is also a way to do it, because this one here is wrong, but you get the gist of it. Bottle emptier is going to be set to salt water and the brine if we have any. We do not, so it's fine. Make it an 8 priority. Just so we can get rid of this stuff. We don't have any other storage for it. It was 3 tiles down. Yeah, it was. Again. This way around. But we're not really in a hurry that big, especially since we are basically just waiting for a vacuum, which we just got. Very good. Let's deconstruct those vacuum pumps. Deconstruct all this stuff. Get rid of it. Deconstruct everything. And then we still need to figure out the second power source right here, which also didn't do because we didn't have any materials for us. So let's see if we can find us any. It's just a very long wire. Very, very long wire. What is hooked up to only this wire right here? If I snip it off right there, 1700 watts. Yeah, that's not gonna fly. We don't have a choice. It sucks, but we do not have a choice. Let's use all the copper we have to come all the way over here. Right there, we're gonna run out of copper. Yeah, the good aluminum. Again, I can't help it. We have to utilize it to hook up our second thermoacqua tuner. And of course, then once the series built, connect it together. And then up here on the top, what did I miss? Where can we not get through? Because clearly something wasn't reachable a minute ago. This here is not reachable. Oh, but this here is. Okay, I just misclicked right there. That's the problem. And that should fix it for us. Also, this wire here is already built. We don't have to rebuild it. Just gotta close it off right here. You can do that already. There's nothing down there anymore of interest. Grab all the stuff out of here. And then go ahead and power and grab us 2 steam turbines built out of whatever we have, iron, I guess. And plop them right beside each other. Also, to recoup a little bit of our investment, get rid of this here. And as soon as the insulated tile is built, we can get rid of the airlock door as well, because if we have an atmosphere in here or not, that one doesn't matter in any way, shape, or form. Only down here. Wait, we still have 5 micrograms? What in the hell? How did that happen? A dupe must have breathed out. Really? Is 5 micrograms not enough to just disappear? I'm pretty sure it is. I'm pretty sure we can live with that, and I'm pretty sure the moment this here turns into steam, it will be fine. Should I take that risk? Or should I put another bloody pump in there? I mean, if I do take the risk and it doesn't work, which it should, but what if not? Here we only have 2 micrograms. 1 microgram. Maybe it just disappears all by itself. Let's turn the speed up to 10. And let's see if anything happens. We're down to 1. Yeah, okay. Thank God. Try it, says Todd. Todd says, fuck it, let's go for it. For science. I was very sure that it would work, but at the same time, though, it would have just been a pain. A time-consuming pain to get back in here. When I would really like to work on other stuff as well. Don't destroy the wire yet, the debris will fall down. Nah, damn it. You're right. Well, now it is what it is. Can't help it anymore. Yeah. Forgot about that. The wire should have waited. You're correct. But it's okay. The only other thing that we need is in F2. We need to connect it to something, even if we just build a piece of wire right here. I don't want to build it through the entire base. It's also probably not going to produce a hell of a lot of power, I would expect at least. But at the same time, though, if it does, if I'm wrong about that, we will be able to connect it to something using this outlet. This outlet alone here, though, already decreases the decor in this area here a tiny little bit, but, you know, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. How are we low on iron again? I am flabbergasted. 0 kilograms, sure enough. That can't be right, though, because we had enough in the beginning to build it, so it should still be there. Okay. Wrong message. All good. Gosh, we need to find an iron volcano. I know, right? Maybe we should dig a little bit around here, shouldn't we? What if we How's our mercury storage? I can take some more mercury. What if we just dig, for example, straight over here? Too high. Put in some ladders so we can make it there. And just see. Just to see. That's the entire intention right here. Nothing's gonna fall down on us. No, we're good. Just to see what's going on over there. And then last but not least, of course, this pipe right here needs to be connected. And right now that this here is closed off and it's a proper vacuum, nobody needs this airlock door anymore, so let's get rid of it. Atmosphere in here doesn't matter, so we are golden. What is our nectar doing right now? It's just running around at around negative 22 degrees, which is pretty nice. Elfie says, let's see. I got cool salt, liquid CO2, liquid sulfur, and water at 95C. And chlorine gas. Yuck. Why not heavy watt for the aqua tuners? It doesn't really matter. You're right. I could have just done that. That will save us a little bit of aluminum. You do have a good point. In here, it literally doesn't matter in any way, shape, or form. Let's put out cobalt ore. You are right. Just to make sure you do have a cable. Yes, yeah. All I have to do is this here. And then cancel it. That's why I did that, yeah. Still don't have power, though. Because I didn't connect it together here. Which is going to be the exact same game. And the tuner now has power. Let's plop that in here. Come on, guys. And let's see. If we want to go to a negative of, let's say, 44 degrees, which should be just right. Again, what we are trying to accomplish is Mercury, right here, has a melting point of negative 38.8 degrees. So we want to be below that. At the same time, though, carbon dioxide, let me find a plot of that stuff, has a condensation point of negative 48.1 degrees. So we would like to be right there in the middle between the two, not too hot and not too cold. Now, the easiest way to get to that is we're cooling down our nectar by 14, not 10, what am I saying? 14 degrees per aqua tuner. One of them we're going to leave off for now. The second one, we're going to set to negative 30. We're going to send a green signal when we are above negative 30. We're going to wait with that a hot minute until we get the stuff here out, close it off, and put some kind of liquid in here. But other than that, we should be okay. Also, what kind of liquid are we going to put in there? Probably just some ethanol. We only need one bottle, enough to fill up the floor, and we should be golden. Ethanol works for this here, just like anything else. It doesn't have to do a lot, even though the thermal conductivity sucks and the specific heat capacity sucks. It's fine. Valentino says, I'm back, just did some chores and ate breakfast. The development looks good. That's awesome. And I hope your breakfast was good. Okay, steam turbines coming in hot. They're good. We're just going to close off the side. Actually, before we close off the side, let's make a hole in the top. Deconstruct it anywhere. And then put right immediately a bottle emptier on top here. Why do you put liquid on the floor with the steam generators? Because liquids are still better in thermal conductivity than anything else. So we have oxygen right here as an example at 0.024, whereas even one of the worst or one of the bad liquids here is 0.17. 0.17 compared to 0.024. So it's not quite tenfold, it's like sevenfold the amount. It just transfers the heat from the steam turbine into the liquid, which then puts it into this radiant liquid pipe. So having some kind of fluid in there, doesn't really matter what it is better than not having some kind of fluid in there. Oh yeah, how are you doing up there? 66%, and you're at 164 databanks. Nice. At 66% though. Can you get to 200, William? I have faith in you. I have faith in you. I think you can make it. I'm gonna leave you up there, but I just can't forget about you again. Because sure as hell I did, didn't I? I kind of forgot you existed. Also, the toilet has still has 6 more visits. And carbon dioxide is good. Are we on plastic and oxalide? Also good. Food, 8,000 kilocalories. You're still fine for a couple more cycles. I kind of miss the old days where we flooded everything with hydrogen. Yes, I know, right? We just had that discussion the other day, didn't we? Somebody, get me this igneous rock out of here, will ya? He looks unhappy. Yeah. Thank you, I saw you do that earlier and was curious. Absolutely. Once again, guys, if you have any questions at any time, feel free to ask. As long as I know the answer, I'm happy to provide it at any point in time. That's what we're here for. So we're gonna go liquid ethanol, number 9 priority. And we will enable the auto bottle as soon as this bottom tally is built at the bare minimum. Really? Come on, guys. Bjorn says, have a good night all. Bjorn, thank you very much for joining today. I truly, truly appreciate it. And I hope you have a good night as well. Now we can enable auto bottle. Let's bring us 1 single bottle. That's all we need. And yeah, let's go from there. And Bjorn leaving also reminds me, you guys know me, I keep forgetting about it. If you're not subscribed to the channel, do me a favor and do so. Just like liking the stream. If you have not liked yet, please press that like button. It's completely free, of course, and it helps me out drastically. So yeah, I appreciate you guys being here, of course, but a like also goes a long way. Let's plot the insulated tile in here. We have 1 bloody piece of carbon dioxide stuck there. We are going to act like we didn't see that because it does not make a difference. Put in this tile. And now, let's see what we can do with this bad boy here with 1 single aqua tuner. In F6, we can see we are coming in at -23 and we are coming back out at -37. And we will see if 1 aqua tuner can keep that alive. That will now run for a pretty long time. Most likely because it is a very big area with, again, the bad conductivity of, well, a gas and not a liquid. So we are using a hell of a lot more power right now, which probably means that our petroleum generator here will have to work a little bit of overtime. We will see. But what we also can do to negate that a tiny little bit is, and we already started with that way earlier, just never went ahead and did it. You can put in more hydrogen generators as well, just to help out. Because one thing that we do have is definitely hydrogen. So right here, this pipe right here, we're just going to come back over and plop it in. And then last but not least, of course, in automation. Automation wire. Just going to leave it on the same one. I don't see a reason why not. And plop it all in. Keep the base as cold as start. Trying to keep cool enough to use mercury as a solid building material. Yes, that is the general idea. Jazz is 100% correct. We're just trying to see if that is in any way, shape, or form viable or not. Well, I am trying to see it because I'm genuinely curious if that is possible or not in any way, shape, or form. We're at -37 degrees. So if we cool it down again, we are going to go much, much lower than that. Low enough at -50 degrees to liquefy our carbon dioxide. So we cannot do that. I just have a second thermoaquatune in here in case we need it. Because eventually I want to extend this line right here to encapsulate this area here as well at the bare minimum. Maybe not the right side because the right side here doesn't matter too much. It's just bedrooms. But the left side right here, sure enough. And yes, I forgot about these here, didn't I? I forgot about him again. I forgot about him not twice. Okay. I'm not going to leave this screen. until we have him up and running. Gosh darn it. William says, question, did I just saw a crude oil infinite storage tank using insulated tile? Won't that break? It's not an infinite storage. It's just a normal storage. It will eventually fill up. And the leaky oil fissure right here will eventually turn off. This thing has been running for like, what? 140 cycles or so, roughly? I believe. Roughly 140 cycles, and it's still trying to fill this here up desperately. Or are you currently acting as a Escher? I think this is actually current. Yes, it is. So it is actually, I believe, an infinite storage. On accident. If it's not one thing, it's another, isn't it? Yeah. Every time you don't want an Escher, you get one, if you like it or not. Because we have oxygen all across here. And on the bottom, we have polluted oxygen. So it is, per se, a Escher waterfall. I guess we will have to fix that in a minute. But first, let's make sure that this here turns on. Also, never put in the rest. If that thing breaks open, it won't be negative 40 for long. Oh, I know. Only on the bottom here, 1,146 kilograms. Come on, build me those here real quick so we can fix that. That was an insanely good catch. Who said that, William? Yes, William. I did not notice that it's actually acting as an Escher. Son of a gun. So right at the moment, to get this here up and running, or you guys if you haven't seen it before or don't know how it works, these Mercury ceiling lights need 130 grams per second, which is precisely what we are giving it right now. And then we have here this little pop-up that says powering up, and we can see in the light overlay how the light is getting more and more and more, up until the point when it reaches 100%. 100%, as soon as we reach that with the last one, 100, 100, 100, and 100, we can go ahead and change these liquid valves here to 65. That's 50%, of course, of 130. And if we do that, the lights will start to flash, kind of like this here. They will turn off and on, but they will still give at all times their full capacity out. But they are running effectively at 50% of the mercury and also 50% of the power requirement. The power requirement per mercury ceiling light is 60 watts, so two of them are running at 30. So we are effectively using 65 grams per second of mercury. We are using 130 grams per second for two of them. We're using 60 watts per second, effectively for two of them, and we are getting 380 watts back. The control valve is set wrong. Wait, what? Which control valve? No? It's all correct. 65 grams per second across each and every one of those four. So effectively, we're using 130 here, 130 there. That makes 260. The same twice, of course. And we are getting, for each and every one of those solar panels, 380 watts back. Notice the oil pressure steadily climbing, 1,150. It's gonna break here very soon. How to fix it? How to fix it? How are you reducing the power to the lights, or is it automatic? It is automatic. It's just, because the way that I built it, kind of hard to show. Yeah, I can't really show it here. I can show it on this light right though. You can see that it's flashing back and forth between 0 and 60. Which of course still means it needs 60 at one time. But effectively, on average, it's only using 30. Here we can see it actually very nicely. Okay, now to the next problem. What the hell are we going to do about this thing? I'm thinking you could build insulated tile and ladder and then diagonally construct to make that spot too wide. I was considering something similar, as a matter of fact. I think that would be a good course of action. I had a bad feeling about this. Yeah. You were right. I thought we only had oxygen in here. I did not calculate with that one piece of polluted oxygen right here. But as a matter of fact, what if I go ahead and replace this one tile with an airflow tile? Doesn't that solve my problem? Save the game. Let's see if we can make that happen. Because that change is instant. So it's not like it's going to open up the tile and deconstruct it first. That should allow the polluted oxygen to move out. As soon as it becomes oxygen, it's not an Escher waterfall anymore. Jess says, buckle up, boys and girls. What could possibly go wrong? I know, right? Yeah, that fixed our problem. You are officially not an Escher waterfall anymore. Now, back to closing you back off. And now it's just a matter of overflowing it enough that it will actually block the output of the leaky oil fissure. Which of course happens, just like with every other one, right in this tile right here. Question is just, can we actually get that high? And I guess we will find out what our oxygen is going to do here. Looks like it's doing exactly what it's supposed to do. And go in this corner. As soon as we reach 150 kilograms here, it should overpressure, right? Come on, a bit more, just a bit more. Or not. Don't you have an overpressure? How are you not overpressuring? It should be this tile right here. You're at 170. Are you still going? You telling me that's not possible with a leaky oil fissure? Because the truth is I've never tried this. Because if that's the case, then we are in somewhat of a pickle here. Guess I'm going to let it run for a tiny little bit longer. And see what happens. It is 150 kilograms, where basically any vent overpressures, right? A volcano, for example, 150 kilograms worth of steam will overpressure it. Well, like I said, I'm going to let it run for a tiny little bit longer. We have plenty of space still left in here. Before anything bad happens. Put an airflow tile above the O2. I mean, we could put one here, yeah, but it shouldn't make a difference. I don't think the O2 here matters, but let's try it. Let's go a step further and give us then a little bit more space down here on the bottom as well. Ooh, it's suffocating. William! What you doing up here? Oh, you're at 99%. I forgot about you again, didn't I? Oh, that's okay though. Why are you suffocating? Ah, we have a little bit of carbon dioxide in here. You just have to go up the ladder. Ah, we ran out. Okay. Atmosuit. For William, where you at, Will? William? William? What the hell? Am I blind? There he is. Put that on. Good now. And then immediately go back home. Let's change the destination of the rocket. To home. And you made 229. You outdid yourself here drastically. Which is always nice to see. You're still making him, which is hilarious. And there he goes. And then in consumables, immediately, let's make sure that the shareberry is turned off for him as well. Also, in consumables, what's that new food that we made? Should have probably turned that off right away. What is it? Not a skewer, lettuce, plume squash, pike apple. What is that damn thing called? That we make in the microbe musher. Pemmican. Consumables, pemmican, where are you at? Your quality can't be very high though. Am I just blind? Pemmican, right here. Let's turn it off for everybody. That should be okay. Imagine William's stress reaction is destructive and he finds the leaky oil box. I know, right? That would be somewhat hilarious, not gonna lie. It was that one tile of oxygen. And it is now officially overpressured. Good, let's close this off here before it gets hot out here. Very odd though. I did not expect that this little piece of O2 here actually causes issues, but once again, you never ever stop learning. Stop the airflow tile, the debris will fall into the crude oil. I mean, that's fine. Can. This debris here will not fall in there, right? No, this here can't fall in. Only the debris from the airflow tile itself will fall in. But it shouldn't matter. I mean, it's iron ore, so it is what it is. Okay, what do we have going on down here? Where is all this polluted water coming from? Let's get rid of all this stuff, please. You are... No, yeah, you're liquid chlorine. We made it further down. By any chance, do we have anything else uncovered? Maybe an iron volcano? Is that too much to ask for? Oh, we have something new over here, I believe. That is a normal volcano. I mean, it's not bad. We definitely need more igneous, but at the same time, though, not what I'm looking for, really. In the F3 overlay. Yeah. We're just gonna keep going lower for now. Just straight through. Doesn't make a difference. And how is this here going? Negative 37, negative 24 coming back. Let's go back to our F3 overlay in the relative temperature. We are, of course, trying to cool it from top to bottom. Sorry, from bottom to top, this way around. And down here, it is comparatively warm. Which is, of course, a problem. Let's see, we are coming in here at negative 37 degrees, and right here we are at negative 33, 32, 30, 29, 27, 26, 25, and 24. And the higher we go up, the worse it gets. But slowly but steadily, that should change, I hope. Did William Stoop vomit? That may well be. That is actually detrimental here. Thankfully, though, we still have this little setup, which I never hooked up to a power wire. Is that not one of the first things that I built today? And I completely forgot to hook it up to a power wire, just to get rid of all this polluted oxygen up here. Yeah, right here. We're going to use copper. And just bring it over. Eventually, we will need power over here anyway. We have more than enough available on this wire. We might as well do it right away. Hook this all up. This is not going to cost us any power because it's connected to nothing, so it's totally fine. And that should be good. The only other problem that we still have over here right now is this volcano right here. Yeah, right at the moment it's once again in the face, where it will block the entire line for an insane amount of time. So let's fix that really quickly before we do anything else. And then I still want to send a dupe over to the other planetoid to see what the hell is going on over there. So let's build us just something through here. That's totally fine. We will need a bridge that goes through here. We will need to snip this here off and also build us not a bridge while we're at it. This bridge right here will have to be turned around. And then right here. This bad boy right here is going to be our ticket. That saves us an insane amount of time because right here I'm just going to snip it off. And we're just going to put a little bit of a bridge on this bad boy. We're going to empty out a little bit of this nectar right here. Of course, we have plenty of it, and we can always refill it in a heartbeat, so that's going to be good. Jazz says, have a good night, beer, 2 a.m. here, so words is going to cover my slack. You are totally fine, Jazz. Thank you very much for joining today, you know it, and I hope you have a good night. And I hope you sleep well. Words says, hey, I can't cover that much slack. Seriously though, is this here melting? Is that our problem? We have polluted ice right here. This polluted ice right here specifically is at negative 24.5 degrees. It shouldn't be melting. So where is it coming from? I don't understand. Where exactly is this polluted water coming from? I guess it could melt a little bit here every once in a while. Because I don't see where else it could come from. Quite honestly. I guess let's dig this tile here up and this tile here up. This one here we can't reach though. Now it will of course melt immediately, but it's fine. Let's mop it. Let's see if that will solve our issue. If it was that one tile right here that was sticking out a little bit, that may well be it. We have a little bit of brine right here, which doesn't matter to me. How is this here looking? Pretty damn good, I would argue. Another bridge that goes right here, this way around. And we can start the transfer. Transfer is going to be very simple though, because right here, we're just going to come out with this bad boy all the way to right here. We still have our pit down here on the bottom with a liquid vent. Lou says, yes, all the polluted ice will melt, small amounts if exposed. Word says sharding is a thing, a very, very confusing thing. Oh, I know. It was that tile right here. But we should be okay now. And the dupes will slowly but steadily just grab all this water right here that's sitting around. We have outlets for a choy bush, so it would be okay. Proper metal taming? What, you don't want dupes to scald their hands? I'm not really too worried about the dupes. More worried about the temperature in my base, honestly. So let's build this here. Empty that sucker out. Preferably in a time when it's not currently erupting. That would be highly beneficial. And then go from there. You can see the tile to the top left of the one you deleted slightly melting. You mean this one right here? Yeah, it will probably be a problem soon as well. Which right here is 5 tiles high. I can't reach that, which... I mean, theoretically, I could go ahead and just tear this entire block here out and be done with it, but... probably not worth it. It'll be fine. Come on, dupes. Do it. But don't do it while I'm not looking. Oh, one more tile. How much steel do we have? 2,400 kilograms. That's fine. And slowly but steadily, we're making our way down here. We have all the time in the world to make it down there. Even this here is going to be safe. That is actually very lucky that our ladder just happens to fit right through here. What do we have here? Another neural vaccinator. I guess it's time for the good old dupe lottery once again. There's a lot of ethanol in here. 2 tons. Not too shabby. How are we looking up here with ethanol, though? Here we have nothing. That is shabby. I guess it's time to start up this bad boy right here. Replacing the salt water with what? Nectar? Yes, nectar. Nectar is the plan. At the moment, though, we can still not get rid of our petroleum generator. But I mean, right at the moment, it would be a good moment to relocate it, because that would allow us to get rid of all of this cabling right here. If we could relocate that right now, that would help us out drastically. And we should relocate it, quite honestly. And we could, for example, somewhere down here on the bottom. If you want to send me back to space again, you better give me sunny disposition. Well, I don't really know what's in there, though. It doesn't really tell you what exactly it gives you. You can inspect it, though. That's a good thing, if nothing else. Is anything theoretically stopping me from using this one petroleum generator and moving it down here and using this ethanol instead? Matter of fact, I would argue that is even a smart thing. Question is just, where are we gonna plop it? And how? Right here we can build it. Built out of Cinnabar ore. Nobody cares. That's totally fine. What's the temperature down here? Negative 36 degrees? Yeah. It'll take a hot minute until we heat this area up. Even you almost suffocated to death last time, you might prefer deep dive lungs. That's very true. That is indeed very true. Let's build us something like this here. Let's leave 2 spaces so the dupes can walk through. And then build us basically exactly a copy of this building right here. Let's make it 3 wide though. Why not? 2. Some tiles. Don't I have tiles somewhere? Here I have tiles. Too low. Something like this here, obviously. Can't build the first one. Wide yet. Get rid of all this stuff. Get rid of all this stuff. And build it just like that. Because that will be a big game changer. By getting rid of all the stuff right here. Also from a decor standpoint. Because this wire here can basically be snipped off right here. And everything above it should get a massive decor boost the moment that happens. Look at this. Very, very much not optimal. So let's see if we can do that better. Yes, our petroleum generator up here is still running, and we will keep it running as long as we can. Of course, everything else doesn't make any sense. But other than that, we're good. We don't even need its own smart battery, really. But we can. Maybe even we should. What if we rip this here out just straight across? Give us a little bit of extra space right here. The nice thing is we only need 1 petroleum generator, and it's not going to run a hell of a lot, so should be just fine. And now that you've ripped that out as well. Let's come straight across here. And it should be perfectly fine. What else can we do in the meantime? And holy shit, out of nowhere, Barry's attack is back once again. My god, man. With 20 gifted memberships. 20 gifted memberships to the channel by Barry's attack. Thank you so much. Casey, Drew, Helder, Darko, Brain, Queen, Errol, Craig, Aryan, who else? Christian, Kyle, Carrie, Shining Star, James, David, Bjorn, Jane, Philip, Nikki, Rania, and Brad. You all got a gifted membership from Barris. Barris, your support to this channel is absolutely insane. Thank you so much for that. I really want you to know that I really appreciate it. God, every time seeing this, completely crazy. I don't even know how many memberships did we get today gifted. A total of 40 gifted memberships today, which is a absolute record, I believe. Definitely we did have a record on viewers. The maximum I think I saw was 103 concurrent viewers, which by itself is absolutely insane. But the rest of you guys also want to know that I truly appreciate your support. Even if you just stop by for a few minutes and say hello in chat. I definitely appreciate it. Lou says, you really should make a plastic space toilet, or at least put the toilet on the ground floor of the rocket interior. Why? This thing here is literally just going to right here. It's totally fine. Trust me, it's fine. We will build better rockets, eventually. Probably in the next stream, as a matter of fact. But this time around, it's totally fine. Jenkins says I like to lurk while playing. And again, that's totally fine. That is totally fine, Jenkins. You're still here, though. You're still a viewer. You're still supporting my channel. Therefore, I still appreciate it. Let's plop in here the bare basics that we need. In plumbing, we will need a pump. So let's put us a pump in here. That will be a problem, though. I mean, eventually it will be fine. Let's actually place those tiles here with insulated tiles. We won't have a choice. And we also need to build this pump here, over here. So I can put in one single piece of ladder so we can actually make it down there temporarily. If I leave this here tiles, due to being surrounded by all sorts of stuff, it will never ever be able to melt our polluted water. So let's replace this here with insulated tiles. So it at least has a fighting chance. Automation, hydro sensor, the wire, power wire, normal one preferably. Even though we don't really have normal wires down here, do we? I mean, I could just go ahead and deconstruct one mesh tile and put in a heavy watt wire. Couldn't be this one though. Question, where's the automation for the petroleum generator? The automation is smack dab in the middle. Middle bottom. Slightly less suffocation while making data banks as the CO2 builds up. That is very true. That is in fact very true. And I think the suffocation is not really our main issue. I think the main problem is our stress. KC True says, that is what I'm doing, learning how to play along the way as well. Hey, that's the best case. I mean, if you have 2 monitors, that's awesome, right? Nothing better than playing the game, listening to my nonsense in the meantime. And if you see something that I built that may be working in your base as well, hey, just snag it. Just snag it. The nice thing with this is, because usually if you just take a blueprint off the internet, and that's true for any game, not just Oxygen not included, maybe, I don't know, let's say Factorio for example, right? Knowing that I just played Factorio on Thursday for basically the first time, and I have no idea what I was doing. Of course, I could have cheated, right? I could have just gone online, found me whatever other people are doing, and then just plop that in there. But just because I know that it works doesn't really help me anything. Because I don't know why it works. The principle really matters. So if you're watching a live stream like this one where I explain everything that I do down to the detail, I would argue that's going to be helpful. We still have some in here in this pipe. Yep, but not much. Let's mop up the rest, and I guess let's get rid of the pump. Won't need that anymore anytime soon. Let's get rid of the power wire here in excess that we don't need anymore. Still need this wire here. In F6, we can get rid of most of, basically all of this plumbing right here. Don't need any of it anymore. All across the board. The only problem is now, we also are stopping our plume squashes. So we will need to find a way to negate that. Thankfully, that's going to be relatively simple without a big issue. Just gotta split this one here, smack dab in the middle, and bring it up to the top, which is okay. Just for right now, at least. We can always break back in here. As a matter of fact, I'm just going to leave the ladder right here and build a mesh tile above it. It'll be just fine. No liquid intake, of course, we are well aware of that. So let's change that. We just need a normal pipe. We don't need anything fancy. Nothing needs to be insulated because we're working with ethanol. In F6, let's grab us a pipe. And let's bring it across here. Yep, all the way to the top. All the way to the top. And as a matter of fact, we can utilize the one that we already have here. That will do just fine. Yeah, that saves us a lot of building. And every time we can utilize an old pipe, you guys know it, I'm a huge fan of that. If we can, we most definitely will. And let's hook us up another smart battery right here. You know what, let's build it right beside it because it doesn't make a difference. Snag us the wire. And hook it up. And at that point, we then should be ready to roll. To rip this one here out and just reverse the flow totally all the way up to the top, back to our plume squashes right here. And also, of course, the ethanol right here is at negative 30 degrees, so that will help us at least a little bit. Bridge wrong way. Did I do it again? I did do it again. I'm prone for that, am I not? Todd says, can you look at your bridges again? He thought he saw something, but he wasn't 100% sure. And Katrina as well. Are they the right way? No, they're not. One more bridge? No, this one here is the right way around. This one here is correct. Because we are coming out of right here. And right here we gotta split our flow downwards to our petroleum generator and then upwards to our plume squashers. So the first one here, I built right. Just the second one, I did not. By the way, didn't we also dig to the right? On the right is precisely, I was about to say nothing. What do we have here? Another aluminum volcano. Yes, yes. Maybe there's more iron or something hidden down here, but we have more aluminum and I'm not complaining. Hell yes. We gotta at least go down there and say hello to that bad boy right away. Let's go ahead. We're gonna, of course, build the same tamer that I always built because it's, well, my tamer. So, might as well. 5 tiles over here. I'm just trying to build the bridge immediately in the right direction. Sorry. There we go. 5 over. That's what we need here. And then, and when I said bridge, I obviously meant ladder. Right beside this one here, though, we are going to build us once again right here. Our liquid reservoir. So the ladder really needs to come down here. Perfect. Can I see the base thermometer relative to negative 43.8? Sure. Let's take a look. Negative 42 will have to do. It's getting greener. Slowly but steadily. We're moving with the green up and up and up. Slowly but steadily. So we are most definitely getting there. Only on the bottom we are at negative 35 degrees already. All the way on the bottom we are at negative 32. The only thing that I believe is relatively detrimental to our efforts. Actually, it makes no difference. Negative 35.5, negative 35.9. Actually, we are gaining a little bit of cold right here. Not sure how that's possible, honestly. The aluminum right here is it? The aluminum. That's where we gain it from. That makes sense. Because we're picking it up somewhere down here, aren't we? Yeah, right around here. I just saw a few tiles. Why are we not researching tech? That's actually a good question. How many databanks do we have right now? What can we research? 363 units. Let's keep on going with... yeah, well, space program, of course. First of all, the small petroleum. But we could theoretically go right ahead to the big boy and just skip completely over the small petroleum engine. Is there anything more pressing than that? When did you get Dracos? There were 3 Draco eggs in the frosty, what is it called? The bloody printing pod. Quite a while ago, actually. It's just a problem to keep them alive. How do you get volcanoes so close to your base? It's a randomized seed. I don't have an answer to that question. If you don't trust me, you can watch it live happening in the first episode in the VOD at the very beginning. It was a 100% completely randomized seed. Nuclear reactor definitely more pressing? I don't know. I don't know about that. Have we uncovered anything new down here? And I mean, this thing here is not really that close to the base, honestly. I mean, the only thing that's really close to the base is the copper volcano. Because the aluminum is also down here. We will find probably another one. I hope at least down here somewhere. Well, right here we already have a normal volcano, so probably more on the left side, if anything. I would think. They do it before cycle 500 now? That is a good question, though, honestly. I don't know. I didn't even pay attention to that, yeah. That was in maybe, what, cycle 180, roughly? People keep talking about the special project on this map that I have not done or read about, but they feed it liquids. Can you feed it nuclear waste? So my understanding is, and I don't know that either 100%, right? Is that you can feed it any kind of liquid. As long as it's liquid, it doesn't matter what it is my understanding. The liquid does not get dumped out yet. We're gonna do that now, though. Yeah. Just gonna wait for that. It is a good reminder, though, Dark. Appreciate that, because totally forgot about that bad boy. I am really, really bad about this. Forgetting what I wanted to do. Because I get caught up with, well, something else in the meantime. Even though another aluminum volcano does warrant getting caught up with something else. Let's be honest here. I mean, that is an amazing find. I watched a video, can't remember whose video. Well, I can tell you whose video that was. It was most likely Luma's video. Because Luma did make a video on that, and he did try around at the end. But I don't remember what he all put in there. All sorts of random stuff's coming out of there, though. I recommend researching rebel propulsion, given you have lots of uranium around. You also have a good point by that, though. And at the moment, we still don't know if we have an oil biome or not. I mean, there's still nothing here that indicates that we do have one. There's some natural gas right here, so maybe there's a natural gas geyser hidden down here. But other than that, we still have no information if we actually have an oil biome on here or not. Interesting, though. We do have over here more mealwood. We can go to space and see all the biomes. You are right. I also keep forgetting about that one all the time. We do have ice, cool pool, radioactive, nectar, space, rust, tundra, ocean, forest, oily. We do have an oil one, and magma on the bottom. So we made it to forest, but oily and magma are not yet discovered. So we need to do something about that. Okay, let's see. Coming down here, there's going to be at least a slight problem, I suppose, due to all this random-ass water sitting around here. All the ice on the side. I guess we will have to go a little bit more careful down here. Let's go all the way to right here. And then let's just build this stuff out, basically. Let's just build tiles right here and push that stuff out of our way so it doesn't bother us on our way down. We should probably do something like this here, at least temporarily. Later on we can make that prettier, but let's see if we can find that oil biome. That would be nice. Over here, let's take a look at our beauty. Of course, can't go without that. Add one tile here though, in case you guys don't know it. Neutronium. Always 4 tiles wide, a second from the left, 2 up. If you leave this one here intact, the volcano will never erupt. Then it was probably, yes, Luma's. I watch most of his update reports, tutorials, and experiment videos. So do I if I have time. Luma's content, can highly recommend, of course. You do have a leaky geyser. Yes, we do have a leaky geyser. That is very true. And that is still overpressure, thank God. I'm really glad that William called out when he saw this here. Because we did have the accidental Escher waterfall right here, which would have been a slight issue. I'm not gonna lie about it. This here is now built. Everything's ready to go. Which means all we have to do is take the smart battery right here, just copy the settings down, and be done with it. In F6, we can hook up our pump. We're gonna go hydro sensor, send a green signal if above 500 kilograms, which is fine. And we are going to feed it up to the top, not into this one right here though, but to our bloom squashes before our banners here die a horrible death. And also to the bottom. You are not connected to power, are you? No, you're not. Damn it. What is all hooked up to this one? What is all hooked up to this one? This one here is at 2040. This one here is the same wire. This one here is at 1860. But even though it's at 2040, it has massage tables right here. They're basically never used. Look at our stress. It's still William at 7% who is coming down. I'm not worried about it. Screw it. We're gonna keep on going with this wire right here and connect it up as that should be. Build the two right there and we are golden. Did we get rid of the air pocket that was generated in the geyser tank? Nah, I can't just sit here. It's fine. It doesn't do us any harm. Okay, so far so good. As soon as the wire is built, we will have, once again, ethanol going all the way up to our plants, which is, of course, absolutely amazing. Now we just gotta connect it and then cancel it. And right here, we are, of course, going up and down at the same time. That will take a little while to normalize, and we should be absolutely golden. All right, so far so good. We have, once again, our petroleum generator here at work at a moment's notice in case we need it. But that also means, in return, we can rip this one out. Right here we have our textile loom. Speaking of it, we brought on another dupe. We need to actually make us one single warm coat real quick. For our newest dupe. Because one of the two had the ability and the other one did not. So Gunnar is on the job getting us our textile loom here up and running as that should be. And then here, let's deconstruct the smart battery. Let's deconstruct the petroleum generator. Everything in automation right here. The wiring, we don't need any of it anymore. And as soon as the textile loom here is done, we're going to tear it out. For right now, we can always replace it somewhere else on the map. That was just a temporary build in the first place. And then get rid of all this heavy watt wire. We don't need it for anything anymore, because this pump right here, we can also hook that up to something else without an issue. And right here, we are already starting, just as a little side project, with taming this aluminum volcano right here, which is currently dormant. Ah, damn it. Okay, guys. You tell me in chat right now. Oh, would you rather me send a dupe over to the other planetoid and take a look at it? Or tame this aluminum volcano right here while it's dormant? We can only do one or the other today. I cannot do both. Because once we send a dupe over to here, that will require my full attention. And I cannot really pay attention to building this here at the same time. Just dig down, space. Neither one of the two was an option, guys. How about that? I haven't done a poll in a long time. And I don't remember how to do one either. Let's do this here. Ask a question. Let me type that in here. Let's see. Let's see if that works. There should be a poll on your end. So guys, let's get voting. There's the oil. There is the oil. We found the oil and we have slicksters even down here. Very, very nice. Let me switch back to the absolute temperature view. Yes, pretty. So we have oil. That is very, very nice. And we have reached it now. That's good. All we have to do right now is right here, and right here. Actually, not in that order. Plop in some tiles and push that water out of our way. I love slicksters. And I mean, this time around, we may be able to do something. I don't think I don't think I know for a fact that I have never done this before in any way, shape, or form. I have never used slicksters on stream or in a video, pre-recorded or live. So maybe this time around we can change that. Just so I can say I've done it. At the end of the day, that's what matters. Right here's our volcano. All we have to do is, of course, plop in a roof. and build above here a second roof that is 3 high. That is what we need. Did I say 4 high? I said 3 high, damn it. Counting is hard. And I think I have no idea, I can't really see on my end though, how many votes we have. Actually, I can't see it. We have only 11 votes, guys. If you care about what I do next, vote now. You should see it in your chat window. I have no idea what it looks like on mobile. Are we going to tame the aluminum volcano? Or are we going to the other planetoid? And Doc got stuck because right here, I forgot to get rid of this one. There's a seal that's just running around here. Okay, cool. What is our oxygen over here? Not too hot. We will go and find us the sconce. That's what that bad boy's called. Oxalite sconce. And we will plop us one. Why not down here some? Take this here out. Plop in the sconce. And let's make sure that we get us some oxalite. Because I'm not going to put in any kind of suits just for this. That ain't happening. The sconce. Let's give it a 9 priority. When it runs out, fill it back up. We should have more than enough oxalite. Don't I have it on the screen? 80 tons worth of oxalite. We literally don't know what to do with this stuff in any way, shape, or form. Might as well use it. Vote dig. We will also keep on digging. We can do that simultaneously if we are taming. Alright, 3 minutes over. Only 19 votes. You guys had your chance. I'm going to end the poll. And the results are 70% for taming. 69. 69 to 30. Good math right there, YouTube. I like it. I do like that. So today, we are going to tame this bad boy right here. And then, next time around, first thing, we're going to check out the other planetoid. I wanted to do that today, but here it is. Dupe mass, says John. That is dupe mass at its max. I agree. That is literally it right there. Beautiful. Are we actually getting some problems up here with our water? It sure as hell looks like it. Because I don't think these very top toilets here are used very often. Yeah. It is what it is, though. Not the end of the world. Are we looking? Pretty good. Need to get rid of this tile here again, though. Should have thought about that first. If we are trying to shove over water, it has to go somewhere. We could just do something else, though, real quick. Dupe can come down here. If a dupe can come down here. Well, let's just make us a little bit more space down here. How about that? That's all we need. Just to let the water sink down a little bit more. That will our life easier. Seal wants to help tame? Yes. So we are building, of course, if you haven't seen my video before, my Volcano Tamer version 3.0, which is the only tamer I ever built, because it will tame each and every metal volcano, with the exception of, damn it, what is it called? The very end one. Damn it, it's laying on the tip of my tongue. It's been a long day, guys. What is it called? I can't think of it for the life of me right now. Niobium, William, thank you. The tamer will work for everything with the exception of niobium. Niobium, yes. But for anything else that you can potentially think of, I give you a guarantee it will tame it without a problem each and every time. Speaking of that, though, this one here is taming nothing right now. And putting out 200 degree aluminum because I forgot to put in some nectar. Let's fix that right away. Thankfully, that's an easy fix. Hook that up. And do it now. And then on the bottom right here, let's hook that up as well. And then immediately turn this pipe sensor here to something insane like -40. And do it, please, ASAP, dupes. And then bring me nectar. We don't need a hell of a lot. because I don't see us expanding anything down here anytime soon. But it should be just fine. Roughly right now. Whenever you guys deconstruct it, you deconstruct it. Let's do it with an 8 priority. That is as much nectar as we need. Very simple. And there it is. Easy. Nectar is coming in immediately at a very cold temperature, which is of course very nice all by itself. And if it is above negative 40 degrees, a thermal aqua tuna will do its best. There we go, right away. Like I said, more than enough. And of course, it should work out for our conveyor rail here. You can see the change immediately. Down from 200 degrees to 50, 40, 30. But yeah, our metal that goes up here is thankfully only 1 kilogram a tile. So it's not that much thermal mass, and even without taming it properly down here at 1 kilogram, it's not the end of the world right away. So that's always nice to know. Come on, hurry up. Get your nectar in there. However much we sent, I suppose. Because at that point, we can snip it back off. How goes Project Freeze the Base? We will see here in a second. Gonna rip this here out. Usually I leave the piping alone up until I'm 100% sure I will never need it again. Water. Lots of polluted water. Maybe I should have taken care of this here earlier, but... You know what? I'm gonna take care of it right now. Sick and tired of dealing with this problem over and over again. Let's get rid of this tile. And let's build us a row of tiles straight through here. I can't do that. Need to go higher. Let's go right here. All the way over to right there. Let's rip these 2 tiles here out so the dupes can still come in without an issue. And then I'm just gonna get rid of all the ice. Very simple. Sick and tired of it. But as you were asking, relative temperature. You can see it right here. We are negative 31 degrees. It is going much slower than I expected, to be very honest with you. And I'm almost tempted. I am almost tempted. So right at the moment, it's not running anymore. To move this one here lower. Let's say negative 35. Just so we turn it back on. Because right at the moment, it's just not good enough. We need to go lower. Negative 45. That would work right now. Let's see how that goes. Okay, our timer right here is looking nifty, as it should be. Let's go into utilities and grab us the thermal aqua tuna made out of steel. It lives right there. As always, in plumbing, we're going to grab us insulated liquid pipes, come down here, looking exactly like that. And of course, our bridge. This is our standard bypass, nothing fancy about it. And come over here as well with our insulated pipe. Then we're going to go ahead and we're going to grab us in automation wire, and of course in plumbing, a liquid pipe thermal sensor that lives right there. What's the average temperature of the storage there? Which storage? You mean the infinite storage? Roughly negative 30 somewhere, plus minus a little bit. Or do you mean the storage up here? That's negative 33 right now. Hope that covers all potential storages. In power, we're going to grab us a steam turbine because one of them fits already in, so I might as well plop it in. Can't hurt. Cooler? Yes, we need to go cooler. Much cooler, actually. And kilometer seal while we're at it. We do have solid carbon dioxide right here, for which we obviously don't have a storage. With the storage tank as a buffer, temp won't shift too fast. Can be a bit more aggressive on aqua tuna for a bit. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, and that's why I just turned it down to negative 35. I'm just going to gradually lower it and see how that works out for us. So this is what we need for right now. We need to go lower, though. That has to happen, if we like it or not. Actually, lower than that. Give it 2 more. There we go. And then let's just dig out a 4 high space right here. We will have to go actually 5 low in a little while, but for right now, that'll be okay. Let's take another look down here. What's our temperature? -7, -8. We just need to cool down our nectar even more. Very easy. And at that point, we can then go ahead and turn up our conveyor meter from 1 to maybe 5 kilograms. Or what did we do on the copper? Let's check it out. We did 20 on the copper. On the copper, we were like, let's go for it. Let's put it up to 5 right now. Reset the amount. And let's see how that goes for us. And we are going to go low. Like this thermal tuna here will run for a hot minute if it likes it or not. It is going to happen. How's our plume squash doing? Pretty good. Our Bamas are happy. Very nice to see, as always. I suspect your favorite thing is to tame volcanoes. I mean, is it my favorite thing? Not necessarily. But with my Volcano Tamer version 3.0, it's just so simple that, you know, it's a kid could do it. It's not like that I don't enjoy it. Don't get me wrong here. I missed the explanation about the Mercury lights flashing. We can sure check that out again. If you didn't hear it, Killjoy. They do require 130 grams per second and 60 watts of power. Those are the 2 requirements. If we give it that, they will be constantly on with a brightness of 100%. If we do that and then reduce our mercury input to 65 grams per second, so half of the 130, and you can't do lower, you can do more, but that doesn't help you any. But if you go below 65, it won't work anymore. It will flash. And if it flashes, it reduces its input effectively by 50%, not only on the mercury, but also on the power consumption. And therefore, it works like a charm, because it still produces its full 60,000 lux, plus minus 0.1% or so, which doesn't make a difference for our solar panel, because it still runs at 380 watts if you round up. So yeah, that's how that works. Very good. Lob that stuff in here, left and right, like it's nobody's business. Oh, what else do we have going on here? Not a hell of a lot. Down here on the bottom, did we make a dent into it? Yeah, hell yes, we did. How is there mercury down here? Where did we find liquid mercury? Somebody must have dropped the piece down here. That is the only explanation that you have mercury here. Doesn't matter to us though, because we're gonna mop it up and we're gonna build our wall of tiles right here. Also the mopping, please do that first before you deconstruct anything. The solar setup is crazy cool. I know, right? Like I have said several times today, I'm just highly surprised that Cly has not actually patched that out yet. And I also use it up here for my 4 spigot seal farm right here. There's also 4 spigots in here. 4 spigots need 2 bonbon trees, which we can afford for a long, long time because we have 82.9 tons. And we still have this mercury light here on the top to enable 100% growth on all branches. Except this one right here, of course, that one can't grow because we have a farm tile above it, but even that is more than enough to keep 4 spigot seals extremely happy. So that's also a pretty nifty build if you ask me. Here the polluted water, it's just consuming here our deodorizer for no particular reason. So we might as well also use this system here in case you haven't seen it yet. This here's an infinite storage with a bottle emptier built in. Pretty simple system. You can do it in real time here. We close the very top. As soon as the top is closed, you can open up the bottom. When that happens, we close the middle. We push it all back down. Once again, close the bottom, push it all back down. And open up the 2 top ones again. Very simple and straightforward, but it allows you to add liquids manually with a bottle emptier to your infinite storage. Cly is lazy? I don't think they're lazy, Gumdal. I think that is a little treat. because, you know, there's a lot of things they could have fixed over the years, and they clearly chose not to do. And I believe that Cly is extremely smart. Here's my theory. They leave that kind of exploits in. The infinite storages, the corner building. All that kind of stuff stays in there because what does it do? It does produce content. I'm guilty of producing it. You're guilty of watching it. If the game would work exactly as intended 100% of the time, you know, it just wouldn't be as engaging, would it be? And I think it's extremely smart on Cly's part, because it's free advertising for their game. Look at the insane things I can do, and you can do it too. I think it's an insanely smart marketing strategy. That's my theory. Here though, everything is done except a little bit of liquid carbon dioxide, which we really don't care about. We need to put in the rest. The rest, of course, looks like this. We need in shipping a conveyor loader built out of steel that lives on the very right. Right beside that, we will need a conveyor shutoff that lives right beside it. Also built out of steel, highly important. Right beside that, we do have a conveyor sensor right here on the bottom. Just happens to sit there. Built out of anything that is not steel. And then an auto sweeper that has to be built out of steel once again, as far over to the left as we can on the right side, which is right there. Those are the 4 buildings we need built out of steel. At that point, we need a couple more things. In shipping, we are going to grab us a conveyor bridge built out of anything except steel that lives right down here on the bottom. And I usually, just for good measure, even though we don't really need it, put another one up here on the top somewhere. Then conveyor rails built out of, once again, anything except steel coming out of here and over to the left. And right here, we're going to go straight up. And right here, we're going to come and snake our way around all the way to right there. This here, though, is the moment where we do switch over to steel, because we are going to build these here all out of steel. And then we're going to go back to iron and connect it up. Then we're going to come down. We're going to come down right here into right there, where we're going to build a conveyor meter. Once again, built out of anything that you have except steel. You can build it out of steel, obviously, all of the above, but at the same time, it's just a waste of resources. Then we're going to have metal tiles, and if we have metal tiles, or better to say, if we have aluminum, that is the best material for it. If you have anything else, though, it will do. And then last but not least, the conveyor rail, of course, goes all the way through here. Here's an insulated tile, and then the insulated tiles will eventually go all the way around here as well. So this is the build. Right here. That is the entire build. At least on the bottom. The top right here, of course, we will have to plop in a second steam turbine eventually. The steam turbines itself will have a insulated pipe coming out of here and out of there. They will connect together, and we can bring them literally anywhere we want. For example, right... Can we build one right here? Nope, we can't. We can build it over the bridge, though. So let's do that. Wasn't sure if that's possible or not. But that here is needed. Exactly like that. Why is there tallow beside aluminum volcano? Because a seal died a horrible death. That's why. Word says a lot of these supposed exploits or bugs are just emergent behavior from the cellular automaton, which is really the core of what makes Oxygen Not Included different from any other game. I agree. The same program will perform very different. What do you mean by cellular behavior? I'm not knowledgeable in biology. Well, some of the stuff, like for example, infinite storages right here, they're just part of the mechanic. Right, manual airlocks, I mean, there's no reason that manual airlocks cannot be broken by any amount of liquid. On the other hand, though, and I haven't built one yet, actually, airflow tiles must have that kind of behavior. Because an airflow tile is hollow, and it has a gas inside. Oh, you guys stuck up here. Oh, you dupes. How about that? Would that help you? And I built one right here as well, so you can get through the top here. Let's build it properly, though, and put it right there. Airflow tiles are hollow, and it's a gas, so you can't really break a gas. Therefore, you can't really break an airflow tile, so that makes somewhat sense. Alright, let's turn it back up to 3 times speed, or we will never get the sea built. Also, of course, we are analyzing it. We will see if it was a mistake to already unearth it or not very, very soon. Three trapped, silly stuck dupes. Yeah, I know, right? Red Alert Trio, yeah, we are not going to go that far. Valentina, because, truth be told, an oxygen not included nothing is more annoying than this. I hate it. I literally only use it if I have no other choice left. God, that noise is killing me. Oh, you meant to free the dupes? Yeah, that wasn't needed. They were fine. They were just stuck. There's oxygen here. Plenty of oxygen. Because we have our sconce right here. This is helping us out drastically. My luck is the volcano always becomes active when I break it open. Yeah, we're about to find out if I'm lucky or not. Oh yes, it's all coming together once again. Can already plan on how we get nectar over there. Nectar is now at negative 45 degrees. Let's check out our relative overview once again, and it's getting greener. Negative 37 degrees. Slowly but steadily, we are making a dent into this bad boy. What's our aluminum at? Our aluminum is at negative 18 degrees. That is, of course, a slight problem, and hopefully will solve itself over time. What is it coming out at negative 30? So it actually picks up some heat along the way. It heats up, and it's probably down here. Yeah, down here it's comparatively warm. Still, 11 degrees. What do we have up here? Negative 4 degrees. Down here we have negative 11, 9 degrees positive. So it does pick up a lot of heat here in this area. Which makes me consider to replace these lines right here, maybe with insulated pipes, and start cooling up here. But I guess we will see here. The frosty one, what do we have? We have Camille. We have Ruby and Frankie, suit wearing, doctoring, building, cooking, wrenching, supplying. I'm just going to take the seed for right now. I don't need another dupe at this very moment. We should be okay as is. William is still hard at work. Hopefully gets us some results here soon. Easy fix, just build a coal plate on it. Yep, temp shift coal right here in that second tile above the second one from the left. Will close it instantly. That is very, very true. Also that works like a charm. Also our conductive wire right here, before I forget it again, needs to run all the way through right here. And while we're at it, we can go ahead and build us a heavy watt wire that comes all the way from here through, and eventually, right here, we will have a plate, a joint plate, that allows it to go out as well. How's this here going, by the way? Almost forgot about it again. Can we mop it, or is it too much? Darn it. Okay. Let's open up 2 more tiles. That should be enough to actually be able to mop it. Let's see, can we mop it now? Yes, we can. Beautiful. And as soon as this is mopped, we can go lower. That's all we need. The Mercury cannot be mopped due to the water, but it also is going to be a self-solving problem. My favorite kind of problem. And then we can go lower and see what's going on here. Let's go back to the absolute temperature, the view that we are all very used to, I would argue. And also, over here, I kind of forgot about this neural vaccinator that we wanted to check out. Let's dig through here, too high. And then as soon as we're there, we're going to corner build a piece of whatever tile right here. To push this here out of the way, so it doesn't become a problem in the future. Because I don't want to have 2 tons of ethanol in my ladder. That would be highly appreciated, at least. And our aluminum volcano, next activity in 23.2 cycles. We have all the time in the world here. So it turns out we are lucky today. Nice. All the power has been built. That's good, of course. Another thing that's missing is the automation wire that I forgot. We need to automate basically only this here and this here. Those are the two things that need to be automated. And at that point, we can do a final check and then create, of course, once again, our vacuum. Should probably already get ready for that. I'm gonna do the exact same thing we did before because it just works like a charm. Right here, we're gonna build an airlock door. We're just gonna come in 3 wide and then build a ladder up there from right here. That should make it easy enough. Grab us a little bit more mercury out of here. Let's go 2 high. I believe the door is 2 high, or is it 3 high? It's 2 high. Very easy. And then come with our wire here. Yeah, it doesn't make a difference. The only thing is we gotta reach it though. So we have to come up here and into there. That's all we need. We also need to come with a wire over here though to power all this stuff. The question is, do we have anything here? The answer is no. A hard no even. We can get us a new wire. Now that the ethanol is gone, somebody plopped in a little bit with this bottle emptier. Let's rip all this stuff here out. We can get rid of this stuff. Is there anything else that's for nothing? Not really. It looks like we're looking good. What is the size in here? 92. Okay, I was like, why is there an extra row of tiles? I just realized that. Very simple explanation. It doesn't make a difference and we can rip it out. We can actually put in 1 more farmer right here, might as well, while we're at it. And then we're gonna come just further up right here with our ladder, all the way to right here. Grab us a few more tiles, and then another large power transformer. Not exactly right there maybe, but something along that line, yes. Valentina says we have a similar volcano tamer setup, but mine has a battery in it and it is 1 tile adjusted to the left. I mean, yeah, again. It's not the one all be all tamer. But I can just guarantee you personally that it does work. That's the one thing you can get from me out of it. How are we gonna do this here? This wire right here is completely for nothing right now. Let's rip it out starting from right here and all the way through. We're just gonna hook this 1 pump here up to the same wire because it doesn't make a difference. We can power that as well without any issue, so we might as well. Also, ladders. It's gonna be the bigger issue because we can't get through here anymore. Just gonna build 1 right there. And that should do now. And Croc is stuck. No, he isn't. He can go back. No problem. Now the transformer. The heavy watt wire. And then last but not least, the conductive wire. That we will run. Yeah, that's going to be a bigger issue. How to actually run it through this entire nonsense right here. It will have to do right here. Yep. Right here, we're going to go ahead and we are going to grab us 3 conductive wires, or 3 conductive wire bridges to be precise. And we're just going to hook them up here, snip those in the middle off, and then come straight through here. That will have to do for right. I don't see a reason why it wouldn't. Then right here, this wire, built out of copper, that's fine. Hook it up to right there. And then right here on the bottom, we're going to come through. And we're also going to take in the shearing station here. Might as well. There's no problem with that. And then keep on going with our copper all the way over here and run up a 4th wire that will then eventually merge and come all the way through here. All the way through there. I guess let's go 1 higher. That's going to utilize all of our copper basically. But that's fine because that's what we have it for. Very nice. William says, I have a recommendation for your next game. If you're looking for a good laugh, try Punch Club 2. Punch Club 2. Alright. I'll take a look at it. Not entirely sure if that's a game down my alley, but guess we'll see. Can we put some tallow in here? Please? Thank you. Copy that over. But I don't think we have a proper storage for it right now. Our trackers are actually freezing to death by now. Okay. That is what we try to avoid. Of course, the cooling loop is now doing what it's supposed to do, and that's cooling. Let's bring those bad boys further down. This one right here. And where's the second one? And we used to have a third one too, I see it. It's down there on the bottom. Wrangle it and move it to down here. And the third one is hanging down here upside down. And move it to right down here as well. And all of this here should happen as priority. Finish your conveyor? Which conveyor? Ah, you mean on the inside right here? Yep. I didn't hook that up because it just uses the raw material every time I do. So I just build it like this and then cancel it in the middle. Let's get this airlock door here in, by the way. And of course, I just reminded myself to remind you guys, if you have not liked the stream yet, I would highly appreciate it if you could do so, because it helps me out greatly and it doesn't cost you a dime. And of course, if you like the content, feel free to subscribe so you will get notified the next time around I stream, which will be next Thursday and most likely next Saturday right after that. Alright, conductive wire is coming along. And you probably mean this conveyor right here, huh? As well on the bottom. Might as well bring that out. We are running low on iron ore though. What can we tear up? Anywhere a big vein would be nice. I don't have to fizzle it together out of nothing. Don't really have anything like that, do we? That would have been too easy, huh? I guess we can always just dig, for example, through here. Get rid of the quartz in the process. Let's do it 4 high, all the way through. All the way over to the abyssalite. That should give us some more iron. Or take up the quartz while we are at it, and then dig downwards and just get rid of all of this entire area right here. That's totally fine. And give me back that door as well. Surviving Mars is an amazing game. Wish they keep going with it. I agree. Surviving Mars is a really good game. I have played that before and it's truly glorious. I enjoyed it a lot. Maybe I will play it on stream eventually on a Thursday, because I truly enjoyed it. It's a good game. The airlock door is built. Just need some power. Where's the snag? Right here in the middle, of course. We didn't finish it. Let's finish it right now. That should take all but a minute. Of course, one didn't do it. There we have it. And cancel everything along the line here. And do we have power? We do have power. The airlock door is now working. Other than that though, this one here we are going to set to everything, because it doesn't make a difference in any way, shape or form. And then I think we are good to go. We can go ahead and immediately in power. Right here is actually correct. Wait, what are you complaining about? 6,000 watts. Where's the disconnect on this one? What are you connected to that you shouldn't be connected to? Wait, what? How did you just say 6,000 watts? What the hell was that glitch? Oh god. Either way though, in power, we're gonna grab us a heavy choin conductive plate and we're gonna pop it. Right. Let's bring it up to the top maybe? I'm thinking about what's the smartest thing to do here is probably the top. And then build it like this. That should be okay. Once we have that, we can close this side here off, close this side here off, and then start putting in a vacuum right here. As a matter of fact, let's hold off on this build here just for a second, because it's easier to get in from this side than from this side. It's just a lot more efficient, so let's go with that first. We're gonna go into plumbing, no ventilation, and grab us a vacuum pump. This time I'm just gonna build one pump that's right in the middle. That should actually be more efficient than building two on the outside, believe it or not. And at that point, just out here somewhere, what's our pressure? 1700 grams? In that case, we're gonna build a high pressure one just to be safe. Don't want it to get to 2000 grams and we are over pressured. That wouldn't be good. William says, okay, I'm off. Bye, guys. William, Lie, thank you very much for joining. Truly appreciate you. You know it. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Come on, put it in. I guess we can't do... That would save us a little bit of deconstruction later. Just hook this wire here up to this one. That should give us power to our vacuum pump. That may look insane, but it'll do. Why are you guys just standing around here? You have nothing else to do in this base? Seriously, though? Ooh. Need to be careful with how much mercury we're digging up, though. That could become detrimental. What else we got? Right here, the conductive wire. That's the last thing we need. And then we can close it off properly. And we should be golden. No, they're not trapped. They were just standing around being bored. For right now. Later on we have to open it back up anyway. Let's just put in insulated tiles. Do the same thing on the bottom. And rip the ones on the right side out. Not exactly what I had in mind, but I guess it will do. Let's see. Very good. That's fine. And we're starting to generate our good old vacuum. In the meantime, we will need, of course, not insulated pipes. Normal pipes are fine. Just gonna bring him over so we can steal a little bit more of our wonderful, wonderful nectar. And there's another thing that I forgot, actually. In F6, we didn't build any of our piping. Good that that's no problem. Because there's no piping that's actually inside of here. Actually, can we reach this here? I don't think so, because I didn't build it into the wall. Son of a gun. Yeah, that's not gonna fly. But everything else we can reach without a problem. Right here, all the way through to right, actually all the way over here. Then we come up into here. And then in the middle, we're gonna go with aluminum all the way through. Build us a liquid bridge. Just like that. And then, of course, only on the bottom, the same thing once again. But yeah, I will have to open this here up just for a second, because we still need to build this one piece right here, which we can't build otherwise, I believe. Come on, build it down here on the bottom so we can close it back off. At the moment, though, it doesn't even matter, because it's still, per definition, a liquid lock. We have liquid carbon dioxide right here that prevents any gas from going in or out. Yes, the liquid storage will live right here, but we can replace that from the outside without a problem. So glad to see you place the liquid bridge in the right direction. Why am I so relieved? Because you know me, that's why. I get so sad when steam turbine electricity gets wasted. Well, we will do something about that. I already looked at the map. You may have noticed it earlier, maybe. Trying to find a way to come probably just straight down here with the wire, somewhere on the outside, and then connect it up, and build a door so the tubes can't get through, so we don't have any more problems with atmosuit docks. So I'm already thinking about that, as a matter of fact. You know what? There's not really a hell of a lot stopping us from, while we are waiting to do something else, to come all the way down here. All we have to do is keep the bees a little bit in check here, but other than that, we should be golden. All right, let's plop all the stuff here in. It's in. We're good. Yeah, let's put in the liquid storage real quick. The liquid reservoir lives right here. That's why I said earlier the ladder is in the appropriate place, because right above the liquid storage. It doesn't matter. We can do this, we can do that, and just cancel the middle one. Like I said, we can build all this from the outside without an issue. Just make sure you put this one here on a higher priority, so this insulated tile gets built. How is there a shine bug in here? Please sweep up that bit of mineral. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Come here. And you too. You could go full nuclear in the next stream. I mean, we could build a nuclear research reactor. We could do that as a second project. First project being going over to the other's area, to the other planetoid. You're still working down here on this research. Why is an office research not done? Hold on a second. You sucker. I had a feeling. But yes, we could certainly do that. Words said thank you. You're very welcome, birds. But yeah. Can I not reach this here either? You son of a gun. But yes, Scumdoll, I was about to say, we could do that. There's nothing stopping us from doing so. 100%, you're correct. Let's connect these here up, Go over it with a good cancel command. That's usually the easiest way to do it. And of course, they can't reach these here either. Son of a gun. How about that? That should help you out. There we go. That's better. Above your airlock? Wait, what's above my airlock? Mercury? Very nice. Piece of wolframite right here. Might as well grab that stuff out of there while we're at it. Melting. Oh no. It's a negative 62 degrees. It still has a good minute before it will melt. It shouldn't be a problem for a good second here. Speaking of melting, how is our base looking? Relative temperature? We are getting more green. Slowly but steadily we're getting there. What's the average temperature in our reservoir? Negative 37 degrees. That's basically where we're at. So we may have to get more aggressive once again with our tamer. With our thermacro tuner. That's a negative 38. Give it another degree. I saw some bubbling. Here? That shouldn't be possible. Because it's all at negative 60 degrees. I don't know. But we're gonna be done here in a second, so it should be okay. Then we can still rip it out. Only problem is my storage for it. It's slowly but steadily starting to overflow. I cannot put a hell of a lot more in here, honestly. Maybe I should have built it bigger, I suppose. Didn't think we would dig up so much and /or use so little. Maybe solid to liquid and back to solid? I don't know. Maybe. Who knows? At this point, who knows? But it looks like this is done, so let's hook all these here up. Cancel and cancel. If somebody could build me this one piece right here, I would highly appreciate that. Also, this one right here, I'm going to set it to negative 40. And then we're going to start feeding in a little bit of nectar. Again, I don't see really any opportunities to expand over here our cooling loop, so we don't need much. Usually I fill it up more if I see a potential in the future that we have to extend it. I don't see that here, so it should be fine. Liquid on the floor, that's liquid carbon dioxide. That problem will solve itself the moment the nectar comes in and the thermoreactor tuner here turns on. That's exactly why I'm doing this right now already. Because, yeah, we do have the liquid carbon dioxide in here. And I do want to introduce a little bit of heat, just like we did before. We first need to heat it up a little bit, so our water doesn't freeze when we put it in. We did the exact same thing right here. We have to do it again. That is the, in my opinion at least, most efficient way to get this done. And we just need enough that we can build the entire loop, which I believe we should already have, so let's snip it. Wait, what? We are cooler than -40. Okay, then let's go hot. Bloody hell. Yeah, it was more than enough. We just need to generate a little bit of heat right here. Let's heat up the thermoreactor tuner right here to 180 degrees or something. And then we turn it back off. All we need for right now. And 180 is reached. Hello. And we are good. Just trying to get this here a little bit hotter. So we can then also start in plumbing with our bottle emptier once again. Gandal says, good night, it's too late in Scandinavia. Thanks for your endeavor for oxygen not included. Gandal, thank you very much for joining today. I truly appreciate you and I hope you have a good night. And yes, it is indeed very late in Scandinavia. It should be 4 o'clock in the morning, I believe. So yeah, I feel you, brother. Thank you very much for being here so long. Nibble water bottle number 9 priority. Let's get this done. Let's plop it in. And we are still producing, of course, our wonderful, wonderful vacuum. That's the word I was looking for. Mainly oxygen, though. Shouldn't take too long. Especially if we turn up the heat. Or in this case, the speed, I suppose. Water's already in. All we're trying to accomplish is that it stays a fluid. And at 10 times speed, we should be getting through this here in no time. We have still 18 cycles left, so no problem with that at all. In F6, we can see our loop. It's done. In conveyor overlay, we can see our conveyor rail here. It's good. Yes, we can already come with our conveyor rail out. The dupes have nothing else to do. Might as well do that. Bring it all the way through here. Then where do we have to go? Straight through here, maybe. And put it in. That will cost us a hell of a lot of resources once again, but it will be worth it without a doubt. And then, while we're at it, we can also finish up the bottom, because we don't need to reach in there anymore. Everything has been built, including, most importantly, I forget that a lot, this automation cable right here. Always. Very prone to forgetting that one, but not today. Yeah, look at that. At 4 times speed, at 10 times speed, you have a vacuum really quickly if you really want to. You also get water really quickly, though. We have right here 30 tiles. So on the floor right here, we want to have... if we have 100 kilograms in here per tile, then we would have roughly 33 kilograms per tile. Maybe 150 kilograms should be more than sufficient for our needs. Elfie says cycle 101 and I'm not even close as built up as beer. Well, I'm also in cycle 258 though. So you still have 150 cycles to go to catch up to me. And Word says, WTF YouTube, why are you harassing me tonight? What are they doing now? Are you once again having issues with the stream, damn it? I hope not. How much heat is coming out of the top of your spawn Not for this build, but would it be enough for metal tiles to melt that water in the pool without a tapidizer? It would be enough. It would be most definitely enough, I believe. The only problem is that I don't really have any control over it then. I want to keep my water low enough, but also at the same time high enough. You know what I mean? It's kind of hard to explain what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to have the water at a defined temperature. I don't want to get it too hot, and I don't want to get it too cold. Stream is fine. YouTube decided I need to log in to use chat. I'm never not logged into YouTube. That's funny. Jade says, nope, makes sense. I just kept seeing that heat bloom there and it had me thinking. Have you ever used a Hydra? Oh, of course I have. I have a whole entire tutorial on Hydras on my channel, in case you're interested. In this case right here, that is too high. I just decided to build a spawn. I'm sure at another planetoid in the future, at some point, we need to build another type of spawn. And the next time, we're just going to build a Hydra. It makes really not that much of a difference to me. I just liked in this case right here that I could build the entire thing and I can just turn it on and off however much I need. And by the way, earlier we said we should need another one turned on for this amount of dupes. Now look at this. It takes an insane amount of time for one extra dupe to make or even two extra dupes to make a dent into a base of this size. Have you configured the meter on the second aluminum timer? I set it to 5, but I really haven't checked on it, honestly. I guess something should come out here in a second. We're at... kind of hard to tell if nothing comes out. Can I get some? More than 2 at a time, maybe? Anything? Anywhere? At some point? Oh, what the hell are you lagging here? What is that? We are negative 33 degrees on our conveyor rail. I think that's fine. That's the first aluminum timer, yes. On the second one, it's still set to 0. Yeah. I haven't done anything. I haven't set up the conveyor rail, thermosensors, or anything at all. We do have a vacuum, though, so that's nice. Down here on the bottom, we have now 150 kilograms, exactly as ordered. Please, Highborn Chase, I appreciate your efforts, but we don't need it anymore. Let's get it out of there. Let's rip out the bottle here, and this time we are going to build a tile before we do anything else here. And then we're gonna rip it out and finish it up the way it is supposed to be. I didn't read that words. I'm sorry, you said the second aluminum timer, and I just completely omitted that you said second. Our food is by now up to 1.2 million calories. And our fridges are full to the absolute max. And of course, with our temp shift plates right here, we are filling up, once again, our wonderful, wonderful water storage over here. Maybe I should help the dupes digging a tiny little bit. Let's come over here on the bottom. Maybe right there, because why wouldn't we? There's nothing in the way, except, oh, what do we have here? Random zombie spores, really? I almost missed those. Okay, we're gonna dig up all the way to the zombie spores. How does that sound? And then we make sure we're gonna get rid of those bad boys. Good God. That would have almost ended in a, not a disaster, but at least a slight issue. Let's put it that way. While the dupes are still trying to dig down here. The only thing we gotta do is here, here, and here we need a tile. And we should be okay. Do you have any water-based geysers you could tame? Melting all that ice seems wasteful to me. We do have one somewhere. I can't remember where we found that bad boy, though. Let me see. Wasn't it down here somewhere? This one, maybe. What are you? Nope, not that one. Where was that sucker? Could have... Oh, it was all the way up here, wasn't it? It was beside this carbon dioxide geyser, I think. That's a polluted water vent. We did have a water geyser somewhere. Can't recall where. That's not it. I know that for a fact. Thought it was here somewhere. I can't see it for the life of me. Huh. Am I crazy? We found one. And I thought it was over here on the left somewhere. Let's use the master method. Maybe it's this one right here that I completely missed. Yep, that's a water geyser at 95 degrees. So you're correct, though. We should most definitely also work on that one to get this here in. Because yes, melting that ice is a little bit wasteful, but look at this down here. Negative 44 degrees. That's exactly the temperature we wanted. Slowly but steadily, it is working out right here in the middle. And up on the top, we are at negative 37. Just a question of time until we reach exactly what we want. Very nice. Can somebody, please, build this? I really don't know what you guys are working on. I mean, there can't be 10 of you down here digging, right? Oh, it says use the temp trick. Yep. That is one of my favorite tricks in that new expansion, honestly, because it helps you find geysers so much easier. Also, those tiles here. We are going to put those to a high priority so they get built beforehand. To leave our friendly bees here as undisturbed as possible. And then down here, we also wanted to send a dupe in here. Do this neural vaccinator. So that's going to be good. We dug all the way over here, which is of course very good all by itself. And then we can dig out this tile here to start with. With this tile here, we can get rid of the spore kit right here. And then we can go downward. Something to... I mean, truth be told, gotta be careful right here, we have sand. Gotta come over here. And dig out this tile right there to get rid of this spore kit. Then we need to find a way of getting rid of the third one. Those are the three we need to kill. Of course, all by itself, that's not gonna fly. There's a couple pieces of ladder right here. Gonna dig the sand instead of the spore kit? I guess we could do that too. Just by digging up this tile right here, we can do that. You should certainly have the means to tame a hot geyser right now. Oh, we definitely have the means. And then dig up this tile right here. Here we are good. Dig that bad boy up right there. Which we can't reach, because we need a ladder right here. Are we doing it over here? Okay, we are doing good. In F7, we're gonna dig up everything. I'm gonna put this on a number 9 priority, since we do want to finish this thing here. Still 15 cycles though, still no problem. Somebody dig. Or if not, can we actually just build something over it? That we can do. I guess that works. Maybe we can just kill all the stuff in here without radiation and just make our way through here and corner build tiles through all kinds of corners. Think you can corner dig and corner build to remove all the 3 spore kits and erase the germs instantly. That's exactly what I was just thinking, words. That is precisely what I was just thinking, honestly. That works. We're gonna come up here with our ladder. But then we don't have irradiated zombie. I don't know what you mean with irradiated zombie. We can now dig this tile here back out. And this tile below it can also go. We can corner build here and corner build there shortly thereafter. Oh, it's still there. You lose the seeds, so no biobots. We already had some earlier. We do have zombie spore seeds. I'm willing to bet on it. What are those things called? We do have a seed down here. Spore kit. We already have 2 units. And this one here doesn't even count, so we have 3. Because the ladder doesn't reach all the way down there, so the dudes can't reach it. Couple more tiles right here and we're good. Even if your farmers are as skilled as your diggers are right there, your farmers are over at your farms. That's very true. Just gonna build a tile over it for right this second though. So then we can go ahead and dig this tile here out and get rid of the last 2. Some of them did get out. How the hell did that happen? Because the spore kit falls down and releases some. Well, you are in 100% oxygen though, so I guess you can have fun with that. And 2 more. Then we can only get right here actually, 1 below. And then right here, 1 above. And the germs are just dying off all by themselves. It's not that big a deal. To help that along a tiny little bit, we can always build a single mechanized airlock door right here. To make sure any and all doubts are annihilated. And look at that, we found the sonium synthesizer. That's not what we were looking for, but hey, I guess we're gonna take it anyway. And then we can come... Well, we don't need 3 high actually. 2 high will do. Let's see. Few more zombie spores around here. That will get deleted. Latest by our mechanized airlock door. This one here is built out of uranium ore. And with uranium ore, of course, right here, you can see it. A little bit of radiation. And that's all it takes. The only problem is now the door has to open so a dude can go through. I didn't consider that, I suppose. But then with this ladder right here, we can come all the way down here to the bottom, which is precisely what we were after, actually. All this here needs to be just some ladders. And then we can also come with our heavy watt wire through here. Exactly as that is supposed to be. Let's build us right here. And I mean, we are that far away from the base, so it shouldn't even matter. You can't just use a heavy watt joint plate and call it a day and build everything out of heavy watt wire. That's no problem at all. The only thing that we want to do potentially is put in a conductive wire bridge right around here maybe. Snip this off and this off. And then replace the rest right here. And come down all the way. What are we building this stuff out of right now? Not wolframite, please. For God's sake. Building it out of bloody iron ore. You can always dig up more of that stuff. And then we're going to come straight all the way down here. We're down to 500 kilograms though. Need a little bit more digging right there. But at least that we have available right now. We can always come to... Where did we start digging? Right here. And dig out the rest. Basically right here. Good. Link up the base cooling steam generators. Yeah, they're currently connected to nothing. I guess we could now go ahead and hook them up to over here. That's probably what you're talking about, though. Is that going to mess up the atmosuit docks? Yes, it will. I will prevent that from happening. Right at the moment, I'm just trying to get the dupes to build together to speed up the process. But I will pay attention here to make sure that they are not able to reach each other. As a matter of fact, it's going to be a very easy solution. I'm just going to rip out 3 pieces of ladder as soon as we are low enough with our heavy watt wire. That's what we're going to do. I was about to build a door, but then I was like, there is a better mousetrap that costs nothing and is much, much faster and much, much easier. Of course, the wire bridge was not built. Why? Didn't I clearly state? Put one in here. And also this airlock door here. Now that we have a vacuum down here, is completely pointless, so we are going to rip it out. No point in having it. It's for nothing. And then we can also go ahead and clean up our mess. You have enough aluminum to make heavy watt conductive wire. It's prettier. That's very true. But over here, it really doesn't matter, since this is literally just a power hookup. We may have to use it, though, because we do have aluminum, which we have an infinite amount of. Where iron ore, we do have plenty, but technically it's, you know, finite. So it is probably a better way to build the rest of it at the bare minimum with aluminum, since we can get more and more of it, especially now that we have 2 aluminum volcanoes going for us. It's going to change everything. Can we please build this? And then the second steam turbine. And then at the same time, we can rip all of this stuff here out. We don't need any of it anymore, so let's get rid of it. Very nice. Steam turbine is coming in. Did I just build it out of steel? Build it out of aluminum, damn it. Don't build it out of steel. Don't ever build anything out of steel. Oh, it was built out of aluminum. Okay, I thought it was steel for a second there. Good grief, that scared the living crap out of me. Why do they always want to build stuff so desperately out of steel? Really don't understand. I'm also not sure why the germs didn't get deleted. They should have, by every right. As a matter of fact, right here, we still have 52,000 inside the tile. That is not how that has worked. That's got to be another bug in FPP. Because that has never been the case. I have done this many times before, and that has never happened. You're germified. How about you stand around here a little bit, huh? Really don't care, though. We can get rid of store, though. I know that much. And I guess right around now, we can have our dupes with the atmosuits do everything. Are you sure it's in FPP and not in the mod? Wait, what? Which mod? Which mod are we talking about? Because there isn't a mod that should be active in anything right here. Not that I'm aware of, at least, that I had a mod that would do anything about that kind of thing. A mod that allows building over plants. That is a good question. I do have that mod. You're right about that. I forgot about that one. But I had this mod for years, though. I mean, literally years that I had this mod. Oh, and what have we uncovered here, though? I just noticed. Hydrogen vent. Hydrogen vent. Our day is getting better and better. Yeah, that's amazing. We found a hydrogen vent. Oh, we're gonna tame this sucker here as well. Not today, but we will tame it. Very, very good. Of course, right at the moment, we have up here Mercury. So something is slightly melting here. We should probably go ahead and stop that from happening indefinitely. I've put in some insulated tiles right here, so apparently there was some kind of issue going on. What are you set to currently? Below 60. So it will become a solid here very shortly once we turn it on. Rich, thinking about it, is there anything stopping us from doing that right now? I don't think so. Let's plop us the bottle emptier in here and get rid of this carbon dioxide maybe. Other than that though, move that down here. Yeah, just out of my way. I wonder how good Mercury would be as a liquid for the turbines. Probably not very good, unless we cool it down drastically. Let's take a look down here. Because we are only at negative 40 right here. I mean, it looks like it's holding somewhat steady at negative 40, but at the same time, though, as soon as there's actually hot metal moving through it en masse, I guess we could theoretically do it, but probably not the best option available to us, quite honestly. The bigger question is, what am I going to put in there, though? Because I just realized we don't really have access to, right here, we don't have access to ethanol anymore. Which may become an issue, over short or long. What are we going to do about that? Do we have ethanol somewhere that we could tap into? At least for that purpose. All we need is one bottle, really. Didn't we have ethanol? Right here. You can run, but you cannot hide. So I would say let's plop that in. You could use nectar again. I was considering that, but we do have ethanol here. I think that is just going to be a better way. Arbor tree distillery ethanol. We don't need arbor trees, really. We have our spigot seals that take care of that. And if we have to build a second farm with 4 seals in it, then I'm very happy to do so, because we are still at 80.4 tons worth of snow. And there is more where that came from. So we should be good for several more hundreds of cycles. Back to business, though. What I wanted to do is, in plumbing, put a pitcher pump right here. Simple, easy, fast. Done. And then the pitcher pump up here. So once we have it dug up, is going to say ethanol, enable auto bottle, number 9 priority. And by now they're pretty damn close together right here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut off their lifeline on the top right here. You dupes cannot go through here anymore from the top, only from the bottom, because on the bottom at least you have atmosuits. That should do it. And then to help out a little bit at least with the lack of ore that we have here. And that lack is it still iron? Yes, it's still iron. Couldn't see it because it was going back and forth. We're just gonna dig out a tiny little ways over here. A little bit right there. A little bit right here. That should be plenty for what we need right now at the bare minimum. And then even right here we can dig out all the way through straight. And dig out a little bit more right there as well. Oops, can reach all of that, can still walk over it. So yeah. Apparently we had a tiny little bit of ethanol laying around. Who knows where? Let's do it this way around. Any gas will work at 40 degrees cooling? Oh yeah, it will definitely work. Just want to have the thermal conductivity a little bit higher. Tap the seal trees for nectar. Oh, we have plenty of them tapped. Plenty of them. Literally everywhere. Just the right side right here we left untouched for right now, but we're gonna hook those up eventually too. Matter of fact, if I go ahead... can I get my liquid pipe? And put one right here. Is that reachable? Unreachable. Yeah, we would have to go through the entire top again. We're going to do that some other time. Let's finish, or let's focus on finishing this here. And by the way, nectar, we do have plenty of it. We have an infinite storage full with 2,000 kilograms per tile. We got plenty of that stuff sitting around. But the truth is, we can always have more. Jeremy says, I mean the ranch. No, we can't. Because our spigot seals right here do need 40 kilograms of stored nectar per cycle. So if we tap it, they may not be having enough to eat. Not something that I have tried, but also not something that I want to risk. It's a working system, and the trees are usually pretty empty anyway. So actually, I don't think it would do anything at all. I don't think we would get a single drop out of it, because the seals are eating it long before it reaches 100%, and it only releases it when it reaches 100%. What are you doing? You drunk bastard. Of course, I forgot this one tile right here. Not that it matters anymore now, but... Oh god. How much do we have down here? Well, eventually it will come down here, and we will just have to mop it up in this general area. As a matter of fact, there's more ethanol that I just realized we have. Build this one more ladder and grab the quartz while we're at it. But yeah, from now on we can only build from the bottom up, which should be helpful. Let's try to mop all this stuff here up before it accumulates in some kind of corner where it's too much liquid. Where it says it's a direct trade-off, 40 kilograms of nectar or 40 kilograms of ethanol, plus the spigot seal, byproducts, eggshells, and tallow. Yeah, that is very true. That is a 100% conversion, basically. Right at this point right here, though, this thing here is completely done. Is there still a tiny little bit of mercury in here? Is that what my eyeballs see? Good God. Get it out of there. We just need drops down here of ethanol. That's all we're after. Then we can close it off, and we are through. At this point, it's just waiting another 11 cycles, which we will do as well, because I definitely want to see it starting up, so we can see it from finish till end. Once again, stop that. Gunnar, get out of there. But before you build this here, though, pick this stuff up in here, please, and get rid of it. Gunnar says, how did the base cooling go? I had to do some cooking. Absolutely, we can check that out here. Can we sweep that? What can we not sweep? What is here? Ethanol. Cancel sweeping and just move it out of my way for right now. But grab the igneous. Base cooling is going slowly but steadily. Takes a lot longer than I expected it to, not gonna lie about it. But down here on the bottom we are at negative 44 degrees, which is exactly where we want to be, honestly. What's our liquid reservoir at negative 42.5? Yeah, that should be okay. I guess we could already try, theoretically, to build a building down here on the very bottom at negative 44 degrees out of solid mercury. Can we build a massage table? No. I don't know what to build out of it, though. I guess we could replace our exosuit forge right here with mercury. We just need to find us some solid ones and then put it in here into the exosuit forge before we melt it in our reservoir right here. But let's make sure this here gets done properly. Everything's good, everything's done. Let's close her off and call it a day. You can't just empty the ethanol? True. Could have just emptied it in there. Oh, of course. Kionis, get out of there. Brandon, out of there, I said. Where are you going? Jez? Okay. I thought you also wanted to run in there in the last second. I was like, really? This is my bad. It is your bad. It is indeed. So, now that it's all finished, let's check it out one more time. In F2, everything is powered. Power in and power out. That's nice. In F6, of course, we have our cooling loop all the way around us. That should be all that we don't need anymore is this here. There we go. And then when we come into automation, we have our automation wire right here, and right there. And of course, when we go to any other volcano timer, all we have to do is set it to above 200 degrees. And I'm doing it over here because we can see it a little bit better. When the temperature is above 200 degrees in the this overlay, we will send it up here and around again, as long as we are above 200 degrees. We go below 200 degrees, this here will turn off. The output is this way. That is exactly how that is supposed to look like. So above 200C, and that's the entire automation for this thing. You have a bead of ethanol on top of the new timer, giving you dupe sweat socks. True, right here. I'm afraid that Ignis is going to yup. It's not one thing, it's another. Good that we have 11 cycles to kill, or 10 cycles to kill. Let's do it again. What else do we have to do? Nothing really, other than of course finishing this here. Did we get in some more iron ore? Yes, we did. Let's switch over to the heavy watt wire built out of aluminum, because now we can most definitely afford it. Bring it all the way bloody straight through here. I was about to say, let's go one higher. Straight through here. And connect it up. That's all we need. That cost us all of our aluminum. Did we switch to something else in the meantime? No, we didn't. But that's okay. Whenever we run out of it, we're just going to replace it with something else. Aku is here. Hi, Bier. Thank you for all the guides you made, helping me out with my base a lot. That is awesome, Aku. I love to hear that. And I truly appreciate it. That you joined in, just to say thanks. That makes me truly happy, not gonna lie. My tutorials help people. That is truly what I love to hear. And of course, thank you very much for your support. And while I'm at it, I haven't said it in a long time, if you guys have not liked the stream yet, please do me a favor and do so. It doesn't cost anything. And of course, it would help me out drastically. So guys, thank you in advance. And of course, at the same time, if you're not yet subscribed to the channel, feel free to do so, because of course that's free as well. Another lumen quartz, very nice. We're making our way through here with our conductive wire. Right on the bottom right here, we are running completely out of carbon dioxide. There is nothing left on this base. That is nuts. The only carbon dioxide is here and here. And I guess a tiny little bit right here. That's it. Everything else is going lower and lower. We will have to locate our alveols once again to even further down in the base eventually. But at least our Dracos are now happy, so I guess that's something. Speaking of it though, we wanted to dig lower. So let's keep on digging. We don't need this tile here anymore. Let's mop it up real quick and then go lower. Well, you have geysers too. I mean, I don't need to really produce more oxalite right at the moment, though. We're at 80 tons. No, wait. Where is the oxalite? Yeah, 80 tons worth of oxalite. Oh, it's all good right now. Valentino, past gameplay of Oni. We have too much CO2 present. We are running out of it. Also, I'm not complaining that we don't have any CO2. Don't understand me wrong here. There are a lot of worse things that can happen. Alright. Let's say hello to the oil biome. As much as we can. There's natural gas right here, though. Gotta be slightly careful with that. But other than that, we should be pretty decent looking. Just going to put in some tiles here. Corner building once again, of course. For that we need one more piece of ladder to push it over and out of our way so we can keep going and see if we find something else in the meantime. While we are basically doing nothing but waiting. And it looks like we had enough aluminum after all. Surprise, surprise. Very good. And let's check it out. We don't have a potential load. How do we not have a potential load? There's somewhere a piece missing. Yes, there's one piece missing. And that one has insufficient resources. Of course. How else could it possibly be? Alright then. Build this one tile right here. Out of ruddy copper, will you? You have a CO2 geyser? Yes, we do have one up here. That's just sitting around currently doing nothing. Now, are we clear? Are we clean? Yes, we are. Can I close it now up? This time for good, maybe. Grief. And now let's check it out again. And now we do have a potential load. A potential load of 22 kilowatt. How do we have a potential load of 22 kilowatt? That's actually nuts. I wasn't aware that we can be drawing already that much. How is that possible? That we are already at 22 kilowatts. I mean, it's a potential that we will never ever reach. That wouldn't mean everything is running at once. But still though. The number has me slightly flabbergasted. And now also, we wanted negative 60. Wait, overload damage. What? Ow. Oh, there's a piece of conductive wire still inside of the heavy watt joint plate. You sucker. There we go. That's better. Alright, let's cool it down. Let's get it ready. Looks like it already made it. It's a made-up potential load because it's counting the power converters, which actually don't count against load. Or I'm 100% wrong. I am honestly not sure. Couldn't tell you. But I do want to see this thing here erupt today before we call it a day. That is for sure. I do want to check that out. And then let's see here. As soon as we can. Let's corner build right here and right there. Why is there still a notch of water? Mop it, damn it. Mop it, I said. Colony achievement earned. Check it out. Enter oil biome. Well, we certainly did that, didn't we? Now let's go lower. Actually, directly with a fire pole. Our ladder can already continue on down into the oil. And right here. In the absolute temperature. I think we have reached the magma biome as well, maybe. With a little bit of luck. Over here's the service cart, I believe. Where the service cart is, if I'm not mistaken, that is where the new building is, the new achievement, and the new end. Lead. Finally, beer has refined metal. Yes, that is sadly correct. Let's compress it a little bit more. This tile right here, by getting rid of this one right there. And we can continue on with our fire pole, I mean, as well. I would really love to put my eyeballs on a little bit of magma. Where is this water coming from, though? Seriously. I didn't think we have any ice here. Where is the water coming from, though? What in the actual... Is it coming from here by any chance? Is this stuff here melting? Shouldn't be at negative 35 degrees, but who the hell knows? Pick it up. Pick this up, pick this up. Pick that up. Pick this up. And this while you're at it. Yeah, I don't see any ice, I don't see any water. I don't know where it's coming from. It's not leaking through the tiles or anywhere else. But it is most definitely there. Now it's also too much liquid. We're going to wait here a little bit. Bring our fire pole down here as well. And let's dig here a little bit sideways so we can grab it. You have overpressure natural tiles leaking? No. Actual temperature is right here. Absolute temperature. We are up to 73 degrees right down here on the bottom. Still don't know where the water's coming from though. And it's a hell of a lot too. 400 kilograms per tile. Where did we get that much water from? Unless what might as well be happening is that the dupes are dropping it. And where it says it right now, maybe ice is getting dropped during hauling. It may well be that that is our problem here, son of a gun. That is going to be detrimental to our efforts, that is for sure. We need to prevent that somehow from happening in the future. Because it's going to happen over and over again, and it's going to drop right into our crude oil. And that is the one thing we definitely don't want. Oh, look at this poor guy. Poor little slickster. Literally in this one tiny bubble here in the corner. How long have you been sitting there, sir or madam? Crazy. Still too much. Alright, let's take 2 more tiles out. Left and right each. Till we are down. We can actually mop this stuff. There we go. That's more like it. Mop it. Okay, though, we made it all the way to the... It's still not the magma, though. There's some vacuum right here. What's the temperature? 1,000 degrees? Yeah, we don't want to dig into that. Shouldn't we have magma down here? Why is it all igneous? There's no way it already froze up, though. Do we not have any magma? Now I have actual questions. What I do see, though, is that we can come very easily all the way over here. Frozen magma, I mean, per definition, yes. We can come very easily over here and grab us the fossils. We most definitely want to do that. There are spore kits in here, but they're in a vacuum. Almost didn't see that. Glad I noticed that. What are we going to do about that? Yes. Should we just make a race out of it? We just try to get over here? Or should I actually do something about it? Because there's another spore kit down here in the bottom, which I don't really care too much about. But that one over here will become active the moment it's in an atmosphere. Go under in corner dig. I can't go under because we have the spore kit right here unless I come all the way through. You're in suits? That's what I'm thinking. I don't see a problem with it. We're going to say not H. I wanted to press G. Sorry about that. In G, with the highest priority. The moment you dig your way through here, I want you to stop what you're doing, run over here, and dig up that spore kit. Kind of like that. What did that do? A lot more than I expected. Wow. A lot more than I expected. Holy cow. 1.9 million zombie spores in here. I mean, it was instant, even without the danger priority. And yes, we will build us before we do anything else. One of those bad boys. That is just going to make barely a dent into it, though. Especially if we have dupes coming in and out. But that's okay. And I really know I'm not too worried about it. Because we can't just build more of them. For example, how many more can we build? 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's make it 5 for good measure. Jenkins says just a few churns, that's right. It is still strong enough all the way on the front right here to hold it up. So building those 5 extra doors right here will annihilate them in absolutely no time. You can't do nothing. They're already dying. Because they're just in milligrams, they're already dying while doing nothing. You can just save us the breath. They're just dying because there's not enough carbon dioxide to grow on. Look at this. Nice. One germ left. How about you die too, will you? There we have it. Germ free. Easy. Yeah, didn't have to do nothing. We could have just waited. That one door here took care of it. Cooked Draco. He's pretty low on his body temperature. He just needs to walk out of here and he will be fine. Alright, how many more do we have left? With that I mean cycles. 4.8 cycles, we are good. We will get that in no time at our 10 times speed. I just want to see that aluminum erupt. And we are golden. Why was he wounded? He was still wounded from earlier when he was high. Now he's low on the body temperature. Sorry, the other way around. He was low on body temperature earlier. Now he's actually gaining body temperature. But earlier though, it was the other way around. He was already hurt up in the base. Maybe he was wounded from being cold and was in the oil biome to heal. I'm pretty sure that's exactly what's going on here. Here we have our geo vent. An abandoned geothermal power plant has been discovered. My scans indicate that this facility comprises multiple buildings located throughout the planet. With plumbing entrenched so deeply in the terrain that much of it is beyond our reach. Most of the accessible portions look quite functional. Good. We have one here, and one there. And as I said earlier, we already saw the service cart. Now we can see the geothermal heat pump right here as well. But we can also start messing around with this thing here eventually. Very nice. Very, very nice indeed. Much is left. 4.1 cycles. Good, very good. I mean, just because we have nothing else to do right now. You Draco here, you literally want to die a horrible death, don't you? Where are the other Dracos, by the way? They're just running around up here, where they're supposed to be. You are smart. You're not. How does the new building work? That I can't tell you. Give me just 1 second here. Let me dig up a little bit of stuff down here at the bottom. The new building works when we press F6. I guess you can't see it yet because it's not reconnected yet. You just have to press me on that one up until it's powered back up. It has 3 inputs for pipes. One here, and one here. And you can hook up 3 different or 3 times the same material or only one of them. However you want to do that, it doesn't make a difference. You fill it up all the way. You can see this thing here rising. And then you reconnect 1, 2, or even more of those geo vents to it. You see a reconnect. If this here is full, this here will spew out a bunch of different materials. Kind of random materials, actually. A lot of steam, most usually. Basically, whatever you put in there, you get a bunch of steam out of it. So steam turbines are your friend. But you can get anything. You can even get some grams of, or kilograms worth of niobium out of this thing. So we're definitely going to try around with that exactly, because I don't know what does what. I know in theory how it works, but I don't know what kind of material comes out with whatever input material. So we will check that out. 3 more cycles to go, so we can see this thing here up. And then we will call it a day. We are at 10 times speed, so that should take roughly 3 more minutes. And then we should be good. We have been here quite for a hot minute today, guys. 7 hours. 7.5 hours right now. So I'm ready to call it quits, and I'm not gonna lie to you. But since we're waiting anyway for this here to be dug up and for those 3 cycles to pass, of course, once again, if you haven't subscribed yet to the channel, feel free to do so, because you will get notified next time I stream. And of course, if you haven't liked the stream yet, please leave me a like. It helps me out tremendously. And of course, I truly appreciate it. And it's free on top of everything else. And last but not least, I do have a Discord channel. You can find the link in the description down below. That Discord channel is mainly about oxygen not included, but we talk about all sorts of topics. Currently, over 440 members right now. So there's always something going on. Always a lot of fun. And if you have a question about the game, feel free to ask. There's always somebody around to help. Spore kit right here. We are going to make our life very easy with this spore kit. Not out of that. Out of uranium. We're going to build us 2 doors right here. 2 mechanized airlocks. Might as well use head to corner build. Word says, oh good, I'm starting to get sleepy. Me too. Word says, best Discord I know for practical oxygen not included advice. That's awesome. Ness says 11 p.m. here. Time for bed. Thanks, beer. Yeah, it's 11 p.m. here too. I am in the Eastern time zone. So we are already starting to exert, or we are not. Do you not build out of a uranium ore? Going on, oh, the door's open. If it's open, it doesn't do anything. You need to have it closed and preferably locked so nothing bad can happen anymore. So let's do that right away. Somebody come by and lock it up. Come on, it's locked. And now dig up the tile below it. Then we're just gonna leave those mechanized airlocks sitting here and do the dirty work for us. There's another one down here, I just realized. My god. And as it is right now, the trams are just gonna die slowly but steadily because of the radiation right here in these tiles, and just because they don't have a source anymore either. Another one. What is this with this Draco right here? Can we grab you and get rid of you maybe? Maybe move you up here to the rest? How did you even make it all the way down there? And where the hell do you think you're going? We really need to build an enclosure for those damn things. Why don't we do so real quick? Doesn't have to be pretty. Let's build it right here. Put a door. Where's my door? There's my pneumatic door. And let's make sure we dig out the top 4 tiles first. The high priority, preferably. And we're just gonna plop those Dracos in there so they leave us alone and don't commit suicide constantly. 1 cycle left. Beautiful. Also, if you ask oxygen not included questions on Beer's Discord, you will all get answers from me, which are rarely practical. That's funny. You currently can't reach that? Yeah, you're right. You're 100% right, even. Why is this here again Sinbar ore? You clearly can't find that stuff. Use something else. There we have it. And then we can already grab the Dracos and just move them in here somewhere. That's 1. Where are the other 2? That's 2. And where's the 3rd one? Still down here somewhere. Of course you are. How else would it be? Get up there. Here you can run around. It's the perfect temperature for you. Just do your thing. And not get stuck in a wall if at all possible. You chokester. Let's try this again. Maybe without a Draco in there. Is that possible? Doable? In any way, shape, or form, please? Good. Done. Now let's just clean up the stuff right here. And we are good to go. What is your dirt supply at present? There's still plenty laying around, I believe. 49 tons. The volcano here erupts in 0.2 cycles. So the countdown is here. Not quite yet, though. There's an actual countdown. There it is. And we will see what this thing here does. 60 seconds. Any mealwood yet? Yes, down on the bottom we have mealwood. 30 seconds. 20. 10. 3, 2, 1, and go. Wonderful. Our first aluminum out of our second tamed aluminum tamer. Piece of cake, of course, as usual. Let's turn up the speed again, or we will still be here next week. And we can see it. It works exactly as it is supposed to. Here's our first steam coming out. The thermal tuner hasn't even turned on yet because it has nothing to do. And here comes the first aluminum out at negative 55 degrees. Well, I would argue we can work with that. Negative 40 degrees. The thermal tuner is now on. We still have not reached 125 degrees. Our steam turbines are not doing a hell of a lot right now. Still coming out at negative 60 degrees right here. Oh yeah. No problem whatsoever. Again, this volcano tamer, you can find the video on my channel, exactly how it's built. And of course, we built 2 of them live last time and 1 this time around. The moment we come across something, we tame it right away because it's so easy, so fast. And it works each and every time for each and every metal volcano, with the exception of niobium. But alright, this here is clearly working as expected, if not better, to be quite honest. It is also not taking up too much space. We have it set to 5. We can probably go easily. Let me pause the game. To 10. Let's try that real quick. Put it to 10. Let's see when we get 10 kilograms out of this bad boy. It's still at negative 36 degrees. There's nothing to complain about right here. Alright guys, I think we did a pretty decent job today. We grabbed us a hell of a lot of databanks out of space with the help of William Ley and our, what I like to call, shit rocket, because it has an outhouse in it. Of course, on top of that, we just right now tamed this volcano. We built a power spine. We put in a critter killer. What else did we do today? We dug all the way down to the oil biome. When we started, we were right here. Now we are all the way down here on the bottom. We discovered right over here the geothermal heat pump, which we now have access to. We discovered, well, not really lava or magma, really. I guess that's even deeper, if there is any. I'm highly surprised that there's nothing fluid here, but what can you do? We messed around with a carbon dioxide vent. We built a hell of a lot of piping for our bonbon trees up here, which is doing very well right here in our infinite storage. And yeah, we just improved the power in our base overall. And of course, we messed around with Mercury lights. I think we did a hell of a job today. This base here is looking amazing. We're up to 1.439 million kilocalories, more than we will ever need. And yeah, I think next time around, it is time that we go over to Blagolin, for which we will still need a new name, though. That's not going to help. And other than that, I guess we will just see what we're going to work with. We could build a nuclear reactor. We could put this oil here together and build us a counterflow boiler. I mean, our possibilities are now endless. Now we have access to everything we need. Magma volcanoes at Toddhurst. Yep, we also have not uncovered, but discovered. Where was that magma volcano? Somewhere around here, right there. A magma volcano that we could tame as well. Endless possibilities right ahead of us. And what we do is really up to us. We can do whatever we want. Melt the core. Melt the core. Turn it back to lava. Yes. I mean, we could. We can do whatever the hell we want. But that is all I have for you today, guys. I hope you guys are joining me next time around. Once again, if you haven't subscribed and liked yet, please do so. I would highly appreciate it. And with that, I say thank you and peace.